Yeah, I think we're starting.
You gonna coordinate it?
I need to.
This guy, Matthew, everybody in Williams.
We're going to get started. Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the Tuesday, June 11th City Council meeting. I just want to take a special note that there's only women up here right now.
I'm sorry for that one. Women decision makers.
Decision makers. Well, that's right. I'm sorry. I just meant only female council. Anyways, maybe things will run smoother tonight. I would also like to remind everybody to please turn off your ringers and make sure your phone is on silent. And Councilmember Parra, will you please do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Wait, can you make a comment? Is that on purpose?
We'd also like to note that we're matching tonight.
And when it was not planned?
It was not planned.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are you doing the Levine Act announcement, or?
Well, first I'm going to do the call to order.
Roll call.
Councilmember Zwick.
Here.
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Terosas.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre is absent, at the moment at least. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
And Mayor Brock is absent at the moment. I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. Hearing none, I will move on to, you want to do agenda management?
Yeah, we're going to do a little agenda management. We're going to hold item 3D until council reconvenes from closed session so that the store owners can be here to receive this commendation. And then also we are going to, under item 6 for public input, since these items were continued and public input was not, it was continued before public input could have been taken. We were going to allow for public input on those continued items. Thank you, Jerry Rubin.
We will now move on to public input. Public comment is permitted.
Sorry.
Just move it. Move what you just said.
I'd like to move that we allow public input on the continued items.
And we do need a roll call vote. So, Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Yeah, motion carries unanimously. Okay, public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And we have about 13 speakers. I'm going to call the first five names. If you could please stand over by the presentation podium, I would appreciate it. Anya Baroff, Jerry Rubin, Linda Clark, Jerry Middlesworth, and John Barry. Just give me 1 second so I turn on the mic. Yes, you can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Anya Baroff, and I'm a bit tired as I just got back from DC and have a full night ahead of me. I'm a proud Samo High alum and a co-chair of Grad Night tonight to keep our graduating seniors safe and having fun the night of graduation. We've been organizing this night for the past months to create an unforgettable night for our class of 2024. At Samo High, I learned to abide by its motto of sincerity, maturity, honor, and service. I hope that Santa Monica can be a place where all alumni will continuously feel safe and valued and supported. Mayor Brock prides himself in supporting all Samo High graduates and alums, so I would like to personally extend the invite for council members to support Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District after council meeting tonight to play carnival games with our newly minted graduates. I wanted to congratulate Councilmember De La Torre on his son's graduation, where I assume his son is, or where he and his son are right now. And I hope he wins some prizes donated by our amazing Santa Monica small business sponsors, many of whom are women-owned thanks to Councilmember Terosis. We have been working to donate seeds for donating seeds to plant trees so our graduates can continue the environmental efforts Councilmember Davis has supported at Samo High to promote clean air and help reduce the prevalence of lung cancer in support of Councilmember Negrete's efforts. I look forward to a fun night supporting the next generation of Samo High graduates thrive and become community leaders. Your support matters, and I hope to see you all tonight. Go Vikings. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be there later for cleanup.
Jerry Rubin?
Thank you very much, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica, Honorable Mayor Brock, even if you're not here, Vice Mayor Negrete, Honorable Council members, Honorable City Managers, City Attorney, City staff, police officers, fellow Santa Monicans. A couple weeks ago, I talked about let's have a clean election, no personal attacks, disagree on policy, so I'm not going to go into that. I'm not that naive. I don't understand how elections usually go. They say negative campaigning works, but I still have hope that we don't have to do that. The other thing is I've been proposing this for a couple years, and everybody says it's a good idea. That someone, maybe one of the newspapers, in a nonpartisan way, would start a coordinating calendar for possible upcoming candidate forums so they don't conflict with each other. Because I've seen it happen where someone schedules something right at the same time as some other group. And if you could get them there, because I know a lot of people are going to want to do that. And so I thought that would be a helpful way. And see if it happens. And the last thing I want to say is tomorrow would have been me and my beautiful wife Marissa's 41st wedding anniversary. And again, I want to thank all of you for the beautiful tree, particularly Gleam Davis for the proclamation and city manager and our city forester for planting the tree of gratitude for her. But we were married at the Children's Tree of Life, and I'm going to go there and pay a visit, and may she always rest in peace and love. Dear Marissa, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Linda Clark?
Do I start now? Mm-hmm. Okay. Hi there, remember me? I've been your new best friend. I've been here 3 times and counting until I end up homeless, which appears to be pretty soon. I was doing fine until the city of Santa Monica cut me off at the knees and took away my only source of income from Airbnb, and now I might lose my childhood home, and as with other seniors that have had their Airbnb license taken away, with $139 Social Security benefits and no family to depend on, I couldn't pay my utility bill, and now they're about to cut off my water also. So they, it's going pretty fast here, but well, who would have seen that coming? You cut off my only income and I can't pay my utilities. Oh, who would have thunk that, right? I mean, I don't know how you expect me to pay my bills. I can't make any other income. And then during the pandemic, they stopped electric and charges and gas charges and water charges temporarily, and everybody else forgave my bill, but the city of Santa Monica now wants me to pay $11,000, a triple bill, and I have nothing to pay, so they're going to be shutting my water off, so the drama continues. And all these Airbnb laws have been so restrictive, the worst in the nation, and they're cutting seniors out of their own homes. As the LA Times article say, people in Airbnbs are now having their houses in foreclosure, and I'm shortly behind them. And even the members of the city council have admitted that your Airbnb laws are the most severe in the nation. Nobody else has been this overly broad, and it's, as I said, forcing people into foreclosures. And I'm just wondering if maybe the city of Santa Monica has lost its moral compass, putting seniors out and not having a source of income for me. Is that all there is?
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Okay.
The next speaker is Jeremy Middlesworth.
So, ever since I've been in Santa Monica, I've been harassed by your police department. They've been at my door 5 times, twice from the FBI, 3 times by some half-wit. Now, I've been terrorized by a Jew terrorist cell in New York. I've sent you guys all the emails. Brock's not here. I even saw him at church. I know you got the emails. What is it going to take to get your police department to fight index crime and fight terrorism in America? What is it going to take?
That's the fire department, by the way.
Yeah, that's,
No, the one on the two on the back part. We don't have one Santa Monica Police Department here?
You're correct.
Yeah. What is it going to take to get you guys to do a police report, stop terrorism in America? What's it going to take? Can you do a police report today, right now? I've sent you guys all the emails. I want to know why you guys haven't done anything over the past 2 years. I've been sending you guys emails. Nothing? Dead silence? I'm fighting for your right to think in America right now. If it wasn't for me, you could be bagged and tagged in the streets by anybody, and especially the United States government. I'm the only one fighting for your right to think. I've got a BCI, brain computer interface device in my head. It was done against my will. I've been fighting the United States government for 3 years, and I've been in this shithole for 2 years, and you've done nothing but treat me like crap. What are you going to do about it? Can I get a police report done today? Can you guys force them to do a police report? Brock's not here. Can you guys make them do a police report today? Can I get an answer?
we don't engage with it's your time to publicly speak, and you've got 30 seconds left.
I was hit in the street by a guy running a red light. He pulled out a gun, assaulted me, and they arrested me without even taking my statement. You guys lied to investigators and dragged this prosecution out for 6 months where the California courts deemed me incompetent. I'm going to sue the shit out of you, and you know it. You know it. Get your police department to do their job. Can you do that? Brock's not here to take the ass chewing because I don't know where he's at. Okay. He looked at my email right in church.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is John Barry. And Mr. Barry, before you start, I'm going to call 5 more names. Rachel Lee Molina, Denise Barton, Lava Sunder, and Jonathan Foster. You may proceed, Mr. Barry.
Hello, thanks for having me. I am here tonight for seeking relief in regards to the pedicab sticker for the beach bike path. While it has been infinitely better with the 10 stickers I do have, it has been tough with only 10 bikes to work with, because I had to insure them all before I got the license. Anyways, just this last week I found out that there will not be new pedicab stickers at the end of this month as I was expecting. I was really hoping to catch a break this year and get enough stickers. I have about 3 guys that have business licenses with the city of Santa Monica that I do not have the stickers to accommodate, and a couple other guys who have been asking me, and I keep telling them that I might have more stickers on June 30th. I've also had to turn down advertising revenue since I will not take a campaign I cannot deliver on. And turning down business is not good for business, as these are difficult times to be a small business. Given all this, I was feeling optimistic that Awesome Pedicab would have access to more stickers this summer. However, last week I was informed that they're just going to extend it as it is for 30 to 45 days. So I'm less optimistic. Every July I have to renew my insurance, and once again I have to do that without knowledge of how many bikes I will be allowed to work. This insurance is not cheap. It has doubled in the last few years due to the motorized pedicab shenanigans, mostly in New York from what my insurance agent tells me. I'm running out of time, so I'll just say I do agree 100% with the city's current policy on motorized pedicabs on the beach, so I'm not here about that. Anyways, we have not put any motorized pedicabs on the beach, and I'd like to make sure that all the riders have licenses, so we're the only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
Rachel Lee Molina.
Hi, my name is Rachel Emiliana. It's nice to be here again. I'm one of the flying trapeze coaches as well as an office associate at Santa Monica Trapeze School. We're extremely thankful for how City Council supported us and our community, so we felt it's only right to give a progress update. Kenna would be here, but she's currently teaching people how to put their legs over their heads and onto a flying trapeze bar. So you got me instead. Cool. Kenna reached out to Diana Hernandez at the airport after the last meeting. The airport team has been amazing and have offered the very real possible location of the triangle lot at the airport, which is by the old SMCC art studio. Kenna took 2 of Santa Monica's more reliable teens to measure the space. Kenna's really excited about this option, and the teenagers are excited about the embankment. Additionally, Kenna reached out to Jenny Rogers, Director of Recreation and Arts, and had an in-person meeting at the Trapeze School on the pier yesterday. Jenny had met with the Coastal Commission, and the opportunity for us on the beach is not possible due to the high threshold required by the Coastal Commission. So Jenny is looking into a potential location in a city park with the Commission of Parks and Rec. This leads us to the council's concern about SMTS being a for-profit business. Kenna has confirmed with the school's business managers that the paperwork to become a nonprofit has been started, really exciting. And so the hope is that we will be a nonprofit prior to the 2025 California Arts Grant deadline next June. So, okay. Once again, thank you for your support and for your time. And I look forward to seeing you all at our free annual Pride Show next Saturday, June 22nd at 2 p.m., 370 Santa Monica Pier. I'll be one of the people in the air. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Milena.
Denise Barton.
Good evening. Last public input, I forgot to include my question about how clean is the water the city of Santa Monica provides, really. I asked because when I fill my bathtub almost halfway up, the water looks blue. Isn't water supposed to be clear? I would encourage everyone to do their own tests and see if you find the same thing. I also hope everyone remembers when Santa Monica put its most recent recycled water standards in, right before LA County put in higher quality standards for recycled wastewater, which I don't believe the city's upgraded to yet, leaving one to wonder if a city doesn't have a health department to frequently check the quality of the recycled wastewater, should the city of Santa Monica be doing it at all? And does that mean the recycled wastewater the city's injected into the groundwater is contaminated? Would this be the city of Santa Monica's version of environmental sustainability, or would it be the city using us all as lab rats? Then on a different subject, something I experienced when the bus I was on stopped at Santa Monica and Lincoln was. 2 guys were hanging out at the bus stop when one started heating up and hitting smoking from a long, thin glass pipe. What a way to welcome people downtown. I can't understand your resistance to properly staffing the police department, because if the city was safer, more locations downtown would be leased, and more people would become downtown, which increases the tax revenue for the city. It's not rocket science, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Lava Sunder.
Hi, all. Thank you for having me today. My name is Lava. I'm a recent Santa Monica resident. I actually moved here along with the business I'm running because I was so excited about the bike infrastructure that Santa Monica has. So I want to commend you guys for that. I've been car-free for 5 years. I exclusively ride my e-bike, and I've had a really wonderful time on the bike infrastructure that the city has. I'm here, unfortunately, though, because I've had a less wonderful time with the residential bike parking that exists in Santa Monica, which, as you guys know, is basically left building to building. So we've had 2 bikes stolen in the last few weeks. It's about $2,500 worth of bikes because they were both electric bikes. And my understanding is that there's no requirement for multifamily residential owners to have long-term bike parking unless there's changes made to the building plan. So as a result, our building has no long-term bike parking and all of our bikes have been stolen. I look at the street and I see that on the street, there are all these long-term, essentially car parking spots, but there's nothing available for bike owners, which is frankly discriminatory to people that own bikes and live in the city and just have no options to store them long-term. So I'm here to ask the city to look into secured long-term bike parking in residential parts of Santa Monica, very similar to programs that London has started and launched really successfully. And I think that will help the city achieve the goals it already has with regards to biking and bike commuting. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jonathan Foster. And before you get started, Mr. Foster, I'm going to call some more names. Stuart Solonic, People of California, John McAllister, and Aubrey West. You may proceed, Mr. Foster.
Like on the Peanuts, I don't think I'm being listened to much. But anyways, hi, council. I won't throw you the bus today too much. Anyways, I want to talk about my ticket from 3rd Street. I want to talk about Chico, and I want to talk about Oscar De La Torre, but I've got to actually talk about Gaza. Yep. And I had seen in 1 Kings chapter 13, in verse 9, it says, For so was it charged me by the word of the Lord, saying, Eat no bread, nor drink water, nor turn again by the way that thou camest. Then in 17, it says this again, Eat no bread, drink no water, nor turn again to go by the way that thou camest. And then when you get down to 28, it talks about the lion killed a guy on the donkey or the ass, and the lion left him by the side of the road. And it says here, and he went and found his carcass cast in the way, and the ass and the lion standing by the carcass. And when Jesus went into Jerusalem, he went in on an ass. He went in on a donkey. Yeah. And the Jews, they're trying to go the old way. They're going back the way they were told not to come. He told them there's a new way in Jesus Christ in the New Testament. And they were to believe that way. That's the message in there. Go back a different way is the New Testament. In the Lord Jesus, who is the Messiah. So I pray in the Holy Ghost, Father God, that you get into the hearts of all these Jewish people and get them to know your Son, Jesus Christ, Father God. That's what I pray all the time for them. They're lost.
Thank you.
Stuart Solonic.
Council, I just want to echo the sentiments about residential bike parking. I've also had a great experience using the bike infrastructure in Santa Monica. I'm a Santa Monica resident. But after having our bikes stolen, I think it only illustrates the inequity between car parking and bike parking in our community. There is tons of subsidized and free parking for privately owned cars, and there is paid bike share, but there is very little parking for bikes that are privately owned long-term. That seems like a very significant inequity. I just want to emphasize that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
People of California.
Hello, good evening, Council. I don't know if you're paying attention. What happened over the weekend in Europe? All these lovely liberal, well, neoliberal, not that lovely, pseudo-environmentalists got their butts handed to them because people see through the farce at some point. You say you're doing one thing, but then you're doing another. And eventually, in a system where people do have votes and the votes are properly counted and not flipped in the machines like they are here, they can, perhaps they are there too, but maybe you just can't stop enough of it. But eventually what happens is people get fed up and they decide to make a change because, at some point there becomes a crisis of neoliberalism. And I see it affecting my friend Linda Clark over here. You guys adopted the most onerous and restrictive Airbnb regulations in the entire country, supposedly to preserve affordable housing. Well, she can afford her house now, but not if she can't turn her ADU into an Airbnb. And as a result, she hasn't been able to make a living for several years now. And they want thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to give her a permit that she already had at one point, but the city lost in a fire, and so it's her fault apparently. And as a result, she couldn't pay her water bill. And so now they're coming after her on that. And because she's got this beautiful, gigantic 100-year-old tree that steals water out of her fish pond, she's on the water glut, list, put in place by emergency orders by Jerry Brown. And then once the emergency was over, well, it's just the new normal. We've seen this before. Welcome to 1984.
Thank you.
John McAllister?
Thank you, honorable council members, for allowing me to speak today. I was here not too long ago at your council meeting. For me, I was brought in because of the Palestinian issue, and I was supposed to speak there. So many I couldn't. But I'd like to tell you that, especially the Honorable Torosis, that you brought up a point that 50% of the chamois is not available. I went that next week to see if I could get it. Well, they will not give you an application. I called, I emailed, and I have not received any type of communication at all. I actually walked in there and they told me, we won't give you an application till July. We will not give you an application till July. That's why, Honorable Torosis, you would get the emails, because they're not accepting. I've been homeless the last 5 years. Divorce. I used to teach surgery. I lost my license. Grandfather, KIN too. Father was a Korean veteran. Suicide missions. Unfortunately, my brother and I I'm still here. He was, we lost him in the Gulf. So I saw the staff. There were at least 5 people on the homeless staff, it seemed like, and they had no response to you as to why you get the emails. I've called, emailed, and even showed up personally. Was not given an application.
Thank you.
Aubrey West, and Mr. West, before you get started, I'm going to call the last names on this item. Dunn May and Harvey Etter. You may proceed.
I'm Aubrey West from Sci-Fi World. I appeared before you last year when we were acquiring the space at 302 Colorado. After a lot of setbacks, we were slated to open our museum experience next month, but the building owners, Seritage, have decided in their wisdom not to renew our lease on the building at 302 Colorado. So unfortunately, we're going to have to move to a new location. I wanted to thank all of you who were so supportive of us here and during this process, city, police, fire, and we'll see where the project goes from here. We appreciate your help, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dunn May.
Hello, council members. Good evening, and God bless. I'm here to advocate for a wonderful Santa Monica resident named Linda Clark, who already spoke. She had actually made an announcement at a freedom group. She's involved in several such groups regarding the fact that her water bill has now been increased to $11,000, I believe. And one reason why her bill is so high is that she has this wonderful historic tree, which requires a lot of water that she takes care of. And, as you know, trees do a lot for us. They absorb carbon dioxide and give us cruelty-free protein, and the list is very long what they do for us. So someone who is taking care of a wonderful historic tree should be given special consideration here. And it will make a lot of people happy, including all the different people in the different freedom groups that this person, Linda Clark, is involved with, if there is consideration given to her water bill, and it is substantially lowered. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. May.
And Harvey Etter.
Good evening. My name's Harvey Etter. I'm talking for myself and for the Public Solar Power Coalition. I want to zoom from some personal things, maybe mostly personal, but also, cultural, political, economic, and then out to some of the bigger picture. Okay, this Palestinian thing, I was out here a couple of weeks ago. I didn't come in. I've got real strong feelings, and they're different than y'all. I'm Brew. I had a good percentage of my family wiped out by Hitler, all right? I ended out because I had a half ounce of weed in the dorms in 68 after Kennedy and King were murdered. A month later, I got a felony arrest and was kicked out of the University of California. I almost went up to Nam. My granddad said, "You gonna fight for anybody? You're gonna go to Israel." I had some relatives there, and he sent me there. He's gonna go with me. He was a communist. I didn't know this. Anyway, he wasn't a citizen. They said, you can leave, but you can't go back. My grandmother, my great-grandmother's married in the hills above Jerusalem. Was there over 100 years ago. Anyway, they wanted me to join the Israeli army. Okay, this thing about genocide. Genocide, Black's law says, exterminating a people, wiping them out. That's not what's happened in the Palestinians. Very loose with language, all right? Another thing, it's got a body count, is clean natural gas. These things got to be legislated out and not being allowed, this AI disinformation and all this kind of crap. Okay, all right, there's supposed to be 40% of 2.5 million units is supposed to be on the street, off the street, and low off the street for home ownership. You all wiped out in your housing commission the lowest one, and they say there's 30,000 units coming in for a million to 10 million between Beverly Hills and Westwood. Enough. Home ownership. That is equity and that's health. That's really important, and you're not doing it. You're disobeying the law. Open to litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Etter.
That concludes public input on that item. I'm now going to move on to public input on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. We have 4 speakers for this item, and I'm going to call them slightly out of order because we have 2 students on the list. Benicio Mora Foderini, Eva Boyd, Denise Barton, and Gabriel Hill. If you could please line up by the podium over here. We'll call the names again. Benicio Mora Foderini, Eva Boyd.
For the accommodations, we're actually going to speak for the accommodation that's going to be given to us.
No, you'll be speaking under the item itself.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're just calling us.
This is for public input.
Okay.
Okay. Denise Barton and Gabriel Hill. Okay. You may proceed, Mr. Mora Foderini.
I'll go first. I'm going to go up first. Right? So we're here because my name is Gabriel Hill. I work with Institute for Public Strategies, and we're with Visionary Leaders in Action. This is the students that are here today. And we were presented by your Mayor Brock, and I spoke with you too, Mayor Vice, Pro Temp Mayor Vice Naretti, about receiving the accommodation. So if this is what we're speaking about right now, that's why we're here.
Well, I think there might be some confusion. If you wanted to make comments when we present you with the accommodation,
Yes,
is that what you're planning?
yeah, that's what I
let's
was
do that.
thinking.
I know it might
Right,
be confusing
okay.
when you signed up.
Thank
So Denise Barton and
Good evening. For item 3I, my first question would be, do any of you sitting up there really want to be here? Besides for your special interests, of course. I ask because this would be the 4th regular city council meeting you've canceled this year. I also don't see any replacement meeting date. Would that be so that you can continue packing the city council agenda with so many items that the public can't speak on all the items they want to? So you continue having city council meetings until 2 a.m. and require the public to sit for hours at a time waiting for you to come back from closed session, showing disregard about the public's time. Or is this just your way of thinning out the people wanting to speak? I hope you schedule a replacement date for the August 13, 2024 regular city council meeting you're canceling and stop disregarding the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
And that concludes public input under that item.
So now we're going to do the,
Commendations, yes.
are we doing that? So we're not doing the items that were continued, that's after?
That's later.
Okay. All right, so now it's time for commendations, although the first one up is the proclamation for Men's Health Month, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Parra, who is going to read that commendation.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor Negrete.
Proclamation.
Thank you. So I brought forward a proclamation on Men's Health Month, and I brought this item forward to raise crucial awareness about the health challenges faced by men and to advocate for informed decisions that promote healthy living. By fostering awareness, education, and active involvement in well-being of men and boys, each of us can play a significant role in helping them lead healthier lives. As a mom to 3 boys, and I should probably say 4 because if I count my husband, but also as someone that for the last 25 years have worked with 85 men in a local fire department. This is something that's very near and dear to my heart because, through the years, I've lost many coworkers in the fire service to cancer. And so men's health and the importance of being aware of being well and taking care of our bodies, not only in regards to being physically fit and eating well, but also, because of cancer, but also mental health, because of the strain of the job and what have you, equally just very important. So today I invited 2 special guests to accept the proclamation. The first is Dr. Anton Bilczak from St. John's Cancer Institute, who's joined forces with Stand Up to Cancer, a national initiative dedicated to driving colorectal cancer screenings and promoting health equity in underserved communities. I had the honor to serve as an ambassador for this initiative, raising awareness within our own community. And I commend the efforts of St. John's and the entire Stand Up to Cancer team. So thank you. My second guests are members of our very own esteemed Santa Monica Fire Department. Chief Connors is here along with Engine 6. Firefighters, as I said, are unsung heroes in every community, bravely risking their lives every day to safeguard us from fires and other emergencies. While they are rightfully celebrated for their courage and selflessness, it's often overlooked how their demanding profession can impact their mental health and physical well-being. It is imperative that we prioritize their health and wellness, not only for the men and women serving on the front lines, but also for the communities they tirelessly serve and protect. So thank you. So now I'd like to read the proclamation. Whereas, as we celebrate Father's Day, Men's Health Month is dedicated to raising awareness of preventable health issues and encouraging early detection and treatment of disease among men and boys. And whereas, despite advances in medical treatment, men continue to suffer from higher rates of certain health conditions and have an average life expectancy nearly 6 years less than women, highlighting the need for increased focus on men's health. And whereas the Stand Up to Cancer campaign, through initiatives such as the Colorectal Cancer Health Equity Dream Team, is making significant strides in cancer research by addressing health disparities and advancing treatment options for colorectal cancer, which I can never say this word, just what she said, affects men. And whereas firefighters face unique occupational hazards and health risks, including higher incidence of heart disease, cancer, and respiratory issues, making regular health screenings and preventive measures critical for these public servants. And whereas mental health is a crucial component of overall well-being, and men are often less likely to seek help for mental health issues, highlighting the need for education and resources to support men's health. And whereas promoting healthy lifestyles, including health screenings, regular physical activity, A balanced diet and the avoidance of tobacco and excessive alcohol consumption is essential to improving men's health and longevity. Now, therefore, on behalf of our Mayor, Phil Brock, City of Santa Monica, and on behalf of the members of City Council, to hereby proclaim June 2024 to be Men's Health Month and encourage all men and the entire Santa Monica community to engage in preventative health practices and prioritize early detection efforts throughout the year. Thank you.
We'd love for you guys to come. I think we have a couple of speakers. We'll
Thank you.
clap them for this. And then after you guys speak, we'll take a picture, but
So we'll have the Santa Monica Fire Department say a few words first, and then I believe Dr. Bilchek. Are you here, Doctor? Oh, I guess he didn't get to make it. Okay, so we'll have Santa Monica.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Cusick. I'm here representing Santa Monica Fire with my engine company and battalion chief. Thank you for your time. I started in Santa Monica Fire in 2014, just 10 years ago. And at that time, heart disease and atherosclerosis were the #1 killers of firemen in the U.S. Now, 66% of line-of-duty deaths are from cancer. 10% of firefighters are 10% more likely to be diagnosed with cancer than the general population. I started in 2014, and the changes to health and wellness have been remarkable. I think we all can attest that the diet back then was casseroles, soda, and juice, and now tonight for dinner it's salads, lean meats, fruits, and vegetables. Our personal protective equipment changes have been drastic, with each member getting 2 sets, washers and dryers that we use regularly in the station to clean our equipment. We have Plime vents in the fire stations to filter exhaust. Our wipes and decontamination procedures have changed radically on the fire ground. You've seen our members in the community performing their 90 minutes of physical activity a day that we are mandated to do to keep the city safe. All of these things we've done in support with our city council, and the city is behind us. I can't tell you how many thank yous we get in the city when we're out performing our physical activity and we're at the grocery store shopping, so thank you for that. Recently in this year, we're working on putting saunas and cold therapy into our stations to aggressively tackle mental health issues when we come back from stressful calls. Our guys are working around the clock to improve their mental and physical health. Being done with stressful and dramatic calls can be a challenge, and we're doing everything we can in our nature and we know what to do to tackle that. But some things are not enough. In 2014, when I entered the doors of the fire station, the first person to meet me was a man named Dominic Smith. Dominic Smith was a fire engineer on Engine 6, the engine I drive right now that's parked outside of City Hall. In March of 22, Dom Smith got a structure fire call and went down to drive. He couldn't put on his turnout boots that evening, and we immediately knew something was wrong. Just a couple hours later in the hospital, they found a brain tumor. 24 hours later, they found out that he had an aggressive form of brain cancer. That brain cancer took him in just over 16 months, and he left behind his wife, a 10-year-old daughter, and his members of the fire department. Some things we do in the station just aren't enough. We've had 5 cases of cancer in my 10 years of being here. We've had 3 people leave the job for mental health issues. The future of Santa Monica Fire Department holds the last sentence of this proclamation, which is prioritizing early detection and early treatment of cancer. We can't control the risks we take, and we can't control the calls we go on. Our oath is to protect the city and accept those risks, and all the members standing behind you and the rest of the fire stations will do that at any moment. We promise you that. However, what we can't control is early detection and treatment of these cancers that we're facing. This comes with things like total body MRIs and scans that are becoming more and more available to firefighters around the U.S. We're hoping to implement that strategy within the next couple of years in the fire department and more for the city to come. I thank you for your time and appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take a picture with you guys right here? Christine, do you want to go on the? You guys are so tall though now. I feel like we have to cut. Should we come down there or is that too much? Can you see us? Okay, yeah.
I can absolutely do that.
Here, should I go? Like peek. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next proclamation is for Juneteenth, and I think I saw Miss Laverne Ross. Is she in there?
Do you mind asking one more time if St. John, anybody here from St. John's?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Ms. Laverne's here. Okay, great. Is anyone here from St. John's, by the way? We just wanted to double check. No. Thank you. Ms. Ross, I'm going to come down there with you, okay? I feel like we just did this. The time goes by so fast. Are we waiting for someone or is someone? Are we waiting for someone else? I'm going to read the proclamation and then we're going to have some speakers to follow. So this proclamation is for Juneteenth, whereas Laverne Ross, founder of the Santa Monica Juneteenth celebration, proclaims the significant history of Juneteenth, the 11th federal holiday and Santa Monica holiday that originated in Texas on June 19, 1866. 1 year after Union Army General Gordon Granger's announcement of General Order No. 3 on June 19, 1865, proclaiming all Texas enslaved people are free, marking the end of the Civil War and the surrender of the Confederate General Robert E. Lee. And whereas the Santa Monica Juneteenth Celebration Committee has selected the theme of Rising Above Racism, a Legacy of Empowerment and Pride for the 32nd Annual Juneteenth Celebration, with the primary goal of continuing to empower and promote pride within African American grandparents, parents, children, and beyond. This year's celebration pays tribute to two local residents, Ms. Archie Lee and Ashton St. Clair. And whereas Santa Monica resident and former aerospace engineer Mr. Archie Lee moved to Santa Monica in 1957 to work at Corad Corporation and later at McDonnell Douglas, and was owner of Lee's Semiconductor Processing Lab. Mr. Archer Lee, one of the 85 courageous students who changed America on September 5th, 1955, alongside 84 other brave black students, quietly entered the all-white classes at Oak Ridge High School and Robertsville Junior High School in Anderson County, Tennessee, marking the first public school desegregation in the southeastern United States, a landmark achievement hailed as America's greatest achievement. This courageous act followed the Supreme Court's ruling that state-sanctioned segregation of public schools was a violation of the 14th Amendment and unconstitutional. The Juneteenth Celebration Committee's commendation to Mr. Archie Lee is its way to continue to empower and promote pride in people and communities. And whereas Ashton St. Clair, a graduating senior from Compass Charter Schools and incoming student at the University of California, Los Angeles, is recognized as the 2024 Miss Santa Monica Juneteenth Queen. Succeeding Laverne Ross, Santa Monica Juneteenth Festival founder and 2023 Miss Santa Monica Juneteenth Queen, and recognition of her outstanding academic achievements, scholastic merits, volunteerism, and athletic abilities. As the reigning Miss Santa Monica Juneteenth Queen, St. Clair shall receive a $500 scholarship to aid her in her tuition and is tasked with reporting back to the board for 2 years on professional African Americans currently practicing in her chosen field of study and upholding the committee's mission to empower and promote pride within communities. Now, therefore, our Mayor Phil Brock and the members, on behalf of all the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of June 16th through June 23rd as Juneteenth week in the City of Santa Monica. Encourage all residents to celebrate Juneteenth all month long.
First, I'd like to thank the mayor as well as the members of the Santa Monica City Council. But I just want to speak to two things, if you will. I want you to know Juneteenth is not a celebration of victory. It is, and it's not a celebration of the way things are, but it is a celebration of progress. It is the most profound way that we can celebrate any Juneteenth, the progress that African Americans has made in this United States of America. Now, progress can continue, and this is one way that has been manifested with our honorees, our outstanding honorees. Mr. Lee, who is part of the 85 students on September the 18th, as you heard the councilperson read, that he was among the 85 in the state of Tennessee that changed America, desegregated the awful segregation in the Tennessee area, the first. Now, the other, this is something that is being manifested with our progress way back in 1955. And Ashton, who has done outstanding achievement, profound achievement through her high school years, scholastic, volunteer, and so much more. Academics, scholastic, sports, you name it. This is why we will be crowning her Miss Juneteenth of 2024. We are very, very proud. This is progress that is being manifested. And this is how we want to rise above racism. And we want to empower and pride and promote pride. So I want to thank again the members of City Council and the mayor. And I also would like to thank the Cultural Arts Department for designing a special proclamation for us. Thank you. And I would like my honorees, if they like to have a few words, to come forward. Would you like to say whatever you like?
Well, I came to California and
you can speak to the
I believe in 63 instead of 57. And I came because a company had hired me to come out here and develop a nuclear radiation detector for them. And I didn't know where I was going. They paid my transportation out here, and I didn't know where the company was when I got here. So I stopped at a little restaurant on Pico and Bundy, I believe. It's called Ted's now. And they told me where the company was, and I found a place, and that place happened to be here in Santa Monica. So I've been here since 63, and my career in nuclear detectors, semiconductor lasers, integrated optics, it's all advanced here since I've been here. So the city has been a big help for me. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed council members, for that proclamation. I just want to mimic what Ms. Laverne said about this is a celebration of progress, and we are definitely not done yet. Thank you.
I'll take a photo with you guys here.
Does the rest of the committee want to come up? Yeah, get them all up here.
This is so cool. I also never had a pride. I didn't get a pride one. I want a pride.
Thanks, Skylar.
Okay. That's awesome.
Yeah, you did. Thanks.
Hi.
Shoot. All right, I gotta move around away from Erica. She's too tall for me.
They're all tall.
All right.
Can you see us?
Big smiles. Alright. Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Don't move.
Oh. Another one? Wait, what's happening? Wait, I'm confused. Were we supposed to be here or no? Okay, I'm.
Oh.
One more. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, we got one more proclamation before we go to break for the Visionary Leaders in Action Coalition. I'll meet you guys over here and, but before we go to break. That one's coming back later. I could read that again.
Hey, nice to meet you in person.
What you guys are doing is amazing. I'd love to talk to
Thank
you more about it.
you. So you want to present first, or you want us to talk
first
first?
and then we'll
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure we do
Yes,
it right.
yes. I know,
And
sorry, that was
this is our team
confusing.
back here too. These are all the young individuals right there. Santa Monica High School, Culver City High School as well.
Okay,
too,
I'm
so-
so high when my kids are.
Okay.
Okay, this is an awesome commendation. I know the crowd is shuffling out. I just want to give these people their moment. Okay, this commendation is for the Visionary Leaders in Action, VLA. Whereas Visionary Leaders in Action, VLA, is a youth leadership coalition dedicated to educating young people about the dangers of drugs and alcohol and empowering them to become advocates and leaders for change in their communities. And whereas Visionary Leaders in Action extends its welcoming arms to youth from Santa Monica, Culver City, and Venice, fostering a collaborative and inclusive environment for diverse communities. And whereas the SWIFT, Substance Prevention and Wellness Initiatives for Future Transformation Youth Summit, hosted by VLA, will be held on June 23rd, 2024 at Virginia Avenue Park, and will target high school students from Venice High, Phoenix High, Culver City High, and Santa Monica High to promote substance use prevention and overall wellness among youth. And whereas the SWIFT Youth Summit is more than just an event, it's a movement dedicated to empowering young people to lead healthier, substance-free lives through education, support, and community engagement. Now, therefore, the mayor of our city, Phil Block, and on behalf of all the members of the city council, we do hereby Visionary Leaders in Action for its contributions to empowerment, substance and youth use prevention, and community engagement, making a significant impact on the lives of young people in Santa Monica and the surrounding areas. So before they speak, I just want to say how important this is. We did not have this when I was in school, and the communities that you were talking about have long since had its ups and downs together. And I think bringing young people, because you are our future, to lead us in this, since this is such a prevalent issue in today's world, is really something to be proud of. So thank you very much.
Thank you, too. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The mayor is not here, but we thank him as well, and all the council members here, and to the community of Santa Monica. So I'll start this again, second time around. Hello, my name is Gabriel Hill, and I'm a program manager at the Institute for Public Strategies and co-chair of the Youth Coalition Visionary Leaders in Action. Our mission is to empower and support young leaders in West Los Angeles in making informed, life-impacting decisions and living substance-free lives through education, prevention efforts, and community engagement. We strive to reduce substance use among youth and young adults, promoting their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. I am pleased to introduce two founding members of Visionary Leaders in Action Coalition, Benicio and Eva, to tell you more about why this work matters to them.
Hello, my name is Benicio Mora Fadarini, and I go to Culver City High School. The Visionary Leaders in Action Coalition called to me because of my passion for public health. Substance misuse is a critical part of public health, and it is a very apparent problem in my community for people my age and sometimes even younger. Visionary Leaders in Action envisions a future where young people can thrive in a safe and substance-free environment. We envision a West Los Angeles community where substance use among youth is reduced, helping youth achieve their full potential and lead healthy, fulfilling lives. One way we are doing this is through our upcoming SWIFT Youth Summit, which stands for Substance Prevention and Wellness Initiatives for Future Transformation. I'm excited to see the presentations there on topics like the impact of underage alcohol and cannabis use, the risk of fentanyl, and more.
Hello, my name is Evangeline Boyd, and I am a student of Sam Ojai High School, and I'm a resident of Santa Monica. Substance use prevention is important to me because it's normalized in society, but it shouldn't be normal. People use drugs to cope with internal issues that are when there are healthier alternatives. I want to be a psychologist when I grow up, and Visionary Leaders in Action is giving me a preview into some important aspects. I'm also passionate about community-based projects and working with my community, which is why I'm so excited about the SWIFT Youth Summit, and I'm looking forward to learning more about mental health and for our community to learn together. We would like to thank you, Mayor, for this commendation. We at VLA are honored, and we sincerely appreciate this recognition. We are proud of what we do, and we would like to invite the community all across Los Angeles to join us on June 23rd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Virginia Avenue Park for our SWIFT Youth Summit. Please visit bit.ly/SWIFT register or check out our flyer to learn more. We're excited to see you there. Thank you.
My next life, I'll be taller.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Maybe not when the flag is falling behind you. Hold on one second.
Is this the last thing, or do we have?
Before closed session, yes, because they put off the Rip City.
And I'll let her stay.
Oh, don't forget someone's got their stuff here.
Thank you.
Is this yours, Gabriel?
Okay. All right, so where are we at?
So are we gonna move to do the Rip City Skates item, or are they just not here?
I think they're prepared to be here at 7. What time is it now?
It's only 6:38.
Do you want to move to do the Rip City item, or do you want to wait because it's 6:38? Is anyone here from Rip City?
No, we'll do it at 7.
I looked at you because.
Are you the only one coming?
I don't think he's with Rip City, no.
Wait till 7.
Okay, then we'll now move on to the city manager report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Without a doubt, summer's here, and the events in Santa Monica are amazing and alive, and so I'm going to highlight a few of them coming up this weekend and over the course of the month. So first off, a reminder, as we already know with the proclamation we celebrated, this Saturday will be the 32nd Annual Juneteenth Festival at Virginia Avenue Park from 2 to 7. There will be music and performances, a cultural arts marketplace, kids' activities, and so much more. And before you head to the festival, there are 2 wonderful events happening that morning I want to make sure you're aware of. We'll have the annual Cardboard Yacht Regatta at the Annenberg Community Beach House and the kickoff to the Library Summer Reading Program at the main library. And you can find out more information about these wonderful events at santamonica.gov/events. And also please note that next Wednesday, Juneteenth, on June 19th, City Hall and facilities will be closed. And as we all know, Pride Month is off to an exciting start, and thank you to everyone who has attended events so far. There are many family events taking place this Friday and Saturday at the Annenberg Community Beach House, the Crow Comedy Club, and more. You can check them all out at smpride.com for more details. And please do mark your calendars for June 22nd when we'll have the amazing Pride on the Promenade from 2 to 8 p.m. All ages are welcome to enjoy musical performances, Pride-themed treats, giveaways, games, and so much more. And June 29th is the 10th anniversary celebration of the Pico Branch Library from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Everyone is encouraged to attend that event. And that weekend will be the moment when we have the Santa Monica Piers annual 360 Beach Festival, which is always a great time, and there's no shortage of things to do around the city in the month of June. So that will conclude my report. Thank you very much.
We'll now move on to closed session. We have 2 items being heard in closed session and 2 report outs this evening. Item 4A, conference with legal counsel, Santos Dolores Amaya de Vidas versus the city. Item 4B, conference with legal counsel, Harbor versus City of Santa Monica. Item 4C, Christina Choi and others versus the city and others, report out only. And item 4D, Robinson, Cheyenne and others, and Santa Monica and others, report out only.
City Attorney, when do you think we'll be back?
I think we can do 7:10.
Okay, we'll see you back here at 7:10.
Clerk, are you back? Okay. Welcome back to our city council meeting. And City Attorney Sloan, could you give us a report, please?
So for today's closed session items, all of the items were heard, nothing to report out from those items. However, from our prior closed sessions, in the Troy case, that was a personal injury case, it settled for $2.95 million. Council approved the settlement authority at the January 23rd, 24 meeting with a vote of 7-0. Also in the Robinson versus City case, that was a personal injury case that settled for $3 million total, with $2.75 million to Robinson and $250,000 to any Edie. Council approved settlement authority at the May 14, 2024 meeting with a vote of 6-0, with Councilmember De La Torre absent. That's all.
Thank you.
For Rip City, right.
Yeah, Rip City first.
We are allowing public comment for the added items.
Yeah, we'll hear that under item 6. Yeah. So, okay, moving back to item 3D, commendation for Rip City Skates.
You're gonna go down there?
I'm going to have you go down, and then I'll come down. Fair enough? I'm going to give you the, I'm going to give you this. And you'll go stand on the podium, and I'll take pictures with them at the end, okay? And I'll read the proclamation from here. Good evening. I'm excited. We have a commendation for a business that's been in this city for quite a while, and one of the foundations of skateboarding in Santa Monica. And I want to read a commendation to Rip City Skates. And I'm happy that some of their employees are here today, and they look like they just came from Rip City the way they should. So let me read this and commend them on their longevity and great work and being a hyper-local business in Santa Monica. Whereas Rip City Skates, founded in 1978, is one of the oldest continuously operating skate shops in the world and a cornerstone of the Santa Monica skateboarding community. And whereas Rip City Skates has played a pivotal role in the development and popularization of skateboarding culture, supporting numerous generations of skaters and contributing to the evolution of the sport, and whereas the store has maintained its authentic and grassroots approach to skateboarding, providing personalized service and fostering a welcoming environment for both novice and experienced skateboarders, and whereas the store's co-owners, cousins Jim McDowell and Bill Poncher, and their dedicated staff in front of me, have consistently demonstrated a deep passion for skateboarding, sharing their extensive knowledge and expertise with the community, and whereas Rip City Skates has become a cultural landmark, being recently inducted into the Skateboard Hall of Fame and featured in the short documentary film Kinda Crazy, which documents the store's impact in Santa Monica, which is the birthplace of radical skateboarding. Yes. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of our City Council, do hereby commend Rip City Skates for its enduring legacy, significant contributions to the skateboarding community, and unwavering commitment to the sport over the past decades, dated today. And I want to, you have Vice Mayor Negretti standing behind you, but I think her purchases have helped keep your store in business over the years. So I'm going to come down, but I'd like one of your management team to speak to us about your skateboard shop for a minute.
Chris Candy. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Oh, microphone.
Great.
No?
It's on.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor. My name is Chris Candy. I have worked at Rip City since I was old enough to work at Rip City. It is a very important shop to the community of Santa Monica. and has been there as a outpost for all the local people of Santa Monica. It wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for the community. Like the mayor said, Santa Monica is the birthplace of radical skateboarding with the helps of people like Tony Alba, Skip Engblom, Jay Adams, Jesse Martinez, Eric Dressen, just to name a few. Nadas Kapas, who lives right down the street. It is truly an honor to be acknowledged by the city, which the store has resided in. Jim McDowell and Bill Poncher have both been a huge fan of the city's, and this is a high honor for them, so they're very appreciative and unfortunately could not be here this evening, but they are showing up with us in spirit, so thank you so much.
And here, everyone give them a hand. And we're going to have you come into the well.
Sure.
And take a picture with all you guys. Come on.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Give me one vertically.
Can you see the council members?
I think so, yeah.
It's fine.
No, you're fine.
It's
It's
fine.
All right.
For the ground.
For the gram.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
You're the gnarliest mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How do we get those pens?
Oh, yeah, we'll get you some pens.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And a reminder, I used to kick
Yeah, he actually told me to receive last time.
Come on down here. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. You as well. Thank you so much. Locals discount.
There you go.
Okay, we'll now move on to the mayor's moment. So
Yes.
move the video.
And if everyone could pay attention to the video screen, I understand this is a good one.
As opposed to the.
No, that's not what I meant. But this one, they actually have interviews. It's still 3 minutes.
Welcome to the Santa Monica 3-Minute History Series. Today we will talk about St. Anne's Church at 2011 Colorado Avenue. In 1886, Santa Monica's first Catholic church, St. Monica's, was established with Father Patrick Haw as resident pastor. In 1908, Father Haw opened St. Anne's Mission on an acre of land on 21st Street. The location was convenient to East Santa Monica and Sawtelle, in particular the growing population of Mexican Catholics living in the vicinity of Santa Monica's brickyards.
The priest announced from the pulpit that he needed bricks to build the church. And within a week, he had enough to build the whole church, and then after that, start on the school.
Bricks, paint, hardware, and lumber were donated by local businesses. Other donations included a gilded cross and religious oil paintings. Volunteer laborers completed construction of the small church in the space of a single week. A well-attended dedication service was held on Ash Wednesday in 1908. A day school established by the Sisters of the Holy Name at St. Anne's opened its doors in 1909. Haw built a shrine with a statue of St. Anne, and a well was added in 1910. The holy shrine and well drew crowds of the faithful during novena, 9 days of prayer every year.
So St. Anne is Our Lady's mom, and therefore Jesus' grandma. Here at St. Anne's, I think that the fact that it is St. Anne, the grandmother of Jesus, is perfect for this community, because that's what this community feels like. It's not, it's a family connection more than anything else.
I remember my grandmother was very much involved in the church. She was so involved, she was part of the Guadalupana group. These were devoted Catholic women who did all types of services there at the church. And the shrine has just always been very special ever since I was little. There's so many family photos of my mother with my sisters, different eight times of our life with my grandmother taking photographs in front of the Virgen de Guadalupe. Practically 75% of the kids walking home would stop at Casillas Market. 3:15, that store was always filled with children who were going to buy a snack, on their walk back home. But I still remain friends with kids that were in my class and that were from the Pico neighborhood. And to this day, we're still friends.
Any sense of the history of Santa Monica, like Gallegos Market and Casillas Market and the hot dog stand, the one thing they all have in common is St. Anne's.
Request of Councilmember Davis that the City Council authorize the city manager and interim city.
Sorry, that was something else.
No idea. I was like,
I thought you were going to be doing accommodations.
thank you so much for the Santa Monica Conservancy and the Santa Monica History Museum for this great moment in Santa Monica history. Thank you.
I will now ask if any council members have any reports on travel since our last meeting.
And I see none.
Hearing none, we'll now move on to consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I have no notes that anybody would like to pull any items from the consent calendar tonight.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I will. I will move to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
It's been moved by Councilmember Terosas, seconded by Vice Mayor Negretti.
Can I just make a comment now? Oh, sorry. We have to vote. My bad. Let's do that.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete? Yes. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
And I ask that is because there are a considerable number of contracts every single time on the consent calendar. And obviously, we support the work that staff's doing, but I do think it's important that we're kind of adopting a framework for how we're going about procuring these goods and services.
So I don't have an answer for you immediately offhand, but I can get it back to you. I'll check
Okay.
with our finance director.
Yeah, I would love a public update on that at some point in the future. Thanks.
We will now move on to item 6, public input on remaining agenda items. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And just as a reminder, council did vote earlier this evening to allow public input on the continued items because those items were continued from the last meeting without public input being heard. We have 5 members of the public on the list for public input tonight, so I'm going to call all 5 names, and if you could please line up by the speaker's podium here. Jerry Rubin, Denise Barton, Martin Ronzio Garcia, Harvey Etter, and Lori.
Well, thank you very, very much.
Sorry, Mr. Rubin, you're speaking on 2 items, correct?
Could I do that
Yes,
now?
you can.
Yeah.
Yes, you have 4 minutes left for this evening.
Oh, well, okay.
You may proceed.
I'd like to speak on the continued item 8D, request of Mayor Block that the city manager and city attorney develop policies that regulate tree removal as a result of new development. And I am honored to be on the Urban Forest Task Force, but I'm speaking just for myself tonight. I think it's a good start to continue working to protect and nurture our urban forest. And I hope we'll continue to move in a timely way to protect all trees on private property in a fair way that other cities do. I know Peter James had been working on that, and we have the support of the Environmental Commission and the Urban Forest Task Force, but details still need to be worked out. It's crucially important. I just want to say it would be good to add an amendment to this to get the input from our city forester and our task force, as well as the city manager and the city attorney. And I think it would be good to consider, rather than just getting rid of a tree, even though you're going to replant 3 new trees, that there be some requirement that there be a consideration, if feasible, and it might be a little more expense, but it's worth it, that there be consideration of relocating a tree before you just get out the chainsaw and cut it. Just planting, of course, 3 new trees, but that tree is valuable. And the city, if you remember, has said that our trees are our second most important aspect of Santa Monica next to our people. And that's true. The other item I'd like to quickly talk about is the rules for the council. Of course, you guys, I thought, are always held accountable. I don't know what's missing in that, but if you firm it up, I'm sure you'll honorably understand that. I wish our Supreme Court would be more honorable than other entities. But the truth is, no one should be leaking information out of closed session. No one should be that disrespectful of the city, and that might end up costing the city a lot of money to investigate it. So I'm between a rock and a hard place on that. To spend all that money when we need money for other good things. It's so terrible to have to be forced into a place where we might have to do that. So if there is a less expensive way to do it, there should be something. But the basic thing is no one should be doing that, whoever it is. I have my suspicions. I have no idea how this is going to pan out and how bad this is for the city. But no one should ever do that again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Next speaker is Denise Barton. And Ms. Barton, I have you down for 2 items, twice as well. Are you speaking on 2 items?
Yes. Good evening. On item 7A, by making taller buildings with more density and making office buildings residential is not what's in the best interest of the city or the current residents who live here. Let's start with the taller buildings. Taller buildings block airflow, have sufficient shading, significant shading, and block the views residents have now. I guess you don't realize the reason people live here by the beach is for the sun, fresh air, and views. But what you seem to only be concerned with is your special interest of affordable housing, not the significant decline of the quality of life for the residents due to your actions. So obviously you don't care about the residents except for how much money you can get out of them for your special interests, and this item is another example of that. In addition, the city has no services for the disabled, which can be seen in the housing element referring the disabled to other federal agencies whose purpose is not to be housing coordinator, the job city staff is paid to do. As a result, disabled tenants are unable to get reasonable accommodation or credit for things like parking and storage because there's mold in the parking garage due to lots of sewage spills and a pipe bursting. But for the city of Santa Monica thinks that these are reasonable conditions for the disabled to live in the city's affordable housing. It doesn't change. Next, on item 16C, haven't we been here before, like on February 8th, 2022? And wasn't it Gleam Davis that made the same accusations? Also, considering everyone but council members Rosas and Zwick swore that they understood about closed session secrecy, including a retreat on the Brown Act. So I kind of have a hard time believing it's a council member unless it's one of the 2 previously mentioned trying to set someone up before the election in November. Or what better way to take attention away from them but to co-sponsor the item? You wouldn't be targeting Mayor Phil Brock, would you? It seems to be a new election year tactic by Gleam Davis with other SMER representation joining in. Although I'd be much more likely to believe that it's a city staff member. Might have been a staff member who left recently. I just hope this isn't another smear campaign by council members Davis, DeRosas, and Zwick. But they're all SMER representatives, so anything's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Next speaker is Martin Ronzio Garcia. And Mr. Garcia, if you could please state for the record which items you're speaking on.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. It's item 8E. Mm-hmm. So good evening, Mayor Brock, honorable council members and city staff. My name is Martin Ronzio Garcia. I'm the Business and Community Development Manager with Downtown Santa Monica. And I'm here to speak on item 8E related to outdoor dining rates in the downtown. The DTSM Inc. Board of Directors recommends waiving outdoor dining fees for 1 year and then setting them at $1 per square foot with an annual CPI increases. This would extend to existing and new businesses. Reducing existing rates from what is currently as much as $4.09 a square foot for restaurants selling alcohol in some areas of the downtown will make our rates competitive with the city of Beverly Hills, which charges $1 to $1.75 a square foot, and also the city of Culver City, which charges $1.08 a square foot. We understand that requesting these rate reductions during these challenging financial times is a significant ask, but our board believes that this incentive will not only support our existing restaurants, but also incentivize new ones to open, thereby expanding our tax base. Also, reducing outdoor dining fees will further enhance the business-friendly changes we've been touting in recent years. These include eliminating parking requirements, enabling businesses to operate without CUPs, and making the interim zoning ordinance permanent. Thank you for considering our recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Harvey Etter. Mr. Etter still here? Okay, we'll move on to the last speaker, who is Lori.
Good evening, Mayor Phil Brock and City Councilmen and women. I'm here for...
I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit, even though the mic's on? It's a little...
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Phil Brock and City Councilmen and women. I'm here for 10A for massage establishments. I'm here to ask the City Council to reconsider and to abolish the 500-foot buffer separation requirement between massage establishments. My name is Lori Delgado, and I'm a local massage therapist here in Santa Monica, California. In January 2024, I wanted to get I applied for a business license, and my business license has been pending ever since. Because of the zoning restrictions that states no massage practice should be 500 feet from another massage practice. My practice is located at 1327 Ocean Avenue. I was told that Equinox is a massage therapy practice. However, they are known for their workout facility, and yes, they have a spa massage facilities for their clients. Both Equinox is located at 201 Santa Monica Boulevard. Between my practice and Equinox, it's further than 500 feet. However, there is a massage therapy practice right across the street from Equinox, Santa Monica Massage and Reflexology Center located at 1410 2nd Street. I'm also a massage therapist at Sony Pictures, where I massage the most talented, hardworking, dedicated employees who also come to my practice to receive treatment, as well as many times I offer free massages for individuals who can't afford massages, because for most individuals, massage therapy is a luxury, and unfortunately, massage therapy can be quite expensive for individuals who can't afford massages. Coming from a healthcare background, this can be devastating to my clients who need my services but can't afford massage therapy, but I'm willing to give them free massages when they're in need because of their health and financial issues. Not having a practice with an established clientele would...
Thank you very much.
And that concludes public input for this evening. Item 7A, Housing Element Phase 2 Implementation Study Session. That's it. Is it in the shared drive? Okay. Would you mind opening it from there then? Thank you. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jing Yo, Planning Manager. I'm here tonight to present the progress update on Housing Element Phase 2 implementation. Here with the entire Housing Element team, Stephanie Reich, our Design and Historic Preservation Planner, and Susan Ambrosini from AECOM. Susan and Rachel will be joining me in the presentation today. All right, just do this. So just for background, as you recall, the City Council implemented Phase 1 of the housing element programs last year. That was largely the heightened FAR upzoning, a lot of the programs with respect to housing production. And we now have a deadline to implement what we're calling the Phase 2 programs by October 15th of this year. Tonight's study session is intended to give you a progress update on those housing element programs, and we're particularly focusing on 3 key programs where we have 12 guiding policy questions seeking your council, seeking your direction before we return. We anticipate returning to you September the 24th so that it can be adopted and in place before our October 15th deadline. You can see this is where we are at this point. At June 11th, we will be going to the Planning Commission August 7th for their recommendation to the council, and I said back to you on September 24th. Just a reminder that we are required to continue to proceed to implement the housing element. If we don't do so, we could be found out of compliance, could potentially reopen the window for builders remedy projects, losing funding for affordable housing and the like. Santa Monica is already subject to SB 35 under the state's determination, so we are subject to a streamlined process for developers that opt in to that process for projects with at least 50% affordability. So I'm going to jump right into the progress updates right now, just go program by program. So the first program with an update is Program 1B. This is the streamlining of the architecture review process. And a lot of work has been done in that respect already and moving a lot of the design review approvals to the staff level. This is really dialing down into the process of design review. And so what we're doing here is, as promised in the housing element, we are ensuring that there is certainty in the design review process, there's time limits for review, and that the design review process cannot be used to deny housing projects. It's very much a reflection of what we are doing in practice, but we now have to put it into code. Program 2B, this is a right of first offer ordinance, and the commitment here is an exploration of this program. So what we will be returning to council with is an information item on right of first offer best practices and the cost benefits of the programs as an understanding of the council, whether the city wants to delve further into actually implementing such a program. Program 2C is part 2 of the exploration into amendments to the Affordable Housing Production Program. This program is actually largely, it's completed. We've met our commitment here. What we were looking at here was really sort of future explorations as need be. For example, a future in lieu fee study. We've certainly heard concerns that the affordable housing in lieu fee, may need some revisiting. So that's something we'd have to work with our partners in the housing division on. And we'd also had committed to taking a look at, whether there was a need to provide more flexibility, for example, with the offsite option. However, with evolution of state density bonus law, which was, really not known at the time that, this program was created, and council did give us direction when you adopted the local implementing ordinance for consistency with Assembly Bill 1287, which is the most recent iteration of state density bonus law. Council did not give direction for staff to go and pursue a special local density bonus program for offsite affordable housing, for example. With those strong state density bonus incentives, it appears it's not really necessary at this point to expand alternatives for offsite options or to look at a mixed compliance option. We're using a fee to meet the AHPP requirements. Program 1I, this is with respect to construction innovation and supporting that whenever possible. So these are really working with our Building and Safety Division to identify what kinds of projects would qualify with innovative construction methods. For example, we've heard some interest in mass timber or buildings that, use more innovative sustainability features. As an example, factory-built housing is an area that we will be kind of looking at right of way. Because it's implementing a state law, so that's looking at reducing plan check fees. And you can see here a little bit more detail on factory-built housing, what that is otherwise known as modular housing, been around quite a long time, actually. And this is where HCD administers a factory-built housing program. The city has an obligation to then require any additional review of those plans or charge a plan check fee. There's some things, adjustments we have to make to our zoning code because we have sort of outdated provisions in there that are not consistent with updates in state law with respect to factory-built housing. Program 2I and 5B, this is a little bit of a wonkish update to our, what we call a residential land use classification. So there's a slew of those in our zoning ordinance, and also looking at removing any barriers to fair housing. So that part of the law really is in constant evolution. So we're working with the city attorney's office to ensure that the city is in full compliance with fair housing requirements. And you can see there, largely expected work product is around a multitude of ordinance amendments. So at this point, we've been doing that work, very detailed work in terms of looking at land use classifications, requirements to ensure consistency with applicable state laws, and also continuing consultation with our human services staff to ensure that we are in compliance and facilitating what are called low barrier navigation centers. So essentially, it's not just homeless shelters, it's sort of this, holistic approach to these centers. So that's a progress update just of the programs, that we are continuing to work towards, and we'll be back with you with amendments. And now we're going to move into sort of the three key programs where we are seeking council policy direction tonight. The first of those has to do with Program 3A. This is really an offshoot of the Housing Crisis Act, otherwise known as SB 330, as amended by SB 8. And key among that is sort of this idea of an anti-displacement requirement in SB 330. So, what it does is that it I think in simple terms, it's really, when you remove a unit, you must replace it. So this idea of like a no net loss in general principle. It was passed by the state legislature recently, or amended, and it extended the provisions to January 1, 2030. So at the time we drafted this program, that law actually sunsetted in 2025. Now that it's sunsetting in 2030, we did confirm with HCD that no further action is necessary by the city because we have in fact added a provision to ensure consistency with that state law as it evolves. However, in implementation, there are actually two key areas where questions have been raised and, where there is some local discretion with respect to choices that the city can make. One is with respect to, how we want to ensure long-term affordability with certain replacement units. And the other one has to do with, how do we apply, or do we apply a no net loss requirement when no new construction is proposed. So with respect to long-term affordability, in cases where existing rent control units are demolished and they were occupied by moderate or above moderate income households, in that particular instance, the city actually has the option to require those replacement units to either be deed restricted for lower income households or just return to rent control. The distinction there being, when it's rent controlled, it doesn't ensure that long-term affordability. It just stabilizes the prices, right? But it can reset to market, and then it's subject to rent control. If it's deed restricted, it guarantees that affordability to a lower income household. So we do have a choice to make there, and that is a question we have for you. Secondly is some unique situations that have come up, and I'll just use one that has come up very recently with respect to combining units within existing buildings. This is something that has happened throughout our history, where people might buy two condominiums side by side and they desire to merge them together. We have approved those sorts of things in the past. However, when SB 330 came along, it appeared to us, and I think many jurisdictions around the state, that this no net loss requirement really meant on its face, you cannot have the loss of a housing unit in the city. We reached out to HCD for technical assistance, and they indicated to us that the law is actually doesn't say, they are declining to opine on it. So is really, what it comes down to, and what that means is that it is up to each jurisdiction to then interpret what that might mean. So we have some choices here. You can see some scenarios that we had outlined in the staff report to sort of illustrate these situations. Like I said, the example of the combining buildings within an existing building, the conversion of a housing unit to a non-housing unit, We've seen situations where, converting an ADU to a home office, for an example, demolition of an ADU without replacement. These things sound rather innocuous. And within the meaning of SB 330, you're not really constructing anything. So the question is, does that requirement really apply? And that's where, HCD has said, you can feel free to make your interpretation about that. So you can see here the two policy questions being asked. First one is that, where we have the replacement units in that situation where it is a rent-controlled unit formerly occupied by a moderate or above moderate household. In those situations, should the city codify a preference for the unit to be deed restricted for low-income households or rent-controlled? When we discussed it with the Planning Commission, the recommendation was for deed restriction for lower income households to ensure that long-term affordability. That's been our understanding, is the desire of council to guarantee that long-term affordability, and really the only way to do that is through a deed restriction. Second policy question here has to do with, where SB 330 does not specify whether a net reduction in housing units is allowed. Should the city prohibit any project, whether new construction is proposed or not, that results in a net reduction in housing units in the city? So, again, going back to those situations, imagine someone purchases 2 condo units, they want to combine them together. Are we prohibiting them from doing that? I think in discussing this through as a staff, it didn't seem maybe reasonable in that sense to restrict it. So, I think we would recommend that we prohibit or that we allow it in those situations unless it is a protected unit as identified by SB 330. So it can't be a case, I think, to highlight a situation, maybe where there's a rent-controlled apartment building, and there's a merging of units. I think we would have concern about that because those are identified as protected units in a state law. But in situations where it's just a market rate, condominium or something like that, it seems like maybe there's less of a concern there. So that's the policy question we're posing for you. Moving on now to the next program, and the next two are sort of two very substantive chunks of this presentation. So the first part here has to do with objective design standards in the Bergamot Area Plan. The second part has to do with the new adaptive reuse ordinance. So in here, I'll be partnering with Susan Ambrosini on this portion of the presentation. So this is Program 1E, which is to simplify the overall standards and provide clearer, user-friendly regulations with greater incentives to build housing in the Bergamot area. The work product here is the development of objective design standards. And at this point, we've made a ton of progress in this. We had originally a grant from SCAG to develop this, and then we've continued keeping AECOM with us to sort of take this across the finish line. So we have had presentations to the broader community. We have a technical working group of stakeholders that includes community members and the development community, and we've had multiple study sessions with the Architecture Review Board and the Planning Commission. So, these objective design standards are pretty identical, actually, to what the council has already reviewed with respect to SB 35 objective design standards. All that is going to be brought forward. An additional thing that is newer here is that we are needing to respond to some preliminary applications for substantially taller buildings than we've really seen in recent memory in the city. And so that's also part of this presentation tonight, is sort of a review of, some of sample standards from other cities that we've seen with respect to taller buildings. And we have a policy question around that as well. The reason this is being done is that the Bergamot Area Plan was adopted in 2013. It's 140 acres that surrounds the Expo Station, which is at the Bergamot Arts Center. And the vision of the plan was to guide this sort of like compact, transit-oriented mixed-use development around the Expo Station. The idea was to build this sort of like transit village, a new neighborhood. Suffice to say, looking on over 10 years later, almost nothing has happened, with respect that has been governed by the plan. None of the transformation in that has really occurred. 3 housing projects and 1 office project have been approved, but nothing has been constructed. The 3 constructed projects that you may notice in the Bergamot area were actually all development agreements, and they all predated the Bergamot Area Plan. So really, there hasn't been anything that has been constructed that actually has been governed by the area plan standards. And one of the key reasons that we've heard, both not only from developers, but even from the community staff that's working with it, is that the standards in the plan are very confusing, very difficult to implement. In a case like that, really we need more clarity and user friendliness to them. So the objective design standards, some key components here you can see on December 6th of last year as part of the objective design standards for SB 35 projects that sort of like kickstarted this effort. Those categories of design standards will continue to move forward as part of this bucket of work. So in terms of looking at ground floor use and design, street frontage, pedestrian orientation, building modulation, open space, and parking design, those will carry forward with us. However, in here, what we're looking for tonight is really dialing down on open space. It's particularly important in Bergamot because of the size of the parcels relative to the rest of the city. We want to look at maximum floor plate, and then as I indicated, these standards to address taller buildings. So at this point, I'm going to invite Susan Ambrosini to come up and take you through the rest of the work in Bergamot.
Okay. Hi, good evening. I'm Susan Ambrosini with AECOM. All right, so as Jing mentioned, the Bergamot area is unique because of the larger parcel sizes. You can see the square footages shown there on the map. It's also unique in that there isn't any existing open space. So that means that we need to be particularly thoughtful when we're thinking about the open space requirements as new residential uses start to come into the area potentially. So we've been thinking about what should the total requirement be in general on the ground floor, and how do we think about pathways through larger sites. As Jing mentioned, some of the existing standards are relatively prescriptive and can be hard to implement. These are some plans from the existing plan. The amount of open space varies throughout the plan, and they are relatively prescriptive in terms of where you are required to put the open space. So in thinking about the recommendations moving forward, we've been talking about aligning with the downtown community plan. So it's notable in that the amount of open space increases and decreases based on the parcel size. There is a minimum size of open space required. There's required open space on the ground floor that needs to be visible from the street or sidewalk. We've been talking about incentivizing pedestrian pathways through development sites, which I'll get into in a moment, and then incentivizing open space to be located next to the pedestrian pathways. So in thinking about pathways through these large sites, this diagram on the bottom left shows the area. I think it's north of Stewart Street, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and you can see there's very, very large parcels as shown by the square footage. And you can see where the desired cut-throughs might be. And, why do we want to cut through these large parcels? Well, they help with pedestrian mobility. It helps make mobility more efficient in many cases. And they can also make for just great, interesting ways to travel through an area. So it can be great both from an efficiency standpoint and just a pedestrian interest standpoint as well. So we've been looking at how to break up these sites in a way that's potentially feasible. So you can see in the top left corner, there's a new development, and it actually included a pathway. So it's almost cut through the entire site. So if that parcel in the middle gets developed, we would want to see that pathway be continued. So thinking about how we can go about doing that. On the east side, you can see there aren't any pathways currently, but there's potential for them to be developed because these lots are so large. And what do we mean by pedestrian pathways? The photo on the right gives you an example. So they're generally, cars are not allowed to use them potentially or maybe for access way, but it's generally meant to be devoted to pedestrians, potentially cyclists, in a different fashion than a standard street cross section. So here are some more photo examples so you can get a sense of what we're thinking about. Depending on the land use of a particular building, pathways can look really different. So the example on the bottom right shows more of a potentially commercially oriented pathway, but they can be done successfully in residential-only projects as well, as shown on the top right and the photo on the left. So another thing we've been thinking about is maximum building footprint standards, and it relates to the pathways concept because, and this is actually from the existing plan where building footprints are limited. And the reason why is if you have a large structure that takes up a large floor plate on the ground floor, you can't have that pathway that cuts through. So if you do have maximum floor plate sizes, that does help incentivize pathways to be created. So we have a few policy questions for you tonight related to open space before I move on to the taller building standards. So similar to the downtown community plan, should the open space requirement be based on parcel size such that open space requirements increase as a parcel gets bigger? So a yes would mean the total amount of required open space increases if a parcel is larger. It would be larger. It would be a larger percentage, though, of that parcel as the parcel size increases. It would be the same approach as in the downtown community plan. A no would mean that the total amount of required open space would not be based on parcel size, but would be based on a fixed amount or based on another measure, commonly number of units, for example, in a project. It's the same approach that would be used in commercial zones outside of the downtown plan. So a second policy question is, should there be a minimum dimension or size required for primary open space? And the reason why that is important is you can have an open space requirement, but if there's not a minimum size associated with it, potentially developers could use very linear open spaces. They're not very functional. They're not serving the residents the way you want them to. And so if you have some very basic but flexible minimum standards, that can really help create usable open space. So a yes would mean the open space is usable. It's not simply a project circulation space. A no would mean there would not be a minimum required open space size. It's more likely to be relegated to minimal areas that are left over after the building is designed. A third policy question is, should open space be required on the ground floor? You don't have to require it. It could be built, on rooftop decks or on the top of a podium, for example. And so a specific way of trying to implement pathways, for example, or that kind of communal common open space is to actually require it on the ground floor. So a yes would mean that ground floor open space would be required in future projects. A no would be that it wouldn't, and the developer would have the flexibility to implement it elsewhere within the site. So another policy question around whether ground floor open space is required, should it, or if it's required, should it be visible or located adjacent to the street or sidewalk? So that's something that can be successful to be able to have that larger open space for gathering, more room for seating, things like that as a way to kind of lead into a pathway. But it is a more intentional kind of approach than allowing it kind of anywhere within the site. So that's something we'd love to get your feedback on as well. Should the ground floor open space be closer to the public street, even if it's not publicly accessible, instead of being located internal to a project? It does help to break up the mass of the building at the ground level. And it does mean that the open space is more likely to be used by the general public. And no would mean that ground floor open space could be located anywhere, on the ground level if required, but anywhere. So in terms of pathways through large sites, should ground floor access paths that are already required for other purposes, for example, a fire access lane, count towards common open space if they can be designed in a manner to be usable? So this is something we've been talking a lot about. You don't want to penalize the developer, make it too challenging to build the pathways. One way of doing that is to allow them to use access ways and fire lanes that they would already need to build for that development. And if they do a certain amount of greening, for example, use of special pavers, and make it, design it to be a comfortable pedestrian space, it could be used for dual purposes and be, very efficient, more feasible potentially for developers, and maybe therefore more likely to be implemented. So a yes would mean require ground floor paths, could count towards common open space if designed to be usable. As I mentioned, the fire lane example. And no would mean require ground floor access paths would not count towards common open space, and there would not be that incentive to design the required paths that we talked about. So next I'm going to shift gears for the second half to talk about high-rise development. What we wanted to do is, the main objective is to create objective design standards for new residential development, considering the unique aspects of high-rise development. So you could try to apply standards that are designed for 3, 4, 5, 6-story buildings to high-rises, but it doesn't quite work. They're really different typologies, and so the city wanted to take a step back and look at what that would mean if we were going to have high-rise design standards. So some of the things that we were tasked to investigate include shadow and wind, understanding how shadow and wind impacts public streets and spaces, cross ventilation and sunlight, so maximizing cross ventilation and sunlight opportunities in future development, common open space, just what I was referring to now, but specifically for the high-rise typologies that we're seeing, and then human scale pedestrian-oriented design. And so that's thinking about these large towers. Sometimes are on podiums, sometimes they're not. But knowing these two types of typologies in general, what do they look like on the ground floor, and how can we still make them human scale, addressing the pedestrian environment? So as Jing mentioned, we did a scan of a lot of the development standards for high-rises in other cities that have them in place. So I'll share some of the standards with you in just a moment. Note, though, that the intent was not that these are recommendations. These are just an example of kind of what's out there so you can understand what other cities are doing. There's a few topics that generally come up in a lot of these standards. One is just defining high-rise. So when is it a high-rise building versus a regular building? Thinking about the tower massing. So there's different methods called sky exposure plane, height to width ratios, floor plate maximums that address the general overall massing of that tower. Then we've been looking at tower separation and placement as well. And then a few other items, things like facade design, podium massing, open space and pathways, and solar access and wind. So when should high-rise standards apply? So interestingly, different cities do it really differently. They all have different types of high-rises. In some places, it's really only if you're over 150 feet. In San Jose, for example, though, it's only if you're over 70 feet. And so, why is it important to define them differently? Obviously, it's different typologies, as I mentioned. There's prominent visibility within the skyline. So thinking about where would these different, or when should these different standards apply is really important within the Santa Monica development context, specifically in Bergamot. So one thing that cities have been doing is limiting the tower footprint. The tower floor plate really drives the external massing of a building. It is tied to the project viability, though, so it's something that we need to consider, because if you won't try to shrink the tower too much, then it doesn't work. You can't get all of the equipment and programming needed for the tower if you're too aggressive in that regard. So there's a huge variety in the amount of footprint limitations that we've seen out there. Vancouver was an interesting example. That's what's shown on the right. They have pretty aggressive limits on the footprint for towers. And there's a standard here showing the maximum width of 70 to 80 feet. So they're looking not just at the overall area, but also the widths of each facade of the tower. So in terms of tower spacing, this is another really important one. This very commonly shows up in tower standards. The diagram shown in the middle is from the Downtown Design Guide. They have an 80-foot minimum in San Diego as well. So they vary, but 80 was quite common. And as you can see, it just allows more light and air to enter the building, but also it provides benefits to those on the street, which we'll get into a little bit later. So thinking about facade interest, and requirements, there are objective design standards out there, not specifically for high-rises, but buildings in general, that look at different things like balconies and modulation and vertical design elements, for example, in an objective way, which can be challenging when you're talking about facade design, because you don't want to be overly prescriptive, but thinking about what requirements might you have to actually require balconies, because these are all residential towers. or potentially require a certain amount of push and pull in the facade to provide that extra visual interest. So that's something we're thinking about too. And so here's some examples of recent facade design that you're seeing out there in new towers. So you can see the examples on the left did incorporate some articulation, so it doesn't look like just a flat facade and some variations. And then on the right, you have these large volumes, and that was the way that they addressed, getting away from a kind of monolithic facade design for the tower. So there's a lot of really interesting ways that you can address the design. And so thinking about, do we actually want to have standards and try to be more prescriptive, or do we want to kind of step back and let the architect do the design, within limitations, but not focused on facade design. So here's some other really interesting examples. On the left, you can see that even just having a balcony requirement inevitably takes you away from an ultra-flat facade and gives you some of that visual interest, so you can have kind of basic objective standards around that that then can help out. And then here's some other interesting modulated buildings and interesting facade design in Vancouver and then downtown LA. So the other thing that's important when thinking about high-rises is thinking about the podium in which the tower is often sitting on top of. As I mentioned, it really impacts the ground floor environment or the pedestrian environment in the public realm. And by podium, I mean the base of the building. So it's typically 1-2 stories, but when it comes to high-rises, it can be 3 and 4 stories as shown there. And so thinking about how do we continue the street wall? Because what happens sometimes when you don't have a podium is you can have real breaks in the street wall, which sometimes isn't as effective from a pedestrian standpoint. So thinking about that, but then also thinking about if you do have a podium and the podium doesn't break at all and you have a really large block, then sometimes that's not something that you want to do as well, or it might detract from the pedestrian environment. So thinking about what's the appropriate floor plate maximum, how does that fit within the pathways that we're trying to achieve, and then looking at where we want to break up those podiums and how that kind of fits into the overall site design. So in terms of podium massing, you can use similar types of objective standards that you use on shorter buildings to address podium massing. Here's some examples from San Jose, where, for example, if you go over 100 feet of your facade, you're required to step the building back for a certain amount of feet. So that's one way that you can achieve that. But there's a variety of different ways to address podium massing. So one thing in terms of open space that needs to be considered for high-rises is it's much more common to put open space on top of a podium. And as I just mentioned, sometimes you get these really, really large full block podiums. And if there's not a pathway requirement or a limit in terms of the podium footprint size, then you can get situations like what's shown from Vancouver and South Park in LA, where you get, a full block and development where you really can't cut through, so you kind of lose that pedestrian mobility opportunity. That's in contrast to this example shown from San Diego, where you have that permeability through the site, so it contributes to that pedestrian mobility that we were hoping to achieve in Bergamot. So the last thing we were focused on was sunlight, shade, and shadow. So really trying to understand how high-rise buildings might impact adjacent buildings and also impact residents of that building who are trying to enjoy their open space. Because you don't want to create necessarily open space that's going to be in the shade all the time. Might be nice in the middle of summer from time to time, but you have to, you don't want to have it always be in the shade. What can we do to encourage open space to be developed with at least partial sun? So that's what we were looking at specifically in Bergamot. Here's some examples from San Jose. There's other local examples here too, where there's limitations. You do a shade shadow study on the, for that development on the neighboring parcels, and you can see when you get that shade shadow effect, and then you can have limitations. The other thing that we've been looking at is wind. So a couple of different questions. One is, if you're a resident of the building, wanting to maximize ventilation for those residential units from a livability, from a sustainability perspective. The other thing we've been looking at, though, is preserving wind flow. So wanting to make sure that adjacent sites to the east, for example, are still getting the nice breezes coming from the ocean. The other thing that happens with tall buildings is the wind can hit the facade and will go up and down as shown in this diagram. So you get this kind of effect on the ground floor if you don't mitigate for it, where it gets really windy. So thinking about what standards we need to have in place for that reason too. So these are some examples from San Jose that they use to address some of these wind flow issues. So we looked at the local conditions in Bergamot. Certainly the prevailing wind, not surprisingly, is coming from the ocean, from the southwest. Because the grid in Santa Monica is kind of at, shifted 45 degrees, this is how the prevailing wind hits the Bergamot area, as shown on the right. So we looked at different shade shadow scenarios. I'm not sharing all of the diagrams with you, but these are a few scenarios that we looked at, that we studied. So we looked at, for example, what's called a bar tower. So that's a particular shape of tower that is commonly built. It's very feasible. We looked at another bar tower, but on the corner, that's kind of in more of an L shape. We looked at a bar tower on a taller podium to understand podium shadow impacts. And then finally, we looked at what's called a point tower, which is more of a square, narrower profile. And then finally, we looked at another site which had been broken up into 1 acre parcels, because we have started to see development applications where they actually, instead of having one large 4 acre parcel, for example, are dividing it into 4 different development applications. And so we wanted to understand what those shade shadow impacts might be, and tower spacing, and kind of looking at it as one project, even if it's submitted as multiple projects. So there's some interesting findings that came out of this. One thing that we saw was that placing the tower on the east side of the site in general, especially the northeast, maximizes sun exposure on the, the southeast, maximizes sun exposure on the podium or the ground floor year round. So we can think about, do we want to have requirements about where the tower is placed relative to required open space? We noticed that point towers with those narrower profiles have reduced shade shadow impacts due to their short dimensions in both directions. We saw that bar towers, potentially over 120 feet, would cast greater shadows that move more slowly across the sky. So an impacted parcel would be kind of sitting in the shadows, so to speak, for a longer period of time. Even with large footprints, shorter podiums, for example, 1 to 2 stories, have much less of an impact on direct neighbors. The impact really is more limited to the street, but taller podiums, say 4 stories, can have large winter impacts because if the podium is really large, the shadow might not go very far because it's only 4 stories, but it moves very kind of slowly across the sky, or slowly across the adjacent parcels, I should say. So finally, we did some very basic wind testing. Wind behavior is not as consistent in terms of modeling. We didn't do extensive wind test modeling, but this gives you kind of a sense of some of the dynamics. So depending on the orientation, building massing can either decrease or increase the wind impacts. So the site A on the top right shows tower spacing where the wind is able to flow through the site onto the northeast and the neighbors. Site B has more deflection because the towers, the way that they're located, you don't get that kind of through wind effect. So something to think about. The other thing is long facades facing prevailing winds. They benefit from cross ventilation, but they also block wind from passing through the site. So it might be a benefit to the residents, less so for adjacent properties, but it can be mitigated if there are multiple towers for them to be spread apart. So, in thinking about preliminary recommendations, we've taken feedback from the ARB, from Planning Commission, and the exploratory work that I just reviewed with you. And these are some early ideas of what the city has been looking at. So thinking about the height in which the taller building design standards would apply would be potentially at 84 feet, or around 8 stories, or 125 feet. So we're going to do further analysis when we come back for a recommendation. Thinking about tower footprint size, we've kind of landed on between 10 and 12,000 might be a good kind of middle ground. It does make the towers feasible. A lot of towers have been developed with this footprint, so it's been tested in the marketplace. But it does restrict the largest towers with the largest floor area from being built, and so it provides that extra benefit from a shade shadow perspective. Thinking about tower spacing, this did show and prove to be really beneficial from a shade shadow and wind perspective. So having a minimum, for example, 80 feet, potentially reduced if there's an offset situation with dual towers, if that's the case. Thinking about facade standards, it might not be as important for taller buildings. So we haven't really come to a conclusion there yet, but we hadn't heard feedback from the ARB or Planning Commission that that's necessarily as important. Thinking about the podium footprint and height, 35,000 feet might be a really great number, and that it's big enough so the podium can be feasible, but for taller buildings. However, it's not so big that it's providing those shade impacts that we just talked about. And potentially a limited height of 3 stories. So yeah, and thinking about shade and shadow, prioritizing sun exposure to the streets and on-site open space, and then locating towers closer to the east side of the site to maximize sun access on on-site open space. In terms of standards related to wind, potentially not recommended. There might be opportunities to mitigate the downdraft effect that I mentioned and with a very basic objective standard. But it becomes a little bit tricky, and we didn't necessarily want to get into a scenario where developers were having to do wind studies for every application. So in terms of the policy question related to taller buildings, does council agree that the following principles should be prioritized for developing taller building standards? A minimum height at which the standards would apply, a maximum tower footprint, a minimum tower spacing, maximum podium footprint and height, and sunlight, shade, and shadow objective standards. Just land there.
Good evening, Council. Rachel Kwok, Environmental Planner, City Planning Division. I guess this doesn't work. Sorry. Tonight I'm going to walk through our adaptive reuse ordinance, which is part of Program 1H of our housing element. So the adaptive reuse ordinance, what was envisioned in the housing element, is creating an ordinance to really incentivize the adaptive reuse of existing buildings, specifically for housing. Just to give you a current progress of where we are, we've already done an introductory public webinar as well as held some technical working group sessions with some architects and developers and really some builders who are really experts in adaptive reuse. So we received really good feedback from our technical working groups as well as our planning commission. So what I will be walking through tonight is kind of our overall thinking of this adaptive reuse ordinance. But just to back up and give you some background information on what adaptive reuse is and other cities that have had it. City of Los Angeles recently just actually came up with their draft adaptive reuse ordinance, updated to reflect the housing element priorities and goals. They've actually had their adaptive reuse ordinance since 1999, and they've updated just recently to not just apply it to the downtown area, but to apply it citywide to really encourage housing consistent with their housing element. City of Long Beach also has an adaptive reuse on the books. They've had it for at least a few decades. And then the City of San Francisco also recently adopted an adaptive reuse ordinance consistent with their housing element programs. So why adaptive reuse? There's a number of benefits associated with adaptive reuse of buildings. First and foremost, we've all seen the rising commercial vacancy that is occurring across the city. Our vacancy rate is somewhere hovering around 20%. And so adaptive reuse really provides the dual opportunity to address this rising vacancy as well as create housing opportunities. And then secondly, it's also sustainable. We are not we're using the existing building, and so it is definitely more sustainable in the sense that, we're not creating new waste, and we are not, creating new waste, and we're not generating new materials. Also, in the last benefit is that it also preserves historic buildings. While we've seen adaptive reuse really occur in historic buildings, it is not limited to historic buildings. However, it is another strategy for preservation. Just to go over why we need an adaptive reuse ordinance, I'm going to go through several barriers to adaptive reuse. First and foremost, what we've heard from developers and property owners alike is that adaptive reuse is really expensive. I mean, in some cases, the residential rents in an office building might be, the residential rents might be lower than the current office rents, such that, adaptive reuse project is not feasible. In addition, bringing a building up to current code, especially if it's an old building, can be very costly. And if a building is not entirely vacant, you have to buy out those remaining tenants. In the city of Santa Monica, Class A office space, which are really those high-end luxury offices with the lobbies, those are highly valued in the city. And so, you might have a building that's partially vacant, and so buying out those tenants can be very expensive. And then lastly, it just might be more cost-effective to demolish the existing building and build brand new at a greater density, and I'll go through some of these examples with you. There's also a lot of technical barriers related to adaptive reuse. Access to light and air is a big thing. Office buildings tend to have large floor plates, and creating residential units within these large floor plates can be difficult because they don't have access to light and air. There's also vertical structural elements such as elevators and support columns that are in the middle of these office buildings that could be very difficult to work around. And there's also mechanical and plumbing systems that have to be routed or installed. And so these all add up to the cost of adaptive reuse. There may also be structural deficiencies. As I said before, some of these buildings are older and you have to bring them up to code. There's also potential contamination issues, especially if the building is old. There could be lead-based paint that needs to be remediated. There's also regulatory barriers to adaptive reuse. As I mentioned, building code is a big thing that we've heard of. And just so for all of your information, the state already recognizes that the building code is a big issue. And so they've actually passed a law to convene a commission to address building code issues. And so this commission will identify problems with the building code that is a hindrance to adaptive reuse. And so they're supposed to come up with these recommendations of building code updates in a few years. I think 2025 is when they're due for these recommendations. However, there are some zoning code barriers. And right now, the city of Santa Monica does not have an adaptive reuse ordinance. So if someone wants to come in and convert the building into residential use, they have to comply with all of our current requirements as if it's a new construction. Unit mix, setbacks, and all of those things, open space requirements. So there's also processing timelines. And so right now with this adaptive reuse ordinance, what we're envisioning is removing those zoning barriers and providing incentives to adaptive reuse. Some of the state legislation that concerns adaptive reuse that we are watching closely includes these three. AB 2910 basically says that if you're a pro-housing city, which we are, that we are allowed to adopt alternative building codes for adaptive reuse projects. AB 2909 also extends the Mills Act contracts eligibility. AB 3068 says that by right adaptive reuse projects that include a specified number of affordable units would be by right. However, the latest version of the bill does attach some labor standards with regards to prevailing wage requirements, so we don't think that this would be all that effective, given how costly adaptive reuse projects are. So the city's goal for adaptive reuse is, as I said before, we are here to really remove the zoning barriers to adaptive reuse and incentivize adaptive reuse projects specifically for housing. As I mentioned, adaptive reuse could be a conversion of a building to any kind of use. It could be retail to retail to restaurant. However, in this ordinance, we are really focusing on housing creation. And so we would be creating by right opportunities for new housing in this city under this ordinance. We committed to creating this ordinance by October 31st, as Jing said. And as I said before, we recognize that building code conflicts are an issue. It is very difficult to follow building code, but because the state is already leading that effort, we are not really focusing on building code revisions at this point. Some of the incentives, as I mentioned, that we are looking at in the adaptive reuse ordinance includes process incentives in terms of how we process these types of projects, whether or not we want to waive impact fees, allowances for building additions, and I'll go through that in a minute, but it basically allows for a certain addition to the existing building, and they would be entitled to the same incentives as, as the existing building. And so we're also looking at development standard incentives whereby we would waive some of the requirements related to unit mix, open space, the requirement for on-site affordable housing, given how expensive these projects are, as well as vehicle parking is already, there's no requirement there, but we would waive bike parking as well as certain other requirements. The first question, the policy question that we have with regards to the adaptive reuse ordinance really has to do with, so we are suggesting allowing the ministerial approval, the by right approval of adaptive reuse projects. So it would allow partial conversion. So if you have an office building, you can convert 1 floor, 2 floors, or the entire building into residential, and that would be ministerial. The question we have for the council is, do we want to limit the applicability of this ordinance, particularly in the coastal zone for the conversion of hotels and motels to housing use? This might be desired, for example, because of the desire for preserving low-cost accommodations or visitor accommodations in the coastal zone. So that is the question we are seeking council input on, is whether or not we restrict the applicability of the adaptive reuse ordinance, restrict the conversion of hotels and motels to housing for the adaptive reuse ordinance. So that is the first question that we have for you. And in terms of project types that we are envisioning that this adaptive reuse ordinance would cover is that it would be any kind of housing development project that results in a minimum of 2 units. So doesn't matter what, if you're converting any portion of a building, as long as it results in 2 units, that is permissible. And these are the type of projects we are envisioning allowing, which is the commercial to residential, that's obvious. Commercial to live work. So live work, you might ask, what is it exactly? Live work units are technically classified as a commercial use, and they are allowed only by a conditional use permit in their city. And so with the adaptive reuse ordinance, we would allow the live work units only in a commercial zones without a conditional use permit. This is what we are envisioning this ordinance to do. This is based on Planning Commission input. And then we are also suggesting that if they have some sort of building, for example, that has been in a residential zone, you have a building for some reason that has, been a senior housing facility that is, located in Wilmont and it's been vacant for a while, that you allow that to also convert to housing, so long as never been used as housing in the traditional sense. And then also pursuant to state law, we would allow any building to convert to 100% lower income housing. And this is a state law requirement, actually. So just to go over what all those project types as I described, this is, for example, you take a commercial building, you could do a full conversion, as you see here, the blue turns to green, which is the residential, and then you would allow the addition of units or floor area within that envelope of the building, and that building does not, or that addition does not count towards density limits or floor area limits or anything like that. So that is what we are proposing. And then also you can have a conversion with an addition, you could convert, and then you could add on the additional units here, similarly, perhaps in the commercial zone. And then what we are also proposing, and say you have a very large office building like this, and you want to carve out some space, for example, you want to create light wells, you can do that as well, and then add on that additional floor area maybe to the back. You take that, carve out that floor area and put it in the back because you want to create some light, you want to create some balconies or whatnot, and then we would allow that. Similarly, this is a reallocation of floor area where you cut out the middle again, but instead of putting it in the rear, you could possibly put it up to the top. And the question we also have for council, I guess, is the fact that you could put that reallocated floor area on top of the existing building, but it can't go more than 2 stories. So I think I mentioned briefly this bonus floor addition. What we are suggesting is because these adaptive reuse projects are so expensive, you know, they are allowed to do whatever it is they can do within the shell of the building. What we're proposing is to give an incentive to these adaptive reuse projects to perhaps make these projects a little bit more financially feasible. So giving them this additional bonus floor area, but they would also be entitled to the same incentives as that existing core shell building. And our proposal is to allow a 100% increase in bonus floor area. They can add on, for example, if you have a 50,000 square foot building, you can add on another 50,000 square foot, so long it doesn't go above 2 stories of the existing building. And this was drafted based on Planning Commission's input because they wanted to make sure that this bonus floor area was not overwhelming the existing building. They didn't want to just say, hey, this is a brand new construction with a little bit of adaptive reuse. They wanted to make sure this is truly an adaptive reuse project. However, our technical working group said that maybe that bonus floor area should be incentivized more, particularly in the commercial zones where, you know, if you build a brand new project ground up, they can build significantly taller buildings. And I'll go through this example for, this will help the discussion here. So if you have an existing parcel, for example, that's 10,000 square foot in the mixed-use boulevard zone, and the existing building is 2 stories, 20,000 square feet, they can build brand new, tear down that existing building and build brand new, and they're at a 4.0 FAR, even higher, under state density bonus. That's that second box, second building on the I guess my right. So they could build brand new and taller. What we are suggesting is that they can do whatever they want with that existing building and convert it into housing, and then they get this additional 2 stories on top. And so that additional 2 stories on top is entitled to the same waiver of open space, unit mix, and whatnot as that existing building. And so what our technical working group says is that's not really an incentive. We should do more, should be context-based, perhaps, like maybe we allow a little bit more depending on the existing building. Our planning commission wanted also like just relative scale to make sure that it was truly, in fact, an adaptive reuse building and not just a lot of new construction over a little bit of adaptive reuse. So this is another example where same project site, for example, and then in this, they would build to the side or the rear, and the allowance right now, as staff is looking at, is right now what we are contemplating is allowing that side or the rear addition to be no more than 1 story above the existing building. And so the policy question that we have for you is whether or not that bonus floor area be 100% within no more than 2 additional stories, or should it be modified? So in terms of the adaptive reuse ordinance, I mentioned that bonus floor area. That would be one incentive. The second incentive in terms of process incentive is, as I said before, currently an adaptive reuse project has to comply with our HPP. These are our current requirements for the HPP. So if you're 2 to 5 units, you pay the fee. However, if you're 6 or more, you have to provide on-site affordable units. And so because those on-site affordable units are costly, a lot of cities, including LA and San Francisco, are waiving these requirements, recognizing that affordable housing units are expensive, given, you know, adaptive reuse projects are already pretty challenging. Planning Commission had said we should waive the on-site requirement to give these projects really a fighting chance. However, they were not in consensus with whether or not, you know, these projects should pay an in lieu fee. As you see here, 2 projects of 2 to 5 units pay the in lieu fee. However, they were divided as to whether or not we should, you know, apply the in lieu fee given, you know, the city's desire and goals for affordable housing. The question that we have for council is to support the feasibility of these projects, adaptive reuse projects, should these housing fees, affordable housing fees, be applied to these projects? If yes, should the requirement be reduced or modified? Staff recommends that if the affordable housing fee is applied, that it be reduced, given that we've never had an adaptive reuse projects, you know, convert to housing before. And that these projects are very expensive, such that we give, as I said, a fighting chance for these projects. Another thing that, as I mentioned, is that we would waive the existing development standards for these adaptive reuse projects. So none of these standards, if we waive all of these, none of these standards would apply to the existing building that is being adaptive reused. And it would also not apply to that bonus floor area that I had just gone over. And so it would be things like 4 to 6, like the density in residential zones is 46 units. So if you have a building that is just a building, you could build as many units as you want, as so long as it fits within that building, and we don't care what you do within that building envelope. So we would waive these standards. We will also waive open space, because we've heard that it is very challenging to do open space within these buildings, given, you know, given that they are existing buildings, and, you know, they've already kind of been they've already been built and constructed to a certain form. And so these are also the development standards in the commercial zones. We would, Planning Commission also agreed to had recommended that we waive all of these for adaptive reuse projects. Just as a note, that while we would waive the standards, we would allow for the non-conforming setbacks and step-backs or any non-conforming conditions of that existing building to remain. However, they cannot worsen the condition, and they can't create a new non-conforming condition. So in this example, you have an existing building, and you have the minimum setback. If we were to allow that bonus floor addition, as I mentioned, they would not be allowed to encroach into the minimum setback. So they can't create a new non-conforming condition, and so that is what we were proposing. So as I mentioned, Planning Commission had said to waive all the standards for the existing building and the bonus floor area additions. They could keep the non-conforming but not worsen the conditions. Recognizing that there is a desire to waive the open space requirement, we'd rather take more of a carrot measure rather than a stick measure. We still want that open space. The Planning Commission have recognized that open space is particularly important. So we were trying to think of ways to really incentivize open space. One of the things that we were thinking of, similar to the city of LA, what they are doing in their ordinance is that they would allow one additional floor of open space on, like, in addition to that 2-story addition on top. And that would be permissible as well. And so that would, you know, but that open space could either be on top, somewhere in the middle, but we would allow that additional floor just to really incentivize the open space. And then lastly, I believe the existing impact fees, right now, impact fees are assessed on all new projects. They are imposed under the Mitigation Fee Act. And so The city has a number of these fees, including the transportation impact fee, parks and rec fee, cultural arts fee. Planning Commission had said waive all these fees except for the parks and rec fees to really, as again, they recognize the importance of open space and recreation. Okay, so I think that wraps up our my adaptive reuse ordinance program, and I'll turn it back to Jing for the policy questions.
Thank you for taking the time to listen. It's been a lot of work, and we're happy to take your questions now. And we actually have on here the 12 guiding questions that will hopefully help guide your discussion as well.
Okay. Councilmember Terosas. No?
Yes. No, you called on me, so I took myself out.
Got it.
I thank you so much for that. I think I'm pretty clear on the questions you're asking us, and so I'm ready to answer my opinions. But I just wanted to clarify on the replacement units. I think that was in the first section of questions. Can you just clarify when you're talking about the replacement units? I assume that you're talking about like a potential one-for-one replacement if we were to eliminate rent-controlled units in buildings that we are redeveloping. However, are we also talking about potential elimination of deed-restricted affordable housing units in buildings that, no, we're just talking about rent-controlled units?
No, yeah, so this question A here is a very particular circumstance in SB 330 that offers this option, where you have a rent-controlled unit that is occupied by a moderate or above moderate household. If it is occupied by a lower income household or in any other circumstance, there's a completely separate process and formula for the replacement. That's already prescribed in the law. In this case, it provides the option for the city can codify a preference for that replacement unit to be only rent controlled, right, or deed restricted for lower income.
Thank you. That's helpful. And have you all been following, and would you potentially take into consideration any sort of state law changes if Costa-Hawkins is repealed? And is it? Oh, I'm hearing myself. Thanks. And can we wait to make a decision or revisit this if in fact Costa-Hawkins is repealed? And I think you know where I'm going with this line of questioning.
Yeah, we can, because it's, we will be back to council. This is just discussion and direction tonight.
Right.
So obviously, if the law changes or what have you, I think we're posing this as a policy question. This is not needed for housing element compliance. I guess I'll be clear.
Sure.
On that. Yeah.
I guess my concern is that I'm going to look it up while we're asking questions, but we've lost a significant number of rent-controlled units in the city, and right now we don't really have a mechanism to create more of them. But if there was a Costa-Hawkins repeal, then we can talk about that.
Sure.
So I think my answer would change depending on what happens at that point.
Sure.
And then I think, I don't actually think I really have any other questions. So I know this is a lot of work. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thanks. I actually do have some questions. Following up a little bit on what Councilmember Terosas said, as we were thinking about because obviously if we have people who are making moderate incomes, but they're living in rent-control units, some of those people could be nurses, teachers, that sort of thing. And if we convert those rent-controlled units into deed-restricted affordable housing, those folks probably make too much money for that. So when you're talking about deed-restricted affordable, I assume you're talking about like 80% AMI or something like that?
80% and lower, yeah.
Yeah, we can, when we get to discussion, I'll have something to say about that. But, it does seem to me that one of the challenges we have, and I don't see, obviously this isn't designed to address that, is sort of that missing middle housing. And it might be that rent control might provide a better solution to missing middle housing than deed restricted. When you say we might take these rent controlled units, presumably they would stay at the same rents they were at when they were vacated. Is that correct?
Not.
Or are we, it goes maybe to the Costa-Hawkins issue.
They would be registered rent control, but that doesn't mean that they would have to go back to the same rent. They could receive.
Okay.
I wanted to jump in here just to be clear. So when we say protected units, it includes This question is a very specific question to a specific circumstance, but if there was, for example, a rent-controlled unit that was occupied by a lower income, it would have to be offered up to the lower income. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Tarosa is the expert on rent control.
No, but I'm just saying, again, I assume that if you're Ellising the building and you're bringing these units in some form back online, I know the Rent Control Board tracks this very closely. If you're bringing any of the units back online, within the 5 years, they have to be offered regardless to that same tenant at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they're at 80% of AMI.
Yes, so all of that is true, and then like SB 330 is like an additional layer on the replacement unit. So yes, both correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume you're talking to the rent board about this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so glad to have that clarification. And then with regard to open space, can you remind me what the standards are in downtown? Because it says there's gradated standards according to the size of the parcel, but what's the range? I mean, does it start out at 10% and go to 40%, or does it start out at 30% and go to 80%? I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of it.
I think it's 15 to 25%.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is because Vienna, the most livable city in the world, has a 50% open space requirement. So we'll talk about that later. Then with regard to adaptive reuse, well, let me talk about tall buildings, I guess, for a bit, or just ask a question, I guess. So you're sort of asking us for a recommendation on what's a tall building?
No, not in its like building code sense. It's really about when
the building standards apply.
When does the design standard apply?
Okay. And then, with all due respect to my colleagues up here, I don't believe any of us have any architectural training. And so, I guess my first question is, did we consult with local architects about what would be the best way to get the best looking buildings?
Yeah, I mean, what's been a driving principle of this is because we are now living in an age, right, where state density bonus law allows developers to waive, basically our entire zoning code. So we've been very mindful in developing this, really in concert with, we've developed these technical working groups. So it has both community, like non-technical community members, but also members of the development community. And I think what we're seeking here is really a win-win. We really believe that, we have to have a statement of the city's values with respect to these buildings and our expectations. There's a lot of, good value in doing that and putting our foot forward. But we also want to make sure that we have standards that are reasonable and feasible and that they'll actually be used. I don't think we want to develop standards that, will simply be waved away. That's not the intent.
Okay, and then with regard to adaptive reuse, I mean, that's always a challenge. And, I was just speaking with someone who just finished an adaptive reuse project in Culver City, and it's beautiful, but they were sort of regaling me with the hoops they had to jump through to do it and the cost. Did we study, so for example, I know one of the earliest examples of adaptive reuse were the bank buildings on Spring Street in downtown Los Angeles, where they took all those old bank buildings and the city waived all the parking requirements because those old buildings didn't have any parking and said you could adaptively reuse them into housing, and Spring Street blossomed. I mean, they went from being a bunch of sort of deserted old office buildings, they have a dog park, art galleries sprung up, they have a lot of open space, and it became a real community there. So have we sort of studied what made that happen? How do we, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, have we studied and said in these instances, adaptive reuse worked pretty well? And then the question is just how do we facilitate that kind of adaptive reuse?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to have Rachel speak to it, but there's been a lot of borrowing, if you will.
Yeah, we've actually consulted heavily with City of LA and a lot of their adaptive reuse experts in the City of LA. It's really providing the maximum flexibility, they said, because these projects are not easy. They're costly. In terms of the technological barriers I went through, our experts said, they're technical barriers, but if you have all the money in the world, they're no longer barriers, So it's really providing that maximum flexibility. Right now, we can't do that with the building code, but providing that flexibility of, waiving the requirements, let us do what we want within the inside of the building and give us a little bit more, because it's hard to compete with brand new construction in terms of cost feasibility.
And then with regard to the adaptive reuse, did we sort of identify in our study what kind of buildings would be the most likely or the easiest to adaptive reuse? Is it, not to suggest anything to anybody, but is it like one of the towers at the Water Garden, or is it one of the two-story buildings on Broadway? I mean, what's more likely to get adaptively reused?
I would say it's very, the studies I've looked at have said, it's usually big buildings that are 20,000 square feet floor plate and that are older, at least like 20 years old. I think Santa Monica is different personally. I think that we are more likely to see adaptive reuse in a more partial sense. For example, they could partially convert a building. We've actually gotten a lot of inquiries about, hey, I want to convert my upper story, into residential, from commercial. I think we'll see a lot more of that, especially in where parcel sizes are very small, and it's a single building owner. For example, along Pico, you have some small, or in the NC zones where you have small parcels, and they're old. They're older parcels that have limited lot size and width, and so it makes it difficult to do brand new construction because you might not be able to build underground parking. It's an old parcel that has been in the family generations for years, and they might not want to do ground up construction because they can't afford it. So they might want to convert the top floors of their building to residential, and you might see a lot of that happening. I would say probably along Main Street and Pico Boulevard, where the parcel sizes are a bit smaller and narrow.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Para.
Thank you for that presentation, because I read everything, but it didn't make half as much sense as
pictures help a lot
as it did when you presented it right now. And so I even had put in my notes all the policy questions so that I was prepared to answer them. But I did have some questions regarding open space and utilizing or giving or allowing the developer to do like a 2-for-1, like you said, to be able to use it like a fire lane, but also open space. And so I understand, why that would, make sense. But I'm very curious about what the fire department has to say about that, and their experience with doing this in projects. Do you have any input from them?
So we haven't consulted with the fire department specifically yet. Some of the photos that you've seen that I included are from other cities where they are fire lanes, actually.
Right.
And you'll notice, for example, they have bollards,
Mhm.
but the fire department can remove the bollards.
Mhm.
There's definitely width requirements from the fire department, so the pathway can't be really narrow.
Mhm.
So there's several requirements that you would have to meet, but it is something that has been implemented in other cities in that same.
No, I've actually seen it, and as a matter of fact, even at Sony Studios, they have some examples of this as well. And this is the reason why I was bringing it up, because I'm all for, being able to make it work, right? But I will tell you from a fire department's perspective, it doesn't matter how many conditions, you put on something and you say, hey, this is a fire lane. When we go and do, let's just say, a commercial inspection, I work for fire department, in case you know, but when we go do like a commercial fire inspection, in that lane that's supposed to be pedestrian walkway, but it's also supposed to be a fire lane, you will find tables and chairs and furniture and, all the way up and down the lane. And so in a fire, we're ramming our apparatus through it, or we're having to have our crew jump out and move it out of the way. And so, in a life or death situation, that's not cool. And so, I say this just because I want to put some clarity on it. It doesn't matter how many conditions we put on every plan, because again, I've reviewed plans, I've worked in our fire prevention unit, I've written the conditions, I've looked at the conditions, I've, been there, done that. But it doesn't matter, because then I go 1, 2, 3 years later and we're doing a, post-fire, investigation and, we see all the damaged furniture and stuff and debris that's, that's in the way. And so I just wanted to raise that just as a concern. I mean, putting it out there from a fire department perspective, we see it all the time. And so that's just one little concern of mine. So that's, I would, if we wanted to move in that direction, I would highly recommend speaking to our fire department, see how they feel about it. The apparatus here, they may have no problem of hitting it and going through it and calling it a day. I mean, I don't know, and that's fine. But somewhere like Sony Studios, where they're constantly moving stuff around, always in the way, always in the fire lanes, like to the point that we had to put red paint on the floor because they just wouldn't follow the rules. So it is what it is. But okay, so that was one of my questions. One of my other questions had to do with the towers. And so looking at the Bergamot area plan and understanding that the towers obviously would be something that would be allowable all through the Bergamot area plan. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if Jing wants to clarify. So it's not that they're allowable. The current zoning does not allow taller buildings, but there has been some applications.
But that's what we're gonna.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to just clarify.
And with that, and what we're talking on today, and the decisions that we're making today, would that be effective or applied to all the areas in the Bergamot area plan?
So yeah, it's intended to apply to the entire Bergamot area. It was precipitated because we've actually received 4 preliminary applications, so preliminary SB 330 applications. And I think I mentioned in the presentation, by filing that preliminary application, they're vested into the standards. So, whatever we develop here will not impact those projects, but it will apply to any forthcoming ones beyond that.
And then, so my question is, when we're talking about these towers and what have you, are they, and zoning or allowing the greater height, if you will, are we talking, for commercial and housing or?
No, these are just housing projects.
Just housing projects.
Yeah, and they're getting there because of state density bonus law. So for commercial, or like non-housing projects, non-residential, those were not upzoned. So you notice there's 2 separate standards table. One is for housing projects and one is for non-housing projects. The non-housing projects do not have that upzoning, and state density bonus law does not apply to those projects.
Okay. And then I know this is a tad bit off topic, but because I live in the area and I just wanted to plant the seed. So, Stewart, 1 lane each direction, and north of Olympic, there's a middle turn lane in the middle, and then there's 2 bike lanes on each side. I actually went up and down the street like 5 times today. So I was paying close attention to what the landscape, because I knew we were going to have a discussion today. And I know that on the corner at Colorado, there is a bigger building, if you will, and there's a school, there's the Santa Monica College on the west side of the street. One of the things that kind of concerned me, because the 5 times different times of the day that I went down the street, there was a significant backup of cars. And when I say significant, there was anywhere between 10 to 20 cars backed up going south on Stewart. And so not going necessarily north, per se, but going south. And so I know that there's going to be a traffic management plan and all those fun stuff when any project comes through. But this is a little concerning to me if we start raising tower heights or the ability to build higher in these areas, especially like on Stewart, where there's going to be a heavier flow potentially of cars in that area, and there's only 1 lane. So I'm assuming, I don't know, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, so I think in that instance, it's actually related to the timing of the train that kind of causes signal delays that are somewhat unusual and causes that backup. It's my neighborhood too, so I'm aware of it. But I think in terms of I think one thing to understand is these standards are not allowing greater height. I think we are trying to be responsive to, if we have no standards that address these buildings, we won't have anything in our codes to sort of guide this development. Like, it's sort of being proposed whether we are wanting to.
No, I agree. I agree that this area, that right there, I mean, it could, it can hold it, it can house it, it can handle it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it can't, but what the concern is just mitigating, which, the traffic already.
Yeah.
And, between potentially what can go in there, potentially what's going on at the Bergamot Center, we need to, seriously consider potentially maybe even closing Stewart at Olympic going south so that you protect that neighborhood that's already been super impacted by everything under the sun, and then maybe, more lanes on Stewart.
I think that speaks to, really work that I think our mobility division
No,
has
of
been
course,
implementing.
but these are just, like I said, I just wanted us to think about this as we're talking about allowing or potentially, talking about tower footprints and, and being able to go up higher.
Yeah, I think one of the, things that we're seeing actually is a breakup of these sites. So I think, the environment you see now where, why we're even talking about different open space standards and these pathways is because the current condition is really substantially larger sites than anywhere you see in the city. And that's really derived from its past, right?
Right.
These sites are not broken
Yeah.
up. There's no sort of walkability. There's no services. There's no sidewalks in some of these streets.
Yeah.
And, as redevelopment happens, those improvements will be required to put in just like they are anywhere else in the city. And, we're trying to put forth, I think, some urban design requirements, both at the ground floor, but also for the building. Really looking at how, as these new buildings come in the absence of any standards, we're not really having any say as to how they relate to the streets and the sidewalks. How does this actually convert to a walkable place,
Right.
where maybe driving a car, isn't the only way that you get in and out of.
Agreed.
Right.
Yeah, and clearly I'd like to see that as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick. You're next after that.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Oh, there we are. That's new.
Yes, we
Are you
can.
there?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It was long and thorough, and not long because of you, but because there's a lot of material. I had a couple quick questions. Hopefully it won't take long. With the question of replacement units under SB 330, if it's a low-income household, is that then require that it be a deed restricted unit for low income?
Yeah. So this question is only again about rent control units that are for above and moderate. But yeah, if it is occupied lower income household, there's a slew of requirements that kick in terms of like offering the ability for that tenant to return at that same rent, and then if it's not known. What the income of that household was, it is rebuttably presumed that it's a lower income household. So there's prescribed steps, that kick in under the state law that guide what income level that replacement unit has to be at.
Got it. And do we have any either state or local protections for that moderate income renter to also have a right of first refusal?
They do, I'm trying to remember. For the above moderate, I think they have a right to return as well under the state law. I think so, yeah.
I thought so, but
Yeah.
I just wasn't, yeah. You were saying that it could be at a different rent, and that seemed, I don't know, that sounded.
No,
not what I heard.
I mean, an above moderate person obviously can occupy a lower income
Right.
deed restricted unit. But I think if your question is, is there provisions in the state law to allow that tenant to return into the project? I believe there is under the provisions of the state law.
Got it. Okay. So I guess jumping around now, when in the discussion about high-rise standards, I think it also was touched upon in Bergamot when it come to these some of these pathways that were being envisioned through city blocks. I guess my question was, I think it came up when we were talking about podium massing as well with the high-rise standards. Are there, on a normal city block, there aren't that many ways to cut through the middle of it. Wouldn't that be right? Like on a commercial street? I'm just trying to understand the difference between a building.
Yeah, generally speaking, no. But on a city block, the block sizes in Bergamot are probably 2-3 times longer than the average city block in the city, you know, so you don't have, for example, like the alley, you know, or street or something, right, that lets you cut through the block. And certainly in terms of the building footprints that are existing or the building forms, you know, there's not really, you know, between buildings, sometimes there might just be, just because of the separation, right, there's a pathway that you might be able to walk through that doesn't exist, you know, in Bergamot at the moment, just because of those large parcel sizes.
Right, right. When you were talking about the podium footprint, though, and you said something like 35,000 feet or something like that, I wasn't really sure how to compare that to like a normal city block. Like it would seem weird to require it to be less than that or something, or to be more. For the requirement to be less than that.
That's probably about the footprint of a city block. I'll give you kind of a point of reference. You know, the Whole Foods, Wilshire and 23rd, that is roughly about a 30,000 square foot building. Give you a point of reference.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I just wouldn't see it making sense to make it smaller than, say, a city block or something like that.
Yeah. And I think, to be fair, we actually don't, because most of our new construction projects are probably on sites no bigger than maybe 22,500. Very rarely do people approach that 35,000 footprint.
Okay.
We just don't see it that often.
Okay. So moving on to adaptive reuse. Thank you for the work on this ordinance. It would be great if we can allow this, and we see some projects. I've definitely read about how incredibly difficult it is, so I want to aim for maximum flexibility here, like you've spoken about. And to that point, you mentioned that building code requirements are themselves a major issue. And I thought there was some reference in the presentation that cities like ours were given some flexibility to grant exemptions or otherwise, but then you said we aren't contemplating any of this, so I was just trying to understand
that you were referring to AB, whatever number it is, that's actually pending state legislation, and so it is not adopted yet, but that is in the works, is to allow pro-housing cities to come up with their own alternative building code standards. Right now, in talking with our building and safety division, you can do what they call a request for modifications. That means that you can come into the building and safety division and say, well, I want to do something else. However, it still must meet the same health and safety and building life safety requirements as, you know, the existing normal standard. So those can be very difficult, which is why there's building code challenges with adaptive reuse projects.
All right, so we'll monitor that, I guess, and we could always amend or otherwise if that is granted.
Right, and what we are doing right now is we are, you know, taking comments and comments from our technical working group about potential building code changes that could occur in the future to really facilitate these projects. And so it's not like we're saying, no, we don't care about it. We do care about it. It's just the focus right now. The easiest focus is on the zoning barriers. And so the building code, recognizing that the state is already working on this, we didn't want to go down that route right now.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then one more on this topic. You were talking about, you know, various incentives, including FAR and height bonuses, and some question around how much of a bonus to grant. Are you saying that if, say, we granted, say, 2 stories or something to an existing 2-story building, that would still be far more restrictive than what a new build could build there?
Yes, I mean, it's definitely shorter than what a new build could build there, at least in the commercial zones. Right. And so I think the question we have for council is whether or not you want to treat the new bonus floor area differently in a residential zone versus a commercial zone. You know, a residential zone has a story and a height limit of, you know, no more than 3 or 4 stories right now, and depending on which zone you are. And so, you know, you might want to have that bonus floor area addition be different for the commercial zone versus residential.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking if we allow, say, 84 feet for a new residential project, why would we make it more restrictive for an office conversion in that same zone when we know it's so hard to even do this?
I wouldn't say it's more restrict. It's the fact that it's more restrictive. Keep in mind that this bonus floor area, they don't have to comply with normal standards, so they don't have to provide on-site open space. So this bonus floor area is different from brand new construction because they don't have to comply with unit mix, they don't have to comply with open space, they don't have to comply with affordable housing. So we're not getting affordable housing out of it in that sense, which is why.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear that. I also just think, as you said multiple times, this is so difficult. And I guess my proposal or thought or question is, couldn't we just say that like the height standard is the height standard for a residential project or something?
Well, the height standard would be the height standard is whether or not, at some point you don't give these incentives, because if you give too much incentives, you're basically incentivizing mostly new construction. So actually that might help to look at the diagrams here. Sorry. Give me 1 second. There's a lot of slides to go through. For example, here on the right, you have the brand new residential building, and that might be, I don't know, let's say it's 100 feet. On the left, where you have the existing building, if you allow 100 feet, and you allow, let's say, 8 additional stories, we're not saying you can't do that. It's like right now you can do that under existing code, but you have to comply with their existing development standards. Allowing too much, if you allow the 10 stories all the way up to match the new residential building, they wouldn't be providing the on-site open space, on-site affordable housing. So it's a balance of how much do you want to encourage adaptive reuse and get versus getting the on-site affordable housing and waiving all these different standards.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just thinking like the commercial, I find it very, very unlikely that many commercial, like large commercial buildings are going to do this in Santa Monica. And I'm leaning towards how do we get any units out of a building that currently has none. So inherently, like a unit in that building is more affordable than an empty office, I guess is my thinking. But I wouldn't say, I would say that 84 feet, for instance, wouldn't be. Anyway, that's my personal feeling, and that we've moved past questions on that issue. Thank you. I have one more question that related to something that was brought up at the very beginning regarding the HPP and some sort of in lieu fee study.
Yep.
So you mentioned that there might be some sort of study underway about this, and I guess I'm pretty interested in that, just partly based on Councilmember Davis's prior comments about missing middle housing, specifically, projects between 2 and 10 units that are, of course, naturally more affordable than a single-family home, and currently due to our AHPP, they're paying a lot more in fees than compared to a single-family home that would pay zero. And I'm just wondering, like, what is the kind of goal with this study, and are we going to consider like making it easier to build that kind of missing middle, which currently I think these fees can be quite prohibitive for?
Yeah, so we are not doing a study right now because it would be an update to the original Nexus study that established that affordable housing in lieu fee. It's something that we've noted, to come back and revisit, just because throughout the housing element process, we kind of heard that concern or comment, if you will, kind of a need to revisit those fees. Like, are they sufficient to actually, fund the cost of affordable housing, as it is now? Because, that study was done quite some time ago. Is it due for an update just to reflect current costs? And I think as part of that Nexus study, we'd obviously have to ensure that it complies with any updates, any judicial guidance, any updates in state law, that sort of thing, as any Nexus study would. So we have not embarked on that endeavor yet. We would have to budget for it and, take that on at a later date.
Did you just mention that that's something that you're considering? I was trying to remember what the context was where you said that there was a study.
Yeah. No, it's something that is mentioned in the housing element program as something that the city may explore in the future, and it would be something that we would, need to identify, as part of, both CDD and housing's work plan as something we would want to pursue. Obviously would need council direction to do that. So we're just mentioning it now because it was mentioned in the housing element program, and just providing the update that we are not pursuing that update to the next study at this time.
Okay, got it. I mean, I think both because it's somewhat promised in the housing element, and because I think it's needed. I would be interested in finding the time and resources. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Negrete.
I don't want to belabor this because I think you guys are calling for questions and I want to give direction, but just so that you're hearing from the council, we keep going back to the rent control versus deed restricted. And I just want to note, I know it was already said, just so that you guys are hearing it, that the issue with that is the problem with affordability in our city is we're pushing out so many people who may be in rent control, but they don't qualify for filling out an application for deed restricted, but you would be eliminating them from our city. And I speak to that from personal perspective. So I just want to echo that so you guys really hear it loud and clear, because we're not solving the problem of affordability for like one of the largest groups of people, which is the Misty Middle, through deed restricted. I can tell you right now, those income levels don't match what it takes to survive in Southern California, nonetheless Santa Monica. And so I think we need to heavily look at that. There were some not really sure answers tonight. And so I don't know, if, like in terms of what direction you're looking at, it sounds like there's a larger consensus at looking at that piece.
Yeah, definitely hear you. I mean, that's why we're posing it as a policy question. Right. The state law only gives you two options. So I totally, appreciate what you're saying about, people who make too much to, they qualify, they don't qualify for that deed restricted housing, and like maybe they don't even,
but they wouldn't be able to afford a market rate.
Right, exactly. So they're in that middle, and the state law does not address that. It just has provisions to allow sort of people to return, but at market rates. I know that doesn't address what you're saying, but we're asking a pretty narrow question because it's something that it's an option that state law provides, if you will.
Right. So however Santa Monica has, has sort of addressed that issue for years by way of rent control. And there is no program for anybody in that.
There is the housing element has in last year's implementation, there was the creation of this like moderate income overlay, if you will, that tried to create incentives for the production of moderate income housing. And then, sort of if you would above moderate market rate, obviously we have incentives to do that. I think what you might be talking about is between the sort of that moderate income rate. If it's sort of slightly above moderate, no, we don't have programs really to address sort of that small increment above.
It's just like all of that stuff that you're saying is application based, list based, right? Families who are moving for a job or whatnot are looking for an apartment to move into now, not to get on a list so that by the time their kid's 20, your income has changed and your circumstances have changed in 5 years. People sit on these lists for a long time. Yep. So these lists tend to be directed towards a certain demographic of people who are a socioeconomic income group, right? And it really just captures a smaller and smaller group year after year. And for whatever reason, we haven't changed those numbers. But rent control has sort of offered this, that's why we have such a diverse community. And I also think about our seniors. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's who one of the largest populations of unhoused people end up being our senior citizens. Mm-hmm. And so it's also addressing that. So I just wanted to echo that as you're putting up the questions. And then some of your questions were just answered because I was a little confused by that, but you just answered it earlier, I guess, in terms of commercial. What were the other questions you had? I feel like we...
so we had, they're sort of surrounding these three key programs. This was the question with respect to SB 330, that option, again, in that narrow scenario of a replacement unit, where the prior household was an above moderate or a moderate income. The city has the option to codify a preference for deed restricted a unit, or to have it just return to rent control. It would return to rent control anyways. That's by default. And then the second question here was whether the city should prohibit any project, whether new construction is proposed or not, that results in a net reduction in housing units. So essentially, would we prohibit in any situation the reduction of a housing unit? And I think I outlined those scenarios of, we've seen it pretty commonly. People buy 2 side-by-side condos and they demolish the wall in between to combine that unit. They might convert their ADU, for example. These are all scenarios that quite frankly, it does not appear that the state law doesn't address it clearly, doesn't appear that it was maybe contemplated in sort of, the creation of SB 330. HCD has declined to opine on it, so it's really left to the cities to figure out, how do you want to apply this no net loss requirement in these sorts of situations that are popping up. We have homeowners, just individual homeowners coming at us with these scenarios. We had understood the law to mean no net loss of like, sorry, there is in no circumstance can you eliminate a unit ever. But we're asking the policy question because essentially we're being said, we're being told we have the flexibility to maybe think about this differently. And so given the circumstances that we've seen as a staff in implementation, our recommendation is in this instance is that we would not prohibit these sorts of projects where you allow these, combination, again, of just these are like purely market rate units controlled by nothing, but we would not allow it. So we would not prohibit that, but we would prohibit it, where it involves protected units. So again, an example of, we have someone comes to us with rent control units, like, sorry, you cannot combine those units, but if you have someone in a condominium building and they've bought 2 units and they want to combine them, go ahead. That's not a protected unit.
I was more concerned with the part where you said when they come back, there was some confusion or no, there wasn't any clarity around the person who's not a low income but was in a rent controlled unit that they come back at. It's rent controlled, but it's at the newer set rate.
Yeah. I mean, if someone returns, and that's what Councilmember Terosas was talking about, there are circumstances, obviously, if you return within that, and I'm not, this does not change sort of existing rent control law, your right to return at the rent that you had before. This is, this question here in A is, again, a very particular instance. It does not affect that situation at all. Mm-hmm. Existing rent control law still applies. SB 330 kind of, lays over it. But this is just a particular instance where you have a rent-controlled unit that is occupied by an above moderate or moderate income household. And, that unit is demolished, right? And it's replaced in the new project. Should that new unit be deed restricted for lower income households, the city has the ability to codify a preference for that, or you just have it returned to rent control, essentially. Just have it rent controlled and not deed restricted. So state law gives the council the option to make that decision.
I mean, I know, unfortunately, I don't know what landlord would want to spend all that money and do all that work and then offer it back to the rent that it was before, unless they knew they had vacant units that then they could offer at the new market rate. But anyways, you already heard the same thing over and over. I just wanted to put my comments in on that.
Okay, I'd like to switch gears a little bit. First, adaptive reuse. It appears to me that it's not really adaptive reuse at that point. We're adaptive reuse and then adding a bunch of new development on it. So my question, I guess, would be, because to me, the whole point of adaptive reuse is to not destroy the environment with additional construction and more height. It's to actually take an older building, right, take the interior and make it into something special that could be housing. Now, I don't think we have a lot in Santa Monica anyway, which is probably why we haven't seen that demand. But I'm curious why we're taking adaptive reuse and then adding more height, more construction. It's not really adaptive reuse then, isn't it? Isn't it piggybacking a large development onto a otherwise probably modest building?
Right, and I think
so I just threw a lot at you. But
No, I completely understand. I think your question kind of intersects a bit with Councilmember Zwick's question. So the reason why the 2-story was kind of thrown as a starter is that's this bonus floor area to incentivize and give a little bit more juice incentive for making these adaptive reuse projects work. Let's say if you allow 6-story addition, or 8 or whatever. I think the philosophical question is, at what point does it become more new construction rather than adaptive reuse, to your question?
Yeah, when you bed from 6-story to 8-story, automatically
Right,
that sets off alarm bells because that doesn't seem like it's an adaptive reuse.
And that's and I think that's a question that the Planning Commission also weighed in on, was, we, at some point, if you have a tiny building and you're building a whole lot more on top, at some point it's only new construction with a little bit of adaptive reuse, as I said before. So I think that is the question we are asking council, is how much bonus floor area do you want to incentivize to give these projects a fighting chance, but however, you don't also want to give away the farm, so to speak, such that you're giving too much new construction and they're not, given.
Because they don't have to comply with open space, they don't have to comply with all the other things, and if you waive the fees on top of it, other than recreation and parks, I think you said that too, then they're not paying into our infrastructure. Yet they're adding new construction that may be more substantial than the existing construction was. So I don't understand, so explain to me, I understand incentives to get them to do this, but I also understand the fact that we're not getting the appropriate new funds into infrastructure. We're not getting any open space out of it. Now, and the only example I can think of, which may not bolster my case, but would be the Geary Museum on that historic building, where they're not really adapting, but they're building and back. Does that have any
I think
relatability to what I'm asking?
Yes, and that's an example where you have new construction aside with a little bit of adaptive reuse, you have more new construction. So I think that is the fundamental philosophical question we are asking council, is how much bonus floor area do you want to give these projects such that it makes them feasible and likely, but you don't want to give them too much new bonus floor area such that it's basically brand new construction and they're only adaptive reusing a little bit of a,
you gave us a couple of choices. What is the more conservative choice that doesn't necessarily, because they're not having to comply with solar standards, all the other things either, are they?
Well, we are.
So in other words, if you had a 2-story building, I don't know where the example would be in Santa Monica, but you have a 2-story building with a huge lot behind it that's empty. They're going to renovate the existing structure, and then, according to one of your ideas, add 8 stories. But they're not, are they?
No, we're not suggesting 8 stories, we're suggesting 2 stories. So this is.
Okay, but
it would be the 2 stories on top.
I was looking at the green on the right.
Oh, yeah, no, this is a comparison.
That frightened me.
The left this is a comparison. This is what the big green block building is, what they can do brand new. If they wiped out the existing building, they could build brand new. That's a much taller building. I'm trying to show
here. So you're trying to show some.
At what point,
What can you do to keep the existing building?
Correct. Incentivize it enough such that the building on the right, the big tall building, is not, basically a clear winner. You want to try to you can't really even the playing field completely, but you can at least, give it a free couple tries of bats and, hits. So.
Okay. Let's go to platforms or platforms and the overall, you mentioned some of the larger buildings that could go up in Bergamot, right? And you mentioned San Jose, San Diego as examples. And I've also I've been in Toronto and Vancouver, which tend to be more transparent buildings, thinner, taller, but with open space around them. I'm big on open space because I think what we're getting on Lincoln, for instance, is we're getting a lot of cement and stucco, but we're not getting that open space. And I understand, I was on the top of the park last Saturday night on 5th, so I understand the rooftop open space, and they have a fantastic rooftop area. It's tremendous. However, what we want to do, and you mentioned it somewhere in your one of the presentations, human scale pedestrian-oriented design. That's something I've always been for. And I don't see that necessarily in the new buildings, and my example is Lincoln Boulevard. I don't see that pedestrian-oriented design with trees and open space and a feeling of spaciousness where you want to walk those streets. So you mentioned in Bergamot you wanted to do those pass-through areas and more green space. So the incentive for that, or the possibilities of doing that and having not only the pathways, but more green space in those buildings, is that something we can do so we don't end up with those streets looking like Lincoln?
Yeah, so absolutely. So the policy questions are built sort of, to be incremental, right? We're asking about, should there be, what should the requirement be? Should it get basically increase as a parcel size gets bigger? And that is an existing concept in the downtown community plan. And then if there's a minimum size, and that's what Susan spoke to, you want to probably consider a minimum size to make it usable. And then, should there be requirements on the ground floor? Because if you don't sort of say, where it should be, it might all end up on the roof, as an example. But I think what you're speaking about is an interest to ensuring that there's space on the ground floor, that it's an interesting ground floor, and it's, a pleasant pedestrian
and not
experience.
Not sidewalk cement.
Right.
But sidewalk, green space.
And that's absolutely something that we've been mindful about in developing the standards for Bergamot. We didn't focus hugely on that in the presentation today, largely because council had already endorsed those concepts. When you looked at the SB 35 objective design standards, we were creating both that and the Bergamot standards kind of at the same time. So those principles in terms of ground floor pedestrian-oriented design are carrying through in Bergamot. They necessarily have to, because you see Bergamot what it is today. You're kind of trying to create like a neighborhood, where none exists at the moment. If you imagine like along Nebraska, right? If you're adding housing to that, it needs services, it needs sidewalks, right? It doesn't sort of feel the same as maybe other parts of the city, So having to establish those things from scratch, those principles are very much core to the components of developing the standards, and why there's been such a significant focus on open space, that's been discussed with the Architecture Review Board, the Planning Commission, the working group, and the community.
In one area, when you mentioned San Jose, you mentioned Skyline. And I think you were talking about a 6-story skyline, or I consider it to be palm tree level in terms of height. And one of my old saying was, I don't want any buildings in the city taller than a palm tree. Obviously, I lost on that, because we're going to have cities taller than a palm tree, or we're going to have to grow palm trees on steroids. So when you're looking at that, you were talking about tower footprints and setting high rises back to keep open space. And that, I assume, means smaller platforms or whatever, right? So that there's still open space surrounding that, rather than the 2-story or 4-story platform that would stretch right to the property limits.
Yeah, I think that's really the relationship that we're seeing. Clearly the size of the building footprint influences the mass of the tower. So we're talking about both tower footprint and podium footprint, the base.
Podium, sorry.
Of the
yes,
footprint.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, and we actually had AECOM model just the podium without the tower, just to understand, like even a 3-story podium, if it fills the whole site and it's really wide, it turned out the shadow impacts were pretty tremendous. Like it was sort of these wide, slow-moving shadows, more impactful than a taller, skinnier tower.
You see those, it looks, if I recall, in the 3000 block, that area of Wilshire Boulevard in LA, where you tend to see platforms on both sides of Wilshire and 8th Street, I think, where the platforms end up completely to the sidewalk.
Right.
And those aren't human-oriented.
Yeah, so
And,
you know,
and yes, your emphasis on making sure sunlight travels, that every apartment or every unit gets some sunlight, some shade, and there's open space, I think is beneficial.
yeah, absolutely. And that's why, you know, in going through this analysis of tolerant building standards, seeing what, you know, the experiences in other cities and what have you, you can see here, you know, these are some of the very like preliminary recommendations. You know, we don't want you to focus on the numbers really, because that's not really the important thing. I think, you know, really looking at these principles of, you know, what if we're going to have these buildings, because they are being proposed, you know, and through state density bonus law, we have
Right.
to allow them. And so, you know, what can we do to shape them? Like, what are the really important things here in terms of preserving, you know, light and air? You know, what are the important, you know, we want to protect the street, the sidewalk, on-site open space. You know, what are we prioritizing? And so that's the policy question. And going through that, you know, are these the principles that we should be developing standards around?
And I think the pathways through the larger properties on Bergamot, those larger parcels, are absolutely essential, because that will make them feel pedestrian-oriented. It will give them that feel with trees or bushes on the sides that, wow, we want to walk this way.
Right.
Wow, we're getting our afternoon or morning hike in, versus, oh my God, I'm walking down just a row of buildings. And I think we have the possibility of creating really nice buildings and open space, which we haven't always done in other parts of the city. So I think that would be beneficial to us. Last question, I think. Maybe not even that one. You talked about permeability and being able, again, to not just the ground, but to feel like you can walk through those spaces. And I want to emphasize, to me, that's really what I want to see in the city. Parking. Because I know we're having discussions about parking in other parts of the city and permits. Most of this area, will there be on-site parking, or the streets may not have available parking because of bike paths, et cetera? Is that correct? Am I off base?
Well, this entire area is well within the kind of half mile of the
transit.
expo station. Yeah, so the city does not have the ability to impose any minimum parking requirements. So essentially it is going to be at the developer's choice as to how much parking they want to provide or
Right,
not.
what they can use to sell the.
Yeah.
the
I mean, I will say it's not typical for us, you know, yet to see, we do see some projects with no parking at all, but I think it's probably more common to see projects that provide some measure of on-site parking.
How do we, in areas where there's permit parking, how do we find a way, because we're seeing this problem on the north side of the city or the Wilshire Boulevard area. How do we make sure that we don't end up with all those cars that people have stacked in neighborhoods that are already oversaturated with cars? So can we deny permits, parking permits for residential areas off these major streets?
I think that's something, are you guys working on that?
The answer is no.
I looked to the city attorney's office. It's kind of a legal question.
No, we can't do it, or no, we can't talk about right now.
No, we can't do it.
You can't do it.
Okay.
At least without many other implications.
Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. Councilmember Davis, you're up again.
Yeah, sorry, I just
Comments?
I just have one quick question. So for the adaptive reuse, I mean, I asked which buildings were most likely to go, and we talked about Santa Monica might be a little different. I mean, I suspect if somebody has a going concern with a 1 or 2 story building and they're making lots of money in rent and they're perfectly happy, that's not the kind of building that's going to be adaptively reused, right? I mean, what's going to be adaptively reused are these empty buildings that we're all tired of driving by, where someone's looking at it and going, I can't find a tenant for this building for whatever reason, and I want to monetize this building. And so I have 2 options. One is knock down the existing building and build what I think Mayor Brock referred to as the 8-story block, or 2 is adaptively reuse the building. And the question is, do I have enough incentives to do that, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I think, you know, it's, I don't know, fortuitous, I guess, that we have kind of the contrast, if you will, you know, in talking about building form tonight, right? On the one hand, we're talking about taller building standards. These are, you know, 20-story buildings, you know, and on the other hand, on the adaptive use, it's really on the other end. It's the balance of like, how do we retain what we have and, you know, kind of like prolong and extend the life of the buildings that we already have in the city. And that was really the genesis of this adaptive reuse ordinance that we heard throughout the housing element was, you know, how do we retain some of the character? We will, you know, it's not that every single site is going to redevelop, you know, to these big, tall buildings, right? And so that's the perspective, I guess, you know, when we worked with the ARB and the Planning Commission on this is, you know, what do you prioritize and value in terms of maintaining variation in the city, retaining the sense of character and scale of some of these neighborhoods? You know, so is it worth it to provide sort of substantial incentives, as Rachel was saying, right, to create value to these older buildings in the same way so that it sort of convinces maybe someone like, oh, this is another option. I don't have to sell it to redevelop. You know, so very much so I think, you know, our building stock is not downtown LA or anywhere else. You know, like we don't have this history of big giant buildings to convert. We have sort of, you know, these small scale commercial districts, a smattering of office buildings throughout the city. So I think it's a lot like kind of remains to be seen. This is brand new territory for us. We have no history of conversion of commercial to residential buildings. We have conversion of like former office buildings to hotels, certainly commercial to commercial, you know, sort of office to retail, if you will. But this is a bit of an experiment to see what happens. The great thing is, you know, if it doesn't work, we can try other things. You know, so I think we kind of offer that perspective in, you know, providing the information about the adaptive reuse ordinance and kind of, you know, the spirit in which we're coming with the policy questions.
Right, but I just want to be clear because if we say, well, we love adaptive reuse, but we're not going to give you any incentives to do it, or we're going to give you minimal incentives, people aren't going to do it. They're going to scrape the building and you're going to get the 8-story building.
Understand.
Whereas if we're more generous with incentives for the adaptive reuse, you may get a 4-story building, you're not going to get the 8-story building, but you're also getting rid of at least potentially a vacancy, a building that's sitting vacant. It's not the successful buildings that need to be adaptively reused, it's the buildings that aren't currently living up to their potential.
Correct. And I will tell you that we've gotten a significant increase of inquiries about converting partial conversions. You know, they might be, you know, there might be the retail on the ground floor, but however, there's upper story office space right now that's vacant. And, you know, we've seen the vacancy rates, the office vacancy rates in Santa Monica, it's significant. You drive around the city and you see, you know, lots of for lease signs. And so we've gotten inquiries like, can I convert this to residential? Yeah, they could technically convert to residential right now, but, you know, they can't meet our requirements for unit, you know, not Unimix, but usually it's not Unimix because the Unimix kicks in at 50, but they can't meet our requirements for, you know, open space. You know, they can't meet our requirements for bike parking and so forth. So some of these buildings just need a little bit of, you know, not a little bit, but a lot of flexibility basically to, you know, do what they can to just convert some of these, you know, unutilized vacant space. As you said, they're more likely going to be buildings that are just sitting empty or have been vacant for a while.
Okay, great. And then I guess my question maybe is to you, Mr. Mayor, should we just start going down these questions? Because I just get this,
right.
Yeah, if we just start going down these questions individually, because if we all try and address them randomly,
individually.
It'll be.
I have one last question when you're.
Yeah.
Okay. Question for you. What's the percentage of office vacancies right now in Santa Monica?
It's about
Because
hovering around.
I read the other day, Culver City's 39%.
Yeah, the last we asked our financial consultants, it's hovering around 20, but that was probably a couple years ago or a year or two ago, yeah.
Do we have any way of finding out without hiring a consultant?
We can ask.
We can ask. I asked them like a couple months ago, so it was at 20%, so yeah.
Okay, so that's not bad because Culver City in the Business Journal was 39% a couple of weeks ago. That's really high. Surprised.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Zwick has his hand raised.
Oh, Jesse, go ahead.
I don't want to, I'd love to start going through the questions, so I won't take any length of time, but I would say that we started this entire discussion by talking about a 2013 plan for Bergamont that was meant to allow and encourage housing, which led to exactly 0 new housing units in Bergamont, now more than 10 years after that plan was created. And the reason was that that plan was overly complicated and restrictive and didn't actually enable any housing to get built. So I think it's just really important as we look at these plans that we don't come up with more Rube Goldberg sort of, level restrictions that lead us to 10 years from now say, we wanted to build a beautiful, walkable transit village around Bergamont and there's still no housing there. So I just would really say that we do need to ensure flexibility. These office conversions are really hard. And that's just where I'm at with this.
Thank you. Okay. Jing, do you want to start off with the first question that we should answer?
Got it right here.
Look at that.
So program 3A, so this, the first policy question, SB 330 provides the option for certain replacement units to be deed restricted for low-income households or rent controlled. So again, these are the units, the replacement units, right? This is a unit that has been a rent-controlled unit occupied by a moderate income or above moderate income household. It has been demolished. It is now being replaced in a new project. Looking forward, sort of like the long-term life of that unit, should that unit be deed restricted for low-income households or rent-controlled?
Okay. Well, but I think we have to give a more specific answer to that. Do we need to make a motion on it, or do we have, I think, Councilmember Davis, you have the floor, followed by Councilmember Terosas.
Well, I think probably from my questions you can tell, I mean, I would favor replacing it with a rent control unit, and that is because at least and until the Justice for Renters Act passes, we can't replace rent control units. And although I know that there's some issue about, well, if they're rent controlled, there's no income restriction, we can build more deed restricted units. We can't build more rent controlled units. And I do think that rent control has the ability to fill in that missing middle better than deed restricted units. So at least my thinking is we should replace them with rent control units.
Councilmember Terosas?
I would agree, and I also did just look up in the annual report how many units we've lost to the Ellis Act, and it's over 3,300 units in the city. So that's since I believe at least the last 10 years. Perhaps since the Ellis Act, was passed. But basically, I agree with Councilmember Davis. We can revisit it if Costa-Hawkins is repealed.
Councilmember Negretti.
I mean, if we're going around, you already heard me say it, I'm just going to echo the same thing.
Well, do we need to go around, or do we vote on it?
I think I got a good sense of where you're
Okay, okay. And I'm for the rent-controlled units as well.
Great. So secondly, SB 330 does not specify whether a net reduction in housing units is allowed, where no new construction is proposed. So this is no demolition. This is just, can I straight up remove a unit through combination or demolition? So should the city prohibit any project that results in a net reduction in housing units in the city where no new construction is proposed or not? So in any case, like, are we taking sort of that strict view, that like absolutely no net loss in any circumstance? Or are we taking maybe a more sort of, nuanced view of it where, okay, if you're not removing a protected unit, and you're not proposing any new construction, that is the one situation where you could remove a unit.
Councilmember Terosas.
I guess I didn't, because I didn't remove myself. I'm of the opinion that we should have no net loss, period.
I took my.
You're up, Councilmember Terrell. Oh, you.
So, no, I meant I removed it because I'm out.
Go ahead.
So I'm of the latter part of what you said, where to me, we have enough market rate. So if somebody owns, and I also feel like if you own 2 condos and you want to combine them, that's fine, as long as you're not removing an affordable, rent-controlled, deed-restricted unit, and it's not new construction.
Councilmember Zwick.
Just quick clarity, when you say protected unit, is that either a rent-controlled unit or a deed-restricted affordable unit?
Yeah, as defined by SB 330. So yeah, it includes that category.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think that if we're protecting those, like, and someone wants to turn their ADU into an office, like, it's a little bit extreme to say no, personally.
And I recommend your staff recommendation on that.
I agree with what Councilman Nieves said as well.
Great. I think we have a good sense of that one. Moving on now to open space. So similar to the downtown community plan, should the open space requirement be based on parcel size such that open space requirements increase as a parcel gets bigger? And here you can see what yes and no means. I think you can read the screen unless you want me to.
Councilmember Davis.
Thanks. So it's a little hard to know because I don't know what kind of size. I mean, I know we had the graphic up there that showed what some of the parcel sizes were.
I'll just define, when we say bigger, we mean like 80,000 square feet. Like
but I mean, are you talking about some list of gradations or just sort of?
Yes.
Here's a line, and below this you do this, and above this you do that.
It would be like on a sliding scale. Yeah.
You know, so a little bit to Councilmember Zwick's issue, we're complicating this, you know. I mean, and I know it's easy. I have a 20,000 square foot parcel and I do this, and I have a 40,000. But every time we do this, it just sort of complicates things a little bit. I would be personally, and again, having seen the results of this in Vienna, be more in favor of a percentage, because then everybody knows what they got to do. And it, as long as it doesn't operate as a constraint on housing, I want to be careful about that. But, you know, I wouldn't mind if there was just sort of a bright line below X amount, it's say 30%, and above X amount, it's 40, or like I said, in Vienna, they do 50%. But well, I got the sense you were proposing multiple levels.
No, it's sort of like above. That would be the idea. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense, because you know, I mean, if I'm below it, it's 30%. If I'm above it, I would like to see 50%. I am telling you, in Vienna, it has made for an incredibly livable city and a wide open city, and parks and green space and all sorts of exciting things. So I don't know what percentages you're thinking about. I think the downtown percentages are low, and the reason I think they're low is because downtown's different than the east side of town. In downtown, you're not going to get as much green space because it's a downtown. I mean, we want to have green space everywhere, but in a downtown, you expect to have less. I think on the east side of town, where you have much larger parcels for the most part, then I think we can afford a higher percentage requirement. And I guess your next question is going to be, should we have a minimum space? And I think the answer is yes, but I think if you have a high enough requirement, that's not really an issue. I mean, I'm all for putting that in there, but I think if you say, for example, you have to have 35% open space on the lower end, there's no way you can hide that in a corner. You're going to get usable open space. But I'm still okay with the minimum, I think, which is the next question, if in fact it presents that, because you might have an oddly shaped parcel or something. But I think, yeah, I think gradation is fine, but not complicated gradation. And I think we should shoot for higher percentages than in the downtown plan.
Councilmember Negrete.
Was that a yes or no? A yes means or no means?
Yeah, it was a yes. There should be a minimum.
Oh, there you go.
There should be she went back to that one. Yeah, there should be an open space requirement based on parcel size, but not 5 different levels, just, you know, one. Below this, it's that, and above that, it's this. I think that makes sense to not overly complicate things. And I think the percentage requirements should be higher than they are in the downtown community plan, because you expect less open space in a downtown than you do where you have the much bigger parcels that you see in Bergamot.
Because this is livable space, and assuming hopefully there's more people. So yes, the same thing on on both of those.
I agree also.
Trying to move quick.
Anyone else? Jesse?
Yeah, I would just add that I agree we should shoot for a high percentage of open space. Provided it's feasible, it allows projects to be feasible. I would just say on the second question, if as Councilmember Davis said, if you have a high percentage of open space, like I don't think we have to worry as much about defining the dimensions, because I think that's when you're starting to get to micromanagement, where I would rather let the building and the site requirements, and the architect dictate where the open space should go, and not be constrained by a certain set of dimensions that don't work for a number of other elements of the project. So I'm much more on terms of percentages than saying it has to be like 8 by 12 feet or something like that.
I would agree with that, but I would say that I want to make sure the open space is ground level. Councilmember Torosis.
Yeah, I would also agree with that. I think that we're also forgetting that most of these projects are going to go through some sort of community engagement process, and I do believe that the community is going to dictate, in some circumstances, the needs of the project. So, I absolutely think
No, they won't.
They won't, yeah.
Is it all administrative approval?
If we don't put it in the code, it's not a requirement. I mean, they can do it out of the goodness of their heart, but not.
So we're only talking about over-the-counter approvals?
Yeah, these
Okay.
will more than likely be just
They
administrative
will be,
approvals.
by right, okay. I appreciate that, but my apologies. I still think that we need maximum flexibility, and I'm fine with a percentage.
Are you coming back?
No.
Okay. Do we have a consensus there?
I think so. I think I heard mostly a yes here.
Yeah.
Mostly a yes here. Qualified
Okay.
yes.
All right, next.
Okay. Should open space be required on the ground floor?
Well, you know my answer.
Yes, yeah. If ground floor open space is required, should it be visible from or located adjacent to the street or sidewalk?
Yes.
Lots of nodding heads, yes, okay. Should ground floor access paths that are already?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Yep.
Jesse?
Well, first of all, when it came to the question before that around minimum space, I thought there were many people saying that it didn't need to be so dictated in terms of the dimensions of the space itself.
Yeah.
That was the question.
I understand that as a qualified yes. Yes, and that you wanted to see some flexibility with respect to any development of minimum size in relation to the size of the percentage of required open space.
Yeah, okay, sorry. But in relation to the thing that we're talking about now, I guess, or that we were about adjacent to the street or sidewalk, I mean, there are gorgeous projects that have, beautiful internal courtyards that residents love, and I guess I'm just confused why we would outlaw that.
They could do that as well.
I think we
Well,
were.
not if it's visible to the
Yeah,
street.
I think the idea here was to, if there's going to be open space and we think there might be, substantial requirements, here we were trying to ensure that it's, useful both for the project residents and the general public, perhaps. Helps to break up the mass of the building at the ground level, perhaps also provides, space for usability of the building, whether it's for dining, social space, that sort of thing, kind of enhances its usability as opposed to being, for lack of, we've seen, unfortunately, some designs that, treated more like a light well, or sort of that, space in the middle of the building. The idea was to kind of make it more visible and usable for everybody.
I get that, and I want our streets to be welcoming as well. I just, if you've seen buildings in Barcelona, like everyone loves their courtyards. Like they're wonderful.
I mean, this doesn't preclude courtyards either.
They could do both.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So when you say should it be visible, you're saying should some of it be visible?
Yeah, not all of it, exactly, yeah. I mean, we haven't assigned any numbers or standards to this, it's simply the concept of, an idea of should it at least have some sense, some connection to the street or sidewalk.
And it'll make, again, that human scale project. It'll make it easier. What we want is we want people walking around the city. We want people bicycling the city. So anyway, everyone on a yes? Okay, next.
Okay, should ground floor access paths that are already required for other purposes, like for example, these fire access lanes, should they count towards common open space if they can be designed in a manner as to be usable? Yeah, so that's the question. And we'll use the example of,
I'm a no.
a vehicle driveway or something, concrete, we probably, we would not accept that as open space, but if it could be designed in a way to be usable, should it count?
If it was permeable pavement and was wide enough that it would not impede fire trucks, so we don't see Councilmember Parra's example of having.
Appreciating the practical.
Yeah, areas be practical where that it's larger than just a fire lane, where landscaping, benches, whatever would be. And still, a fire lane would be available.
And I think to provide some context here, this is probably a really good component to highlight as, when I was talking about that win-win. Because we live in the world where we live in, where our standards can be waved away if it's not feasible, this was something where it's like, well, all projects have to provide these service accesses, these fire lanes, just because of, their size, the fire access that's needed. How can we sort of, if you're required to do it, and if we said you had to do that and provide something extra, we're maybe not likely to get that extra open space. But if we could give it a dual purpose, that maybe helps. The developer has to do it already, and the city also gets something out of it.
Councilmember Davis.
So I'm in favor of this for two reasons, but contingent on the basis that we make sure we have high enough open space requirements. If we're going to count this towards open space, I want to have high requirements. But I'm in favor of this for two reasons. One is there is nothing uglier than a loading dock or a fire lane. And so if this helps beautify those so people aren't just walking on asphalt and curb, and I think that makes it more pedestrian friendly. And two, in all honesty, again, I think it goes to that livability standard that instead of being just concrete, whether it's loading dock, where the trash, it will create a somewhat greener environment. And so for me, I'm in favor of this so long as if we're going to let this count towards the open space requirement, our open space requirements are high enough that it's not all going to be fire lane and loading docks, that it's going to be courtyards and street. So I guess I see that as sort of a sliding scale. If yes on this, then that percentage goes up.
I would support that.
And
anyone else?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. You heard my one-word answer, but Councilmember Davis stated it more eloquently.
Okay.
Taller building standards, we had one policy question here. Whether, basically, do you agree that the following principles should be prioritized for developing taller building standards? So when you've seen the information about taller buildings, do we think these are the most important components in developing those standards? So the minimum height at which design standards apply, the tower footprint, tower spacing, maximum podium footprint and height, sunlight, shade, and shadow.
I support it. Okay. Everyone else?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Councilmember Terrell.
Oh, I just wanted to get clarity because my understanding is that the Planning Commission had one interest in 84 feet, and then the ARB recommended buildings of 125 feet. Is that correct? That was in the staff report.
We didn't quite get agreement, even among the working group. It was all over the place. So that's why the staff report says, this is one where we're not assigning a number. We need to look at this further. But if we all agree there maybe should be some area where
you're going to come back with some recommendations. Okay, that would be great because it didn't seem like there was consensus. But I agree with these principles. Again, just not being too overly prescriptive to give maximum flexibility for potential development.
Great. Okay,
quick question. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Quick question. When it comes to that height question, if it was to be 84 feet, would then that apply to all of the projects that are currently being built at around 84 feet?
No, it wouldn't reach back. This is only going forward.
I'm sorry, I meant the projects currently that are being built, on other parts. There's a lot of projects that are hitting that number and not going higher. Are you saying above 84 or to 84?
I think it would depend where we land. If you say above 84, then it would only apply to projects that are above 84 and not at 84 feet.
Right. It just seems like there are a lot of projects now that would apply to if it was 84.
Yes.
Okay, that seems a little, yeah.
Well, he's
It only applies to projects that have not put in the application yet.
right.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that's a height limit that we're going to see a lot of projects at compared to these smaller ones.
Yes, yes. Okay, adaptive reuse. So question number 1 for adaptive reuse, does the council want to restrict the conversion of hotels and motels to housing in the adaptive reuse ordinance, particularly in the coastal zone? But this is really a question not just for the coastal zone, but citywide.
But is there two different is there a different subset to that question? Because we need the hotels, motels in the coastal zone.
Right.
Where we also need housing in other parts of the city. So for me, I wouldn't want to take away TOT tax in the coastal zone. But yes, I want to see, more apartments, et cetera, in other zones.
Okay.
So I'd rather bifurcate that into two questions.
Okay. That's okay.
At least that's me. I don't know where everyone else stands. Everyone else is okay?
Well, I just I'm assuming like a thriving hotel is not going to convert, so we're not at danger of losing those taxes. I mean, I'm assuming it would be a hotel that's not doing well that would possibly consider this. Is that right?
One might imagine.
Well, yeah, but how do we determine that? I mean, if the Shangri-La now, the whatever it's called now, the new name for it?
Sondor.
Huh?
The Sondor.
The Sondor. If they wanted to convert to apartments, I'm not sure that's good for the city.
Right.
I'm just not sure they would.
Well,
But
but
make a lot more
you're
money.
trying to make standards. So for me, outside the coastal zone, absolutely.
I think the reason we're asking it is because, of all the kinds of commercial buildings we have, hotels and motels would be the easiest conversion to residential. And, really it's a policy question, right? Do we have an interest in, we only have as many hotel rooms as we do in the entire city. Are we interested in sort of restricting conversion of that stock?
I would restrict it in the downtown zone.
Downtown.
Outside of that, in other words,
Coastal zone.
Huh?
You mean the coastal zone?
No, I'm
downtown?
talking about downtown. I would restrict. There are some areas. So the coastal zone, doesn't it go up to Lincoln Boulevard and Ocean Park?
Yes.
All right. So there,
Downtown. But in downtown, it only goes to 4th Street.
Yeah. South of the freeway, it goes to Lincoln. North of the freeway, it's 4th Street. Yep.
Right. So I'm saying in the 4th Street zone, no.
So you convert the proper.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's, all right, you got me. So what, no, that's fine. So what do you say?
Every once in a while that happens.
No, but you do understand what I'm looking for. How do we, or you don't think there should be any restriction? I think there should be. On Lincoln Boulevard, I wouldn't mind in that area.
Well, I may draw the line in a little different place. I may draw it between hotels and motels to some extent. I mean, I agree with you. Within the coastal zone, we probably don't want to have any of our lodgings converted. And I would sort of include downtown in that as well, because I want to capture the proper, and we have. But I think, for me, for example, we know that a motel was used in the Pathway Home program, and we want to have that option. And I don't know if that qualifies as converting a motel to multiple unit dwelling use.
What's the definition of hotel?
We do not have one. They are the same between hotels and motels. I guess one distinction would be number of rooms potentially, but we don't have a definition. They're just lodging.
Yeah, I mean, because what I don't want to do is adopt a policy that says, so we know we have, I don't want to name names, some hotels in town that may cease to operate. And it would be amazing if they could be turned into a pathway home opportunity or even some low-income housing.
So I think Rachel reminds me that under state law, we have to allow the conversion of anything to 100% affordable.
Oh, okay.
So that's taken care of.
So
this is really
watch out, shutters.
Yeah. This is really to like market rate housing.
Well, if it's to convert a hotel to market rate housing, I'm not in favor of that.
Yeah, I'm
Because
not
I think we have enough market rate housing, and we have enough mechanisms to build market rate housing through the density bonus law. So why would we want to lose, as the mayor says, the TOT, but also perhaps lose the opportunity to convert some of these existing motels into deed-restricted affordable housing or temporary shelters? Whereas if you offer the owner the opportunity to turn it into market rate housing, that may be a bigger incentive. So now I'm totally flipped.
Okay.
So are you able to parse that, what we're asking?
Yeah. I mean, but if.
Because I agree.
Does it make it
with
different?
Lee.
If it's market rate, you would restrict everywhere in the city. Is
Yeah.
that right? Okay.
Yeah, because
that's
I
fine.
want those smaller motels that may not be economically successful to be available for things like Pathway Home. But if you say, but you could build market rate, you could convert these units into market rate, that may be a stronger economic incentive, and then we lose that opportunity, and what we get is a bunch more market rate housing, which I'm in favor of, everyone, but I think we're going to get that through a whole bunch of other mechanisms, not through the conversion of motels.
Yep, okay.
That's my thinking.
Next question to support, sorry.
You have another question?
No, I mean, I would agree. And I don't think let's keep going.
Okay.
To support the feasibility of adaptive reuse projects, should the 100% increase in bonus floor area be allowed within no more than 2 additional stories in order to accommodate additional housing units? So this is an adaptive reuse project. This is not like an addition or a new construction. This is conversion of a building. And to support the feasibility of that project, it's allowing the bonus floor area to occur within no more than 2 extra stories.
I would agree.
Only for housing units.
Anyone else?
I mean, I would just say why are we doing that when we don't know what's feasible? Like, I feel like we have to be more flexible to allow these projects. Like, let's talk about like the post office building or something like that. That would be a prime candidate. I don't know. Is 2 enough? I'm not sure. Why would we say that without like more study when it comes to the specific incentives? That would actually make it pencil.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Sorry,
Jesse.
Oh,
Carolyn?
Sorry, just to clear, sorry. I guess I'll sit down. I'm just getting antsy here. Yeah, I mean, I would just say, I guess I'm a yes.
Councilmember Davis.
So, I mean, I think we're sort of in uncharted waters here, and at some level, I agree with Councilmember Zwick. I don't know what the magic is about 2 additional floors, but 3, it's feasible at 2, but not at 1. But, so I guess I'm fine with starting out at 2, but what I would like to think about is if we don't see adaptive reuse happening, then come back to us and say, this didn't work. So maybe we need to give 3 or 4 stories. I mean, so I guess in some respect, let's test the waters, with the idea that we may have to be more flexible and allow taller buildings if we really want to incent this kind of work. But, it's like anything else, right?
Yeah. Are you getting additional feedback, like from market participants before you come back to, yes, okay, great, because it would be helpful to get more.
We have actually a pretty fantastic working group. So
okay, fantastic.
Yeah,
that's just my question as to why the 2 is so in this question when you're still getting feedback. Like, couldn't the exact number be based on that feedback?
So we started with 2 because that's what the city of LA started with, they, as I said, they have had an adaptive reuse ordinance that actually didn't even provide this bonus floor area back in 1999. This recent update allowed for this additional 2 stories. And so we're taking our cues from the city of LA, and the working group has said, once you put stuff on top of an existing building, it doesn't cost that much more to put another story and another story. Because structurally, once you've made that commitment to adding on top, that commitment, those resources and the costs and the structural work has already been done. So it's, in terms of, you can allow more. As I said before, it's, at what point does it become just basically new construction with a little bit of adaptive reuse?
Right, and I guess the other version of it is, at what point do we just not get these projects? So I just, I don't want to be so afraid of allowing them to happen that we get none.
Right, and understandably, as we said, this is brand new to us, and so we can definitely look at it and see if we, if we can adjust, if the 2 stories are not enough, come back later in the future. That is another option as well.
All right. Next question?
So,
Is it okay?
So where did we end up on the other one?
I think we ended up with, this was a yes, no more than 2, yeah. But, yes, but we're just getting it started and return if it's not working.
I like the yes, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
To support feasibility of adaptive reuse projects, should affordable housing fees be applied to such projects? That's first question. If it's a yes, should the requirement be reduced or modified?
Question about this. I mean, when I was initially reading this through, sure, we can reduce it, but by how much? Like, by what percent? What's the market going to bear?
I think, yeah.
Like, what is enough to incentivize folks, or do we not know the answer to that at this point?
I think it's entirely up to the council, but one recommendation was that we apply that in lieu fee maybe to the bonus floor area only. That could be one way, or, yeah. I mean, I think this is a policy question, yeah. We have flexibility here to decide.
It would be helpful in a future presentation just to give us like a side-by-side comparison of if someone were to propose this project, this is how much they would have to pay, and if we reduced it by X percentage, or by in this scenario, this is then what they would have to pay, and this is potentially the loss that the city would be seeing.
Yeah.
Based on those
We will return with that.
Okay.
We kind of just started,
of course,
this work, and we actually will be doing I'm not sure how useful like the financial feasibility modeling is, because as we've talked with adaptive reuse experts who've done a lot of this work, like every single project is special and unique. Yeah. It's impossible to model for it. So we're actually doing more kind of physical feasibility, and understanding of what's happening practically in these.
I would say, like, we don't want to give away the house. Affordable housing is really important to us.
We're happy to come back with numbers on,
I think, like, I'm interested in exploring it, but would need more information, is how I feel.
Okay.
I
have a question real fast. I mean, you said you studied other ordinances. Like, I can't imagine any other ordinance has a requirement like this.
Yeah, I mean, so we attached to your staff report a preliminary feasibility analysis that AECOM did for City of Los Angeles and their adaptive use ordinance, and they found that if they apply any affordable housing requirement, it's infeasible. Just to give you a sense.
I think we need to take that into account if we want this program to work.
Sorry.
At this point, it's a conceptual question, so.
We're not a 7. We have someone missing.
Okay, I'm just saying, you guys keep saying these projects are so expensive, and you said you studied other ordinances, and I couldn't imagine an ordinance requiring this.
We'll accept a resignation, but that's it. Give me a rundown again on the affordable housing fees.
So
maybe that's what the part I'm missing. Are they large fees? Is it just affordable housing? Is it the entire realm of impact fees?
Permits.
Yeah, I see it right here. Okay.
It's by square footage.
So you can see here, for 2 to 5 units, you pay like $41 to $48 a square foot. That's our current HPP. You have the option to pay that fee up to 5 units.
I mean, that's like as much as all the other impact fees, basically. Or more.
Depends on how many. Yeah, it doesn't quite equate, because the other impact fees are typically per unit or square footage of like commercial. So when you're comparing like the application to fee to a residential unit, on other impact fees, it's a per unit or like type of unit fee. The affordable housing fee is on a per square foot basis. But I think typically it's not unusual for us to see fees of, I don't know, throwing a number out there, $300,000-ish
what would be better for our infrastructure, and is there a reason on these type of projects for the affordable housing fee, or would it be better to get the other impact fees that help our infrastructure?
I mean, this is.
And what's lower?
This really is, I think, a weighing of the priorities, if you will, right? If, I think as Councilmember Zwick, and I'm hearing some of you also say, if there's an interest in kind of getting this program off the ground, and waiving impact fees, is this another sort of tool you want to put in there? Understanding, that if the interest is in making adaptive reuse work, we've provided the information, at least from the city of Los Angeles, because we haven't.
What do we use these fees for?
These fees, go into the Housing Trust Fund to fund affordable housing.
So are you for?
That's what I'm saying. We need more information.
Okay. So come back to this on that, I guess. I think we're undecided.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the sweet spot? How much to cut? That's basically it.
Is that okay? All right. And then last one then.
Yay.
Last one. Given difficulties in creating new open space within existing buildings, should an additional floor of open space be permitted for adaptive reuse projects?
Okay. Yes.
That's it.
Yay.
Yay, we're done.
Double yay.
Yay.
Thank you so much for this presentation and all the work your staff has put in.
Thank you.
It's appreciated. Okay.
Item 8A, appointment to an unscheduled vacancy on the Transit Occupancy Tax Advisory Committee for a term ending on June 30, 2025.
So we don't have a full council?
So here's the deal, though. We need one. Yes, we don't have a full council.
So,
but this body is perilously close to not having a quorum right now. And they're actually meeting tomorrow. They only meet once a year.
Oh, geez.
Sometimes twice a year, but this is their only, this will be their only meeting before the budget item at the next meeting. So it's obviously up to council if they want to choose to appoint tonight, but the staff recommendation would be that you do move to approve, given that this body is so close to not having a quorum at this time.
so I assume we weren't doing any appointments since Councilmember Delatorre wasn't going to be here the majority of the time. So I haven't looked at the applications.
I mean, I can make a.
I have a nomination.
Okay.
Oh, well, if you guys, it's up to you. I mean, our normal tradition is not to.
We also
But
have
if you've all looked and have nominations, we can go for it.
We
Is
also
there a
have
sense from everyone?
We also have a non-binding recommendation from the Santa Monica Travel and Tourism for this seat too.
For who?
So we have two candidates or two applicants, Kevin Anawati and Jacob Dewey. Louis, yes.
Okay, let's hear it. Everyone want to go for it?
Is SMTT's recommendation part of the package?
It is.
Yes. I recommend DeLuey.
I do not. I would recommend Kevin Anawati.
Are we?
Okay, I'll call the roll then. Councilmember Zwick,
Is it Dooley? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Parra,
Jacob?
Councilman Davis,
DeLuey.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Jacob. Same DeLuey. I just don't want to say it wrong.
Councilmember Terosis,
Anawati.
and Mayor Brock.
DeLuey.
All right, so that's.
Congratulations, Mr. DeLuey.
And then the unscheduled vacancy for item 8B, I'm assuming you want to continue to the
Yes.
next meeting. And And then for 8C, at this time, we're actually recommending that this be held in conjunction with the annual appointments anyway.
I would agree.
So then we're on to item 8D, request of Mayor Brock that city manager and city attorney develop policies that regulate tree removal as a result of new development, including exploring replacement requirements as part of the development or on public property to protect and preserve the city's tree canopy. In developing this policy, the city manager is being asked to consider requiring 3 replacement trees for every tree removed.
Well, I'm looking at the picture up there, and I do see some palm trees and no potential development there, so that area is safe, although palm trees don't help us very much
They're not trees.
because they're,
They're
damn it,
grass.
you beat me to that. Yes, because they're not trees and they don't provide any shade or tree canopy. Look at, West Hollywood just put in an ordinance somewhat similar to this. I think Culver City is about to consider something like that. I think it's good policy. Again, I'll look at Lincoln Boulevard, and I don't see a lot of trees right now between Broadway and Olympic. I think we need to make sure that if we remove a mature tree, it's going to take 2 or 3 trees to make up for that loss in tree canopy, in carbon, all the other things that trees help us with, air conditioning, everything. And it's going to take years for those small trees to become mature and really help us with our canopy. So I think it's a reasonable request. I don't think it's something that's unreasonable, and I'd like the city manager and staff to consider that replacement policy. Thank you. If I see no comments, then we can.
A quick comment, because I don't know if you were here when Jerry Rubin made the comment about adding in the ability to, if it's feasible, to move a tree and not, as opposed to if it's being taken
I think
down.
that's pretty apparent. I mean, if I was a developer and I could move 1 tree instead of planting 3 additional, I think I would do that. I don't know if I want to. I think we could make that suggestion to City Manager White. I don't know if we need to put it in as an amendment. I think he understands what we want. Yes? There you go. Okay, if there are no other comments, can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move this.
A second?
Can I make a comment? I'm sorry.
No, we have a motion by Negrete, and we have a second by Para. Now, Mr. Zwick, you have the floor.
I support, creating an ordinance, and I appreciate you, Councilmember Mayor Brock, for bringing this suggestion. I would just say that one of the limitations sometimes to street trees along the street are the narrowness of the sidewalks, and I just wonder if the ordinance might, as it's conceptualized, also kind of think about ways that we could widen sidewalks, which would also make trees more feasible in places like Lincoln Boulevard that you're talking about.
I would say that we are going to do that anyway in parts of Santa Monica, but look at it, isn't that incumbent upon the developer to find places to put those 3 trees? And we also know that we're losing a lot of trees in residential areas. And in fact, a lot of the trees that we've been losing is between Wilshire and San Vicente area. So it's residential construction as well as commercial construction. I'm fine personally. I'm fine if a developer says, I'll plant 3 trees in 3 tree wells in the city, and I will guarantee we'll care for them for so many years, because we have a huge number of empty tree wells too. So I'm not sure I care where the tree's planted, just that we get trees planted and that they get cared for. Does that make sense, Jesse?
Yeah, I just think, you talk about streets like Lincoln, which I agree are uninviting. And
I'm talking about between Santa Monica and Olympic. Specifically, I'm not talking about the Lincoln Boulevard Greenway area. because I assume that will be taken care of regardless. Although I'd love to see the developer of Gelson's on Ocean Park in Lincoln plant copious amounts of trees to hide part of that 525 apartments.
Right. So my point is, all those big buildings are going to go in on Lincoln, both north and south of the zone you're talking about, or both the northern and the southern portion. And the more maybe we allow there to be wider sidewalks and allow trees, the more likelihood we'll be able to get nice tree foliage along a street like Lincoln and make it more pedestrian.
And the only place I would differ with you is I would like to see developer then move his building back a couple of extra feet, so we'd have that walkable, pedestrian-style human space along the sidewalks, and that the tree wells along those sidewalks that exist, that may be empty, also get planted, and we make sure they're, as much as we can, they're not palm trees, but they are actually shade trees. It'd be nice to consider some more native trees as well.
I just want to confirm that the council's giving direction to consider the replacement of trees that are lost on private property.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. At least I am. All right. Can we take a vote?
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Item 8E, request of Mayor Brock, Vice Mayor Negrete, and Councilmember De La Torre that the city manager and city attorney evaluate the attached request from Downtown Santa Monica Incorporated and return to city council with recommendations to reduce the per square foot monthly fees associated with the use of sidewalks for outdoor dining on the 3rd Street Promenade to support the city's economic recovery. In addition, the city manager and city attorney are also being asked to evaluate and return to city council with recommendations for incentives such as waiving fees for a period of time to spur outdoor dining on sidewalks on the 3rd Street Promenade.
Thank you. Councilmember Negrete, I understand you're going to carry the weight for our side.
Okay, so just so that everybody's clear, I think, when we think of outside dining, sidewalk dining, obviously on the promenade, it's a little bit different because we're not losing the, it's not like the parking spaces. So we're trying to invigorate our promenade, everywhere in our city, obviously, but there's a lot of discussion about the lack of activity on our promenade. And as a way to incentivize them, we thought this was an appropriate action to take. I think you see on the weekends what happens when some of the restaurants are allowed to temporarily for that day or that weekend have their outdoor dining expanded. It tends to be more vibrant and feel more full, and we're hoping that this motion here will help kind of invigorate some business back on the promenade. And again, this is totally different from, in other areas because we don't have the issues of having to deal with the meters for cars. So I don't know if you want to add anything to this.
Councilmember Parr, do you have anything to add?
Well, she's not on it.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'll just say I'm strongly in favor, and Downtown Santa Monica Inc. Submitted a letter of support as well. And I was kind of surprised to see that our fees were so much higher than our neighboring cities, because and I'll agree with Councilmember Negrete, if you go in the Arizona Wilshire block, that 1200 block, and you look on a Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, and you see tons of activity in that block, I'd like to have a restaurant like that in each block of the promenade, because the activity bonus is fantastic there, and that'll help bring the promenade back. So.
Carolyn, I'll second, but Carolyn.
All right, it's been moved by Parra, seconded by Vice Mayor Negrete. Councilmember Torosis.
Just a quick question. Do we know, why only do this for 3rd Street? Why not do this for the entire, why are we spot zoning just 3rd Street? And then I guess the second question is how much money do we think we're going to, is there going to be an appreciable financial impact if we do this?
So we discussed this, and I think there's a couple of factors to consider. The wider the area that you expand this to will have more significant revenue impacts to the city. And I think in this time of extreme financial constraint on the part of the city, I would take that into consideration in your deliberation. Secondly, the Third Street Promenade, I think, as the Vice Mayor noted, is struggling more so than other districts. So I think in terms of looking at trying this, at least at a minimum as a pilot, is a worthy cause. I think third, our economic development team does acknowledge that they want to look at a comprehensive fee study across our sidewalk dining to possibly adjust fees across the city. So that work could possibly support businesses throughout the community. But this proposal in and of itself will have a revenue impact to the city. I believe off the top of my head is about a couple $100,000. But under the notion of economic development and spurring economic activity under the promenade, it's a worthwhile option to pursue.
Okay, great. That answers all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to note that if we bring back activity, hopefully we bring back more businesses on the promenade, then we make up that $200,000.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes. That passes unanimously.
Ordinances, public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance to remove the minor use permit location and facility requirements for massage establishments from the city's personal service use standards for specific uses and activities. I got it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
At least I did. Okay.
There's only 3 of, but there was 4 of us.
There you go.
That's okay.
Okay, great. Good evening, Council. I'm here with a relatively brief staff report for an emergency IZO to adjust some of the zoning requirements for massage establishments in the city. So just as background, Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 6.104 has establishes the regulatory ordinance for massage regulations. The definition of massage establishment includes both primary and ancillary massage services. So massage is a primary use.
Thank you. Then 1 second.
Okay.
Well, I think we're trying to figure out, are we okay to proceed?
Oh, in the room. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, Jing, I just noticed the
I
conversation.
know, I did too. I was like,
And I was like, wait a minute.
Because Jesse, it has to be physical. Yeah.
In the
That's what I
room, we have to have
said.
4
Yeah.
members in the room.
Okay, well.
If you guys can hear us, council members in the hallway, please come back. We should have these going in the bathroom.
I would agree.
No. Sorry. I was just saying like when I go to the hospital.
We're so close to finishing near 11 something.
That should be tomorrow.
I said that. I said it right. You said that.
Is there 2 nights? They have 2 nights off? They play basketball. I thought it's every other.
We should tell a joke. Can take this moment to congratulate all the graduates of Samo High tonight. Woo! Class of 2024. That sounds so weird. My twin is coming.
Thank you, Jing.
okay, no problem. Sorry, just to recap, this is a staff report for an emergency IZO to adjust the zoning requirements for massage establishments in the city, specifically to remove the minor use permit requirement and remove locational restrictions and some operational requirements. So massage establishments are already regulated in another part of the municipal code, chapter 6.104, and it defines massage establishments as both primary and ancillary uses. So imagine, not just a massage business, but if you do massage as part of, for example, a gym or a day spa, that is also considered a massage establishment. It makes no distinction between the two. In order to operate a massage establishment, you must get a massage operator's permit. and it already includes a variety of physical and operating requirements for all establishments. We have another section in the zoning code that establishes zoning requirements, and it's considered a personal service land use. There are a variety of operational requirements there that largely duplicate the massage regulations ordinance in Article 6. There's hours of operation limited from 7 to 10. It requires a public hearing in front of the zoning administrator, which is a $7,400 application fee. And importantly, it prohibits massage establishments from being located within 500 feet of each other. So for example, you could not have two hotels beside each other that offer massage. One of them gets it and one of them doesn't. And in our recent experience, unfortunately, business licenses have been denied because of that locational restriction and because there is no distinction between primary and ancillary massage. So unfortunately, we have had to deny it because the code says, they can't be closer than 500 feet. Other applicants are awaiting zoning administrator hearings for their minor use permit review and approval. And I think, we're really just questioning whether that public hearing is necessary, when there is already operational requirements that are established through that massage operator's permit. And importantly, the city's economic recovery, is continuing after the pandemic. We want to continue to support these businesses that want to open in the city, a lot of small local businesses, and you heard some testimony tonight with respect to that. So the proposed emergency ordinance would remove that public hearing requirement for massage establishments. This is very similar, actually, to council's action to remove the MUP requirement for tattoo parlors, if you recall. We would propose removing the 500-foot minimum distance requirement between massage establishments. We would remove all the facility requirements because it's already duplicated in another part of the municipal code, but we would maintain the 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. hours of operation limit. So essentially, these would become permitted uses per the zoning code, except for that hours of operation limit. They would still need to get that massage operator's permit as required in Article 6. This ordinance would support the city's role as a visitor destination. Again, the interest is in supporting these local businesses, and allows massage to occur, but still have those operational requirements still imposed on it. They still need to get that permit. As an emergency IZO, it becomes effective immediately, and it would expire in 60 days unless it's extended. So I'll leave you there with the recommended action to adopt the emergency IZO and adopt a finding of categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA. Yes.
Yeah.
Questions?
No.
Five votes. And you need 5 votes for an emergency ordinance. Thank you.
5 votes. Okay, Councilmember Negrete.
I was just going to move the item.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, let's call a roll call.
I'm sorry, can we repeat who made the motion and who made the second?
Negretti, motion, Parra.
And Parra second.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes. Passes 6-0, and that satisfies the requirement.
Item 10B, introduced for first reading an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 9.53, to align the city's transportation demand management ordinance with South Coast Air Quality Management District's Rule 2202, and adopt a resolution approving amendments to the related memorandum of understanding with AQMD.
Do I need to adjust this?
Colleen.
Okay, you got it, thanks. Good evening, Council. Colleen Stahl, Transportation Demand Program Manager in the Mobility Division. I'm happy to be here tonight to provide background on the city's Transportation Demand Management Ordinance and walk through some recommended changes to the city's ordinance to keep us in alignment with the South Coast Air Quality Management District's Rule 2202 and address a temporary suspension that was enacted in 2020. TDM, or Transportation Demand Management, is strategies to shift if, when, and how people travel. Examples include everything from parking cash out and subsidized transit passes to secure bike parking and shower and locker facilities at the work site. Locally, we understand that shifting how we travel for the work commute and all of our trips is critical when it comes to air quality and climate change, as over 2/3 of our local greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation activities per the city's most recent GHG inventory in 2022. Another key element of the city's TDM ordinance, and an area where we differ slightly from the AQMD, is addressing congestion. While the Air District's Rule 2202 is primarily focused on emissions, the city has long been concerned about congestion. And because of that, we focus on both reducing emissions and reducing the number and length of trips made by vehicles. While the pandemic created a period of economic shutdown, school closures, and relatively free-flowing roads, our businesses and schools have reopened, and with that, traffic and congestion are almost back to pre-pandemic levels. Angelenos are losing 100 hours per year to traffic congestion in 2022. In addition to addressing air quality and congestion, the city's TDM ordinance seeks to support equitable access for our community. If we look at our employers who are subject to the city's TDM ordinance, 90% of those employees live outside of the city of Santa Monica. To get a sense of how far those employees are traveling, this map shows where city staff live. Our workforce is very similar to the citywide workforce, as 89% of our staff live outside of the city boundaries. And no matter where you live in the state, commuting by car is expensive. According to AAA, the annual cost to own and operate a new vehicle in California climbed to $1,200 a month in 2023. So providing access to a safe and viable multimodal transportation network gives individuals and households the opportunity to reduce their second largest expense, which is second only to housing. And beyond emissions, congestion, and equity, the city's TDM ordinance has the added benefit of reducing vehicle trips, making it safer for those biking and walking on our roads, decreasing cut-through traffic and the associated noise, freeing up parking spaces that can be used by customers and visitors when it isn't being used by employees. And I do want to add one more point on this slide. There's a significant number of commute and other trips that happen well outside of the city's boundaries, as you can see. And council will have an opportunity to weigh in on those regional transportation network when Big Blue Bus comes to you next month with service adjustment recommendations for the comprehensive operational analysis. So when it comes to measuring the impact of our TDM ordinance, we can look at how Santa Monica residents, which are the orange, I've reached that age where I need these. We can see how Santa Monica residents are commuting compared to how employees of regulated Santa Monica businesses commute to work. The most complete data that we have access to is from 2019, and we saw that 65% of Santa Monica residents drove alone to work, but just 54% of Santa Monica employees at regulated businesses drove alone to work. The major difference being that employees at regulated businesses are more likely to commute via transit or carpool compared to residents. Our businesses know that the programs and strategies they put in place encourage their employees to shift away from single occupancy vehicles. And just this past Friday, we were able to recognize employers with the most successful TDM plans at the 6th Annual GoSamo Achievement Awards. The GoSamo Achievement Awards are similar to the Santa Monica Most Loved and Sustainable Quality Awards, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank the city manager and Mayor Pro Tem for their support and remarks at the event. And most importantly, though, thank you to our business community. Your commitment to providing robust commute programs for your employees is really having an impact. I won't go over all of the points on this timeline, but the city's ordinance was originally adopted in 1991 as a direct result of rulemaking by AQMD. Both the city and Air District have amended these regulations several times over the past 30 years, with the biggest changes on the city side coming in 2015 when TDM requirements were added for new developments and the city's TDM performance targets were increased for employers and developers based on their proximity to high-quality transit. In 2020, with the budget cuts and reductions in staff, the city did temporarily suspend the regulation of employers with 10 to 49 employees, and that suspension is set to expire later this year. And the impetus for the hearing tonight is actually changes that the AQMD made to their rule in August, which is necessitating modifications to our ordinance, as well as the execution of an updated MOU with the Air District. So the proposed changes to the TDM ordinance are relatively minor and fall into two buckets. First are those changes that are necessary to keep the city's ordinance in alignment with AQMD's Rule 2202. And the second bucket is changes that are recommended by staff that allow the city to continue to effectively address emissions and congestion related to the work commute while remaining business friendly. To align with the recent AQMD changes, the annual emission reduction plan needs to be modified slightly to collect data about VMT, vehicle miles traveled, teleworking, and about the type of industry that the business is. Also, staff is proposing to adjust the minimum employee commute survey response from 75% to 60% to align with the Air District and in response to feedback from employers who are having a hard time meeting that higher response rate as their staff are working remotely. Also, to continue to effectively address the nearly 69% of greenhouse gas emissions generated from vehicle transportation, staff is recommending the reinstatement of the TDM plan requirement for employers with 30 to 49 employees, while eliminating the requirement for small businesses with 10 to 29 employees.
1 to 29? Sorry, 10 to 29.
Oh, 10. Yes, that should be a 10, thank you. 1 would have been a lot. Okay, so with that, we ask you to approve the recommendations, and I'd like to thank Brandon and Barbara and Jeff and Vicky, those folks who have been joining us all night from the Air District, who are on the team spot. I'd like to thank you guys for your work over the past 4 months to get us this updated ordinance, and staff are available if you have any questions.
Are there any questions? I see no questions.
I'd like to move this.
Can we, yeah, Councilmember Negretti moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Davis seconds. Can we have a roll call vote?
And just to clarify, we're moving to adopt the ordinance as well as the resolution attached to this item.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm sorry, motion by Negrete.
Who seconded?
I seconded.
Councilmember Davis seconded.
Councilmember Torres.
Yes.
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 Yes, I'm not hearing anything, but yes.
Yes for me.
Or rather, I can't hear Nikki is what I meant to say.
That's because, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, my mic was off. Okay, but the motion carries. So item 10C, introduced for first reading, an ordinance that supports electric vehicle charging access by adopting local amendments to the 2022 California Green Building Standards Code. I got it. I think we're fighting. There you go.
Well, responding. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, council members, mayor. Ariana Vito, Senior Sustainability Analyst with the Office of Sustainability and the Environment. I'm here to give you an update on an EV charger reach code, which covers EV charging requirements for new construction in accordance with the state building code. So I'm going to give a brief background on why we're here, Cal Green, the building code itself, the terminology, and the key updates, and then our staff recommendation. So, as you know, EVs are here. They're coming quicker and quicker. We have goals in our climate action plan and our EV action plan to support the shift to electric vehicles. And we have adopted 2 EV charger reach codes in the past. And we're here today because there's been a state update halfway through the California Building Code cycle that we need to come into compliance with. So I'll go into that a bit more. So Cal Green is short for the California Green Building Standards Code. It's under Title 24, Part 11, and it's updated every 3 years. We're currently in the 2022 code cycle, which confusingly starts 2023 and goes through the end of 2025. but the year refers to the year at which it's adopted. And right now, we're about to approach the mid-cycle of that. And so the 2024 intervening code cycle had some pretty substantive changes or updates to the 2022 code. So we're here to come into compliance because there are actually certain components that go beyond our current local reach code. So we're going to be recommending adopting one of the voluntary requirements, which is known as Tier 1, and it just goes beyond the state minimum code standards. So the terminology, I'll mostly be referring to level 2 chargers, which are just the standard chargers that you see throughout the city that use the 240 volt outlet. And in terms of the readiness category, I'm mostly going to be referring to EV ready, which stands for everything but the charger. So it's the electrical capacity, the conduit wiring, and the receptacle. And then EV charging installed spaces, which, as it sounds, has all of the infrastructure, including the actual charger. And then the percentages that you'll see refer to the percent of parking spaces that are required to have the various levels of EV charging infrastructure. So for a quick recap on the 2022 mandatory state code compared to the local reach code we adopted, the most notable change was the increase in EV-ready chargers, and we adopted this because, of course, it's much more convenient for folks to charge at home. So having EV-ready spaces, which, again, is everything except the charger, makes it really easy for residents to just purchase a charger and plug it in if and when they get an EV. So that was the largest change, and it's under the multifamily section of the residential code. And then for the non-residential code, we adopted Tier 1. So this is one of the voluntary requirements that cities can adopt. And the most notable changes are just an increase in the amount of charging infrastructure, and we added an additional category for office parking facilities. So workplace charging, of course, is also a convenient option for those who don't have charging at home, but there are also grid benefits to increasing access to charging during the daytime when there's a surplus of clean power on the grid. So that was the previous mandatory requirements and our local reach code, and these are the key updates in the 2024 intervening code cycle. So these are mandatory updates that we're required to adopt. And the most notable change in this intervening code cycle is the increase in EV-ready parking spaces. So the state increased the requirement from 25% of the parking spaces in multifamily and hotels from 25% to 40%. And then there are some other changes like direct billing in multifamily projects, which will require EV charging circuits to be tied directly to the dwelling unit's meter, which is helpful for eliminating the confusion of who pays for the charging if you're in a multifamily complex. Also, there's a new power allocation method in non-residential projects, which adds flexibility for different levels of charging stations installed, so the developer can choose if they want a lot of low power level 2 or faster charging, whatever makes the most sense for the project. There are new requirements also for medium and heavy duty charging capacity in manufacturing and office buildings. And there's a new requirement for existing parking facilities. If they make changes to the facility for non-residential alterations or additions, they have to come in compliance with the state code. Sorry, I got a little cut off there. But the summary of what we're recommending is just to simply adopt Cal Green Tier 1 across the board. So rather than have our own variation of a reach code for residential and Tier 1 for non-residential, we're adopting Cal Green Tier 1. And for single family, there's no change in the state code. So we're just sticking with one EV capable space, which is required for all single family. For multifamily and hotels, there are actually two categories in Tier 1 now, but we're recommending option A, which is to have one EV-ready space per unit up to 50% of the parking spaces. So, of course, in some of our parts of the city, we require less than one parking space per unit. So if that's the case, the EV-ready spaces required would be up to 15%. and then 15% of the spaces would be required to have EV chargers installed. So we're recommending this option because it's actually quite similar to what we already have, but we needed to increase the EV charger installed category to at least 10% from our local REACH code of 5%, because the state code goes above it now. So we're really just increasing the amount of charger installed spaces. And for non-residential, we're recommending just sticking with what we currently have, which is Tier 1 plus the 20% additional requirement for office facilities. And then, of course, the new code would include the required updates that I mentioned previously. So I know it's a lot of information. This table summarizes the different categories. So it goes on the left from the 2022 Santa Monica REACH code that we adopted, and then the 2024 intervening code cycle requirements, which are now mandatory. And then on the right is the 2024 Tier 1 recommendation. So I can leave it there for a moment. But again, a lot of the numbers are the same. The main changes are the EV charger installed and the EV ready spaces. And I can go back to this, but the staff recommendation is to adopt the necessary categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA, to introduce the ordinance to adopt these changes, and to adopt the attached resolution, and to file with the California Green Building Standards Commission in order for this to take effect. Thanks.
Councilmember Negrete. Vice Mayor Negrete.
Okay, so thank you for that. Question for you, because this is all new development that this is.
Yes, all new development.
And this may just be more of a comment than a question, but just recently I was helping somebody whose condos, they were trying to put in chargers, and it was like the most grueling, long process, and I had to go back and forth and intervene, and I don't understand if we're why it was so difficult for them as an existing building, but they were wanting to install. There was some stuff with Southern California, I understand, but the holdup was at our city, getting the permits and having someone come, whatever, to go look at the space to do it. So I just want to make that note, because if we're out here saying we want to do all this, then it took them almost 2 years to.
That is particularly long.
They still haven't done it. It took them getting involved again to push it forward. So I don't know. I just want to put that out there. But also for existing buildings, what are we doing? Because in apartment buildings, I know in mine, people are like, if you happen to line up underneath your carport, they're hanging their cards out of their window. You know what I mean? But it's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
Or they're doing it in the laundry room, and then someone gets upset because they're unplugging the washer or dryer or whatever.
Right. Yeah, so this is why it's definitely better bang for the buck to have all the infrastructure installed during new construction if possible. But for existing buildings, we do have a rebate program under the Electrify Santa Monica rebate program. So we offer rebates of up to $1,500 for residents of multifamily buildings to install chargers. Typically, the issues have to do with limited electrical capacity, since all the buildings are old. And then, it can get complicated if one resident installs a charger and they use up all of the available remaining power, and then how do you balance that? So there are different ways. There's load sharing technologies, and there are smart chargers that make it pretty simple to figure out the payment based on the amount of energy used. But it can be a complicated process just because of the number of factors at play.
But the rebate you talked about, that goes to the resident, you said?
Yeah, so typically it's the resident that applies for it. It can be the property owner or condo owner. Most of the rebates that we see are going to condo owners. Right. But tenants can apply if they get property owner permission.
Well, I can just tell you the problem is some property owners don't care to respond, and if they're not incentivized to get the rebate, then
so there is a state law that requires property owners to approve tenant requests for installing chargers if they're willing to pay for it. It can be hard to enforce, but there is state legislation that specifically.
Who enforces that here, Dave? Code enforcement?
No, because it's a tenant
David White. Who would enforce a tenant trying to get, if that's happening in an existing building? And the
Council, I could talk to our consumer people about that.
Okay. But I do want to stress that we should be looking at people who are trying to do this, and it's taking so long. So we can say that about the new development, but we should also be excited about the fact that people who have existing buildings want to put it in.
Yeah, definitely. The EV charger rebate is definitely the most popular through our Electrify Santa Monica program.
Thank you.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yeah, just there's no requirement around reliability of the chargers, correct? Just has to be, we just have to install them.
For private, there is actually legislation for other publicly installed chargers that are getting to reliability, but yeah, for a developer that puts in chargers.
And we are not legally allowed to require like a response time on fixing, correct?
Not on a private.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I mean, because the thing is that of course we continue to hear that a lot of the chargers are not being maintained appropriately. So I think that that's a concern, and it sounds like there's not really anything that we can do, right?
Yeah, I mean, for like these code requirements, especially for multifamily, since the majority of their requirement is for EV readiness, so it's everything but the charger. So presumably, if a resident installs their own charger, they're going to maintain it because it's for themselves. But if it's a workplace, I mean, probably the pressure from the staff that need them would be what gets it working. But from a public standpoint, I don't know.
I just wanted to make that note. And then secondly, I would also say that great that we're doing it for new construction, but we definitely have a lot of these older buildings that need this capability as well. So if that's something that we're thinking about in some sort of EV master plan for the city, that would be great. But I'm fully supportive of the ordinance. Thanks.
Councilmember Para.
Took me out of
You're
queue.
on.
Got it. No, so thank you for the presentation. Quite a few of my questions were answered, namely if this is a requirement for new construction or not. Because one of the concerns that I have regarding EV, what we're starting to see in Culver City in neighborhoods that have new construction, in single-family neighborhoods with new construction, with ADUs, JDUs. We have a particular pocket that this happened to, and EV charging units with their cars. They have zapped so much electricity that we're starting to have flickering lights on multiple houses. And so Edison has had to come out, replace poles, replace lines, and still can't find the problem. And so when someone turns on and they all have air conditioners, units. And so when someone turns on AC in one particular house, everybody's light starts flickering. And so this is a significant problem. No, it is, especially as we're moving forward to installing more. I mean, obviously, I'm all for EV. I've had an EV car. It is what it is. My engine blew up twice, but it is what it is. But so that's number one. That was one thing that I'm, a little bit concerned about. But the other thing too, I mean, there's got to be some education around EV, especially for the private consumer, because again, we've gone on multiple fires with people that live in multifamily units, and they charge it, and the cord is long, and other cars have to drive over the cord, and so the cord becomes frayed, and then it ends up sending a shock to the car. The car catches on fire, and if it's in a multi-unit, building, well, you're in a multi-unit building. The other cars next to it catch on fire, and it becomes not only a fire, but also becomes a hazardous materials situation, and so. So I really think that as we move forward, it's an opportunity for us to have a little bit of education around how to be an owner of an EV vehicle, especially in a multi-family facility. But anyhow, those are pretty much it. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Zwick also has his hand raised.
Councilmember Zwick, go ahead. Does he have a hand?
Hi, yeah, thank you. Thanks for that presentation. To Councilmember Negrete's point about retrofitting older multifamily, you mentioned, I think in response that, it's electrical capacity is one of the big issues, but that there's new technology around load sharing that can help with that. It's my understanding that there are building code and other requirements that sometimes get in the way of that new technology when it comes to the needing a panel upgrade or not in those buildings, which then makes it cost prohibitive. Is that something that we can address at all at the city level, and is that something we're looking into, if so?
So there's a few things. I mean, the latest code edition added a definition for automated load management and as an acceptable way to meet the EV charging requirement. So previously, each EV-ready space or EV-capable space had to have a dedicated branch circuit with 40 amps, and now they only have to have 3.3 kW going to each space. So they previously were not allowed to meet the requirements by using load share, but the addition of that plus the low power level 2 EV ready requirement has helped a lot with being able to serve more spaces with less power. But yeah, I mean, it is a big load. There are other ways that like large facilities, like especially fleet facilities, will use load sharing, really dynamic load sharing in order to, you can like set a threshold for each vehicle to only charge at 5 kW, for example, or if one car is really low, that gets more power than another that's almost full. So there are functionalities in the technology that can kind of address those issues. But yeah, where we see the biggest obstacles are the existing multifamily buildings that just don't have the capacity available.
Got it, but the code has caught up at least to allow, it's not, if there is load sharing capabilities, it doesn't necessarily require a whole new panel upgrade necessarily.
Yeah, the 2022 code cycle addressed that.
Okay, thank you.
But the question can still be, if it's that low, a charge capability, you're not getting much charge overnight. Right? You could end up being 5 or 10% charge, which may not be enough for someone. And you just reminded me, I need to get some charge when I leave here, so I'll go to the Civic right afterward because that's a high-speed charging facility.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we need to do?
I'd like to move this item.
There we go. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Negrete, a second by Terosas. Can we take a vote?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes.
We need a motion to carry.
And yes, I move that we continue past 11 o'clock.
Second.
I'm sorry, is that Terosas?
Yep, Terosas.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes.
Items 11A, adoption of resolutions related to the general municipal election to be held on November 5th, 2024.
Okay. So I'll try to make it quick. Good evening, Mayor Brock and council members. Maria Dakanai with the City Clerk's Office. So the city's municipal election is on November 5th. And for our office to conduct the election, we need you to adopt 2 resolutions. One resolution is to call for the election to be held, and the second is to request that the election be consolidated with the county's statewide general election and to request their county services. Before I continue, I must announce a correction to the staff report on both resolutions about the Rent Control Board seat. So there's 2 seats up for election, and it was stated that 1 seat was a partial term, but both seats, but this is incorrect, and both seats are for full terms of 4 years. So aside from the Rent Control Board seats, we will be conducting elections for 4 city council seats. 3 Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District seats, and 3 College Board seats. All seats are for 4 full-year terms ending in November 2028. Currently, our office does not have ballot measures to submit, but staff will be presenting 2 tax measures for council's consideration at the June 25th council meeting. The candidate nomination period is from July 15th to August 9th, and our office is hosting a candidate workshop here in the chambers on that first day, the 15th at 10 a.m. After that date, interested candidates can make an appointment with our office to meet with us and pick up nomination papers. And if an incumbent does not file by that August 9th deadline, then that deadline is extended for non-incumbents only to August 14th. We will be making a larger effort to promote the election and voter registration at local events such as Pride on the Promenade, Farmers Market, and other upcoming events. Funding for election costs is included in the 2024-25 proposed budget that will also be going to council at the next regular meeting. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Okay.
I'd like to move this
Councilmember
item.
Negrete.
I just want to move the item.
Do we have a second? It's a tag team of Negrete and Para.
We're marrying the
There you
match.
go.
Trying to move
There
it
you go.
along. Move it along.
Okay, can we take a vote?
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes.
That was easy. Item 16A, I assume we're continuing to.
We'd
the
like to
June 25th
continue
meeting.
that, please.
And item 16B, request of Councilmember Davis that the City Council approves city sponsorship of Main Street Business Improvement Association's 2 open streets events, the summer solstice on July 13th, 2024, and Day of the Dog on September 7th, 2024. City fees related to the 2 open street events include, but are not limited to, the application, administrative, neighbor notification, temporary traffic control, temporary no parking, public safety, and zero waste plan fees associated in an amount up to $16,000 of waived fees for both events.
Councilmember Davis.
Right, so this is not an expenditure of any cash, but by the city sponsoring these 2 open street events, it allows the Main Street Business Improvement Association to ask for fee waivers from various city departments for various services provided by the city, and this would allow for them to ask for fee waivers up to an amount of $16,000, which is approximately the same amount we actually funded through discretionary funds in previous cycles to sponsor open streets events.
Would you like to move the
I'd
item?
like to, oh, are you going to move it?
Yeah, sure. I will move item 16B.
Second.
There you go. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's have a vote.
Councilmember Terosas,
With pleasure, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Ecstatically, yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Just plain old yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Oh, you killed
Councilmember
it.
Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Wow, this is a great idea. I vote yes.
Of course, yours is the longest.
Hey,
Item 16C, request of council members Davis, Terosas, and Zwick that the city council, 1, direct the city attorney to return with a proposal to ensure the city's ethics rules apply to council members. 2, direct the city attorney to return with a proposal to initiate an investigation into recent leaks of confidential information disclosed in closed session. And 3, direct the city attorney to return with 1 or more proposals to impose penalties on council members and staff who inappropriately leak confidential information out of closed session.
I think I'm going to kick this one off. So I think we're all aware that the city attorney informed us that recently there have been multiple leaks from closed session. And in discussing this matter with the city attorney, I was informed that although the city has ethics rules that apply to each of its employees, those ethics rules do not apply to council members. And I believe that the city attorney has actually drafted up a proposal he can bring back to have the city's ethic rules apply not only to employees but to council members. The second part is to direct the city attorney to return with a proposal to initiate an investigation into the most recent leaks that he revealed to us, because obviously we need to know if people are leaking out of closed session, who's doing it, so that appropriate action can be taken. And 3 is to direct the city attorney to return with one or more proposals to impose penalties on council members and staff who inappropriately leak confidential information out of closed session. And I think the city attorney's been investigating what we can and cannot do, but obviously we would need to hear from him when he comes back on this.
Are you done? No?
Councilmember Parra.
So I guess we'll begin with questions. Is that okay? So my first question is, how much would an investigation like this cost the city?
I think that when the city attorney returns with a proposal, he would be able to give us that information. I mean, because all it does is request the city attorney to return with a proposal to initiate an investigation. It doesn't initiate an investigation because presumably the city attorney would need to go out and get estimates of what it would cost.
I understand that. I'm just asking how much it would cost, because I think last time we went through this exercise, the estimates were approximately $150,000 to $200,000, which coincidentally is the same amount of money to fully fund a police officer's salary for a year. So I'm just curious about how much an investigation would cost. That's all. I mean, if we're proposing this.
Well, I would wait to hear from the city attorney. I mean, my response is I think that at some point integrity at some level has some cost to it, I guess.
Absolutely.
But I think, if we're having people violate the Brown Act, we, need to at least contemplate the idea of doing an investigation to find out who is doing that. But I can't speak to what the answer is because we don't have a proposal from the city attorney yet. Maybe he will find someone who was less expensive on the prior one, or maybe it'll be more expensive. I just don't know.
Okay. And then my next question is, how do you propose paying for an investigation? Should we move in that direction once we receive proposals?
Well, presumably it would have to come out of the general fund, but I'm not positive about that. Maybe the city manager can address where that money would come from. And maybe it comes out of the city attorney's office. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to answer that. Once we get a proposal, I'll work with the city attorney and we'll provide whatever information we have to do on trade-offs or impacts as it would be appropriate.
Or it could come out of council discretionary funds, because last week, we sat here, our last meeting, we sat here and nickel and dimed to get 4 police officers. And so it's very important that we get the full picture here on what's being asked of us. That's it for my questions. If there's no other questions, I'm ready for comments. Okay.
I mean, you can make I think we're just in discussion.
Councilmember Negretti.
I have a lot of comments, so you can.
Are we like?
Councilmember Negretti.
I don't know that I have a question. Well, I guess we're into common sense if she wants to go. No, go ahead. I don't know that I have a question because you just asked them. So I guess the only thing I would say is I guess I do have a question. What are right now we don't have any, what happens? What's the course of action if there's an investigation and it comes back that through that investigation that somebody has leaked closed session information? What are the consequences?
Well, there are state law consequences potentially that could include even a criminal action. It could include somebody bringing an injunction and having to pay attorney's fees. We have no local consequences.
So would it be fair to say that in this 16 item, is that part of it, that there's also looking at what our consequences would be as a city council? Is that also part of the 16 item, or just looking at going back to see what to get a quote on what it would cost to investigate it?
Yeah, I think the third component of the 16 item is to look at penalties.
Yeah, so my only question is shouldn't we figure out that piece of it? Shouldn't they be almost two separate things? Requesting for you to go back and get a proposal is one thing of how much it would cost, but if we don't even have in place what the consequences are, I don't understand that part. I feel like we should be doing that. That should have been said at some point prior to, but it feels like those are almost two separate things. And we should have one before the other.
Well, they are two separate things. I mean,
is the city attorney going to come back and give us a proposal and some ideas about what consequences would be at the same time, those two totally different things?
That's how I'd understand the instruction, yes.
Right, but I mean, but if the city attorney comes back with a proposal for an investigation and the council elects to do that investigation will take some time. So presumably in the interim, we could adopt. If the city attorney came back at the same time with proposed penalties, we could adopt those so that if and when the investigation was concluded, I'm assuming.
Right. And for example, if we're talking about purely penalties for leaking closed session Brown Act violations, we're pretty much preempted by state law on that. But, for example, we checked, San Francisco has an ordinance that I think even makes it a misdemeanor to leak any confidential information. So if it's that broad, then that may be a possibility that we can do locally. If we're talking about other types of penalties that will apply to elected officials, for example, losing office or being deprived of the ability to be in closed session, that may require a charter amendment. So there are a lot of things to think about.
Right. So you're going to come back with, you would be coming back presumably with all of those things and.
We can bring options, yes.
Right. Yeah, those are my only questions, really going into comments.
Councilmember Para.
Oh, Jesse has his hand up.
Councilmember Zwick.
Well, I'm not sure if it's a question either. We don't normally differentiate in this when we're discussing these items. Is it okay if it's just a comment?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a cost to everything, and it's worth weighing that against other uses of the funds. I guess I would say that when I heard that this was a rampant issue, it concerned me because that can also be a cost to the city. The reason we're in closed session discussing specific matters relating to negotiations or legal liability is that there often is great cost to the city to that information being public. So I guess while I would be concerned about, the cost of an investigation, I'm also concerned about the potential cost to the city to allow this ongoing issue to continue. So that's all.
My turn?
Yeah, Councilmember Parr, you had taken your name off.
Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry. No, of course, I agree. I mean, it's paramount and vitally important that confidential information discussed in closed session remains undisclosed by any attendee without exception. I'm in full agreement about that. We need to be as completely transparent as possible on those items. What I'm not in agreement about is that, as this is an election year, there's no surprise to this agenda item, another waste of taxpayers' dollars and resources. It's also paramount that established council rules and the Brown Act are followed to ensure good governance and transparency. However, some on council feel those rules don't apply to them, as evidenced by habitual violations of council rules and cured Brown Act violations. Without a doubt, I'm going to say this again, without a doubt, leaking closed session confidential information is unacceptable. Without a doubt. However, weaponizing the city attorney's office for political gain is absolutely disgusting. Last week, there was a city council candidate debate by a special interest group, and ironically, this very topic was one of the questions to the candidates. Mind you, this particular 16 item had not been released on the agenda yet. So clearly, while I may be making assumptions, this is not the first time that we have seen the liberal minority use this body for political gain. I also have serious concerns about leaks, especially one that occurred on or around July 26, 2022, when a confidential email sent by Vice Mayor Lana Negrete to the city attorney's office was mistakenly forwarded to the Rent Control Board, which subsequently reached Mayor Sue Himmelrich. We are aware of the individual within the city attorney's office responsible for forwarding the email to the Rent Control Board. However, the identity of the Rent Control Board member who shared the confidential email with Mayor Sue Himmelrich remains unknown. Councilmember Terrell, I'm sure you'll recall that fiasco as you were on the Rent Control Board at that time. If we're truly concerned about the state of our city from a fiscal perspective and the continuous leaking of information from closed sessions, the lack of accountability and transparency around council rules and Brown Act violations, then rather than spend much needed money on what is clearly a politically motivated pursuit, why don't we direct the city attorney's office to bypass the investigation and come back with a proposal on how to handle future violations and what the remedy would be? If we're truly committed to truth and justice, then let's just fix the process. As I noted earlier, there is clearly a coordinated there is clear coordination for political gain on this item, and I won't be a part of it. If you want to penalize violators, I am in full agreement. But until there's a policy and procedures in place that can be used to carry out truth and justice, this investigation is a coordinated political farce. That's what I have to say.
May I respond?
Of course.
Well, I'm not the one who brought the issue of the leaks to the council. It wasn't as if, or Councilmember Terosas or Zwick were also on the item. The leaks occurred recently, and this was designed to address the leaks. So the timing has nothing to do with politics or anything else. It's to address a problem that very recently arose. I'm a little unclear as to your objection because, look, I don't know what happened with the Rent Control Board, and you all want to rehash that, that's fine. But what I want to talk about is it doesn't do us any good to enact penalties for violating closed session confidentiality if we don't do the investigation to find out who did it. Because the Brown Act's been in place longer than any of us have been on council, and we know that on more than one occasion there have been leaks out of closed session. We had this come up earlier, I think in 2022, and the council elected not to do an investigation. So, and that was a majority of the council at the time. But it just seems to me it doesn't do any good to say, well, we can, increase the penalties or set up a policy if at the end of the day no one's ever going to vote for an investigation to find out who violated the Brown Act. And the only way we could, no one's going, unless someone up here is willing to confess right now, then I think the problem is that absent an investigation, we can adopt all the policies and all the penalties we want, but it won't make a doggone bit of difference because the person can violate the Brown Act and know they'll never get caught because there will never be an investigation. I appreciate the financial situation that the city is in, but at some point, integrity has a cost. And in this particular instance, the only way we're going to, in my mind, maintain the integrity of the council is by finding out who it, and this is not going back to any other thing, but we know this isn't a question of have there been leaks. We know there have been leaks. We know the Brown Act has been violated. We just don't know who did it. And the only way we're going to find that out is with an investigation. So while I appreciate there's a cost associated with that, I think it may be a cost in this particular instance reluctantly worth paying in order to maintain the integrity of this very institution and this very body. So, I mean, I don't know what the investigation's going to cost, but I do think at some point, if we don't, it just doesn't matter if we have penalties if we never find out who to impose the penalties on.
Councilmember Parra.
I'm not against penalties. I'm not against investigations. What I'm against is trying to pinpoint this at this particular time without there not being set policies and procedures in place first. Because right now, I can name off 5 different instances where I believe, and I can make allegations where I believe certain members here have violated Brown Act because people have told me that they heard it from them. And those haven't been investigated. And so we can sit here all day long and accuse each other of all kinds of things. But rather than sit here and accuse each other, we don't have a clearly defined rules and policies and procedures on how to handle Brown Act violations, closed session leaks. And so right now, arbitrarily, or all of a sudden during an election season, when 3 of us sitting on this dais are up for re-election, this is being brought up. And it feels very intentional. And I get it. We do need to, and I'm all for it. And I will vote for putting together, and I have a motion prepared, putting together or giving direction to the city attorney to come back with clearly defined policies and procedures when it has been identified or when it's been brought to us that there has been a leak or there's been a Brown Act violation, and then we follow those rules and procedures, and then the subsequent penalties or disciplinary actions, they're clearly defined. But all this arbitrary stuff, and every single time it's pointed at us, and when I say us, it's Phil, Oscar, and I, and Lana, every single time, it's not okay. It feels very personal. It feels very political. And I'm not going to use this office, this place, this seat, the money, nor the city attorney's office for politically motivated agenda items. So if you guys are willing to listen to a friendly amendment, I'm happy to propose one.
Look, I just got to say, I'm sorry. I didn't accuse anybody of anything.
But this is what it feels like. And this is what I'm telling you what it feels like. This is not the first, the second, or the third time. And you have in the past said and pointed at us. Absolutely.
Well, okay.
Absolutely.
I mean, I just want to talk about what's in front of us tonight. Nobody said anything about who they thought did it. I don't know who did it. All I know, and we all got the same email, was that in the relatively recent time frame, there have been multiple leaks out of closed session. That's what guided the timing of this. This has nothing to do with anything else other than here's a problem, we need to solve it.
And I don't believe you. So
okay, well, you know, that's fine.
Happy to give a motion, a substitute motion.
Councilmember Negrete, Vice Mayor Negrete, sorry.
I was just going to say on that note, it probably feels that way because there's three makers of the motion. It's not one. And then, anyways, what about the Public Integrity Division? We had that conversation last time. Like, isn't that established so you can make a complaint? The PID, the Public Integrity Division?
With the DA's office, yes.
So if somebody thought there was a leak, can't you just make, why do we have to do all this where we go and?
Because the last time the Public Integrity Division refused to follow up on it because we had not done an investigation to tell them who had done it. In other words, they are not going to accept the responsibility. They sent us a letter saying, you didn't do an investigation, so we're not going to follow up on it. If you do an investigation and identify who you believe did it, then bring it to us and we'll follow up.
Is that how it works? You have to have the investigation done first for them to do the investigation? I mean, when I'm looking at the website, it feels like when you just pull
That's
it up.
the policy of the district attorney's office.
So you have to bring them the evidence from an investigation.
Councilmember Zwick.
I just want to speak for myself a second because I guess there's some, I guess, misunderstanding or impugning of motives. I received an email that said that this is a big issue and that the city's trust is being violated. And I asked the city attorney, what policies could we put in place to address this? And he said, well, perhaps you should join Councilmember Davis, who's also asking the same question. And that's why I did so, because I think this is important and because it was raised by our city attorney. So I just want to, I guess, clear the air because there's a lot of accusations, and that's the reason that I joined this item, and that's the reason why I did so now.
Thank you. Councilmember Parra, or do we move on to a vote?
Do motion.
There is no motion, so there's no motion to substitute. If
Okay,
you want to
go
make a
ahead.
motion, you can.
I'd like to make a motion. My motion is, one, I'm going to reaffirm Section 1 of the original motion, which is to direct the city attorney to return with a proposal to ensure the city's ethic rules apply to council members. And what I propose is an amendment to the second, third sections of their original agenda item and add a fourth. So Section 2 or Item 2, direct the city attorney to return with a proposal on how to handle future confirmed leaks of information from closed session and what the remedy would be. 3, direct the city attorney to return with a proposal on how to revise council rules to include discipline or penalties for habitual offenses. And then 4, direct the city attorney to return with a proposal on how to handle repeat Brown Act offenses to include discipline or penalties. That's my.
Mayor, may I say something briefly? I had drafted something actually a year and a half ago related to this, and it's broader than what's being discussed tonight. For example, it's not just council members to be included. We include board and commission members and even charter officials. and because all of those are not necessarily covered by our existing rules. So that's what I had drafted. If you're good with that, then I can bring that forward. Also, it's broader than simply ethics. It's basically all laws, discrimination laws, retaliation laws, all of those types of things. So if you're good with that, I can include all of that.
Councilmember Parra?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Councilmember Negrete?
I'm fine with that too. I don't know.
Okay, that was the maker and the seconder.
Can I just ask a question about the motion? Because what I want to be clear about is there something in there, is what you're asking the city attorney to bring back as part of this procedure when there's been a Brown Act violation is an investigation. Because I go back to my position, it doesn't do us any good to revise our processes or what the penalties will be if we don't have a mechanism for finding out who violated the Brown Act. So are you anticipating that what the city attorney would bring back as part of the proposal would include what when we find out that the Brown Act's been violated, what the city attorney would do in terms of an investigation?
Correct. Council, if I may, what's already been drafted does include detailed procedures for how to handle investigations, complaints and investigations.
Mm-hmm. Well, as long as investigation is part of it, I'm fine with it, because I just don't think it does us any good to adopt penalties if we don't know who to impose the penalties on. And the only way we're going to figure that out, absent confession, is to do investigations. So if that's part of the current motion, then it's fine with me. I'm just trying to create a situation where we don't have these repeated instances where the Brown Act is violated and there seem to be no accountability because there's no investigation, one, into who did it, or two, once we do discover who did it, what the penalties would be. So I'm fine with that, as long as that's all included.
I agree with that. I agree 100% there needs to be accountability. And if there needs to be fines, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 for the third offense, I know we can't do that, but, or resign, I'm completely fine with that. I have no problem with accountability and transparency, but I don't like the way that this has been handled, because there's nothing in place procedurally on how to handle these things. This feels very, like I said, it feels very personal, and I feel personally attacked, or that are being targeted and attacked. And that's all I'll say.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, I think I feel satisfied with Doug's answer and Councilmember Parra's intention, and especially if this would include investigations. I think it sounds like we're in agreement on the proposed amendments. I guess the only thing that I would uplift that Councilmember Davis said at the beginning was that I think it's only fair that we hold ourselves to the same standard, and quite frankly, hold our commissioners as well. I appreciate what City Attorney Sloan has put together around harassment, retaliation, et cetera, because I think we need to have rules for duly appointed and elected folks, just like our staff have.
Jesse's got his hand up.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Yeah, he's got his hand up.
Huh?
Zwick has his hand up.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you. I'm just trying to seek a little clarity on what's on the table. Does this involve, when I think of accountability, I do think of, not just penalties, but as I think Councilmember Davis suggested, the idea that we actually know who broke the law, or else I don't see how the accountability, whatever penalty you want to propose, makes sense. So I'm just trying to understand, does this proposal include an investigation or not? I just couldn't quite understand.
No, what I'm proposing is having rules and procedures in place that we all approve, and then moving forward, when this happens, and now everybody is very clear on what will happen to you if you break Brown Act, if you leak information. There's very clearly defined procedures and penalties or discipline if you do any of that. We're all now on the same page, and you know what will happen to you if you do that. And it's not just council members, it's employees as well, because we're not the only ones that are in a room.
I get that, and I think it should apply to everyone, as Councilmember Tarosa said. I guess what's confusing to me is that it already is a state law, and there already are consequences for breaking it. So that those are things that already exist right now. The thing that seems most important to me is that we create systems of accountability where, just like we want, if someone in the community violates a law, we want our police to investigate and enforce that because we want our community to be safe. That we have a similar standard in council. So I guess I don't know why we would deny an investigation, because it already is the law, and there already are state penalties right now.
Well, that's my motion.
Well, but, okay, now I'm confused, because I asked you if having the city attorney come back with a procedure for investigation was part of that, and you said yes. Is that not the case?
Yes, it's going to come back with a procedure for an investigation, but I'm not saying we're going to start investigating now.
Well, my motion wasn't to investigate now. My motion was to have the city attorney come back with a proposal for an investigation. So as long as there's a proposal for, if the city attorney comes back and says, when there's been a Brown Act violation, and maybe this makes it much easier and depoliticizes it, instead of having to wait for council to initiate an investigation, the city attorney has the automatic authority to begin an investigation, then I'm totally fine with that, because that completely depoliticizes it and makes perfect sense to me. And then I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if he comes back with this and we adopt these policies, and it does include a provision that allows the city attorney to initiate an investigation when there's been a violation, then these most recent violations could be investigated.
Yeah, okay. It's two different things, because what you're saying here, it says initiate an investigation into recent leaks of confidential information. That's not what I was proposing right now.
So you don't want to investigate these most recent leaks?
No, because there isn't anything, there isn't a policy. This is what I'm trying to say. There aren't policies and procedures in place for our city in terms of what you need to do and how we need to move forward to discipline and what those penalties are going to be. So, and once we have that in place, moving forward, that's incentive enough for nobody to do it. Because now you know you know for sure how you're going to be penalized.
But the city attorney just told us there already are penalties for violating the Brown Act, right? Or am I wrong?
There are state law penalties. There are no local penalties.
We have not defined what I'm asking for us to do is to identify what our policies and procedures and penalties will be based upon state law. But how do we want to move it? We can go more stringent, I'm assuming, right, than state law, correct?
If we're addressing more broadly as breaching confidentiality.
Correct.
Yes.
But I just want to be clear, because your motion does not anticipate at any point in time an investigation into these most recent leaks that the city attorney.
No, it does not.
All right. Okay. Then I'll be voting no, because I think we need to investigate these most recent leaks.
Well, Council, I think something is getting a bit lost in the conversation. So if the policy is adopted, we bring back a policy and a procedure for how to investigate. And if that's approved, then if a complaint is made, then we would investigate pursuant to that policy. And subject to appropriation, though.
But what you're saying then, if we adopt that policy and someone says, well, I think the question is, we know within some recent time period there have been a series, it's not just one, a series of leaks out of closed session. So if we adopt the policy, would that policy then apply if someone said, well, I want you to investigate the leaks that you brought to our attention?
It would apply unless the council would say it applies only prospectively, something like that, then yes.
Can I just say something? Is that okay? Or are you thinking?
No.
Did you want to say something?
Councilmember Tarosa.
Great.
Please end this.
I think that we trust the city attorney. We would like to see what he would be able to come back to with regardless of which item we were to adopt, whether it would be the motion on the floor or the original item. No one's voting to initiate an investigation tonight. All we're doing is coming back with a proposal. So if the proposal is a broader proposal to say, this is how we handle these things, and then, our city attorney wants to use his discretion to do whatever he needs to do to investigate, what happened previously or currently, whatever it is, I'm fine with that, and I'm fine to advance the substitute on the floor.
I think that's why I asked my question, because it wasn't clear to me how it related, and it's been stated quite clearly that it would only be prospective, and that seems strange when we know the law's already been violated.
I don't, do you want to clarify? I think I hear it loud and clear. He's coming back to say, no, we are now developing our own policy outside federal and state policy as a city
Right, I'm
council.
saying it would apply to any complaint unless the council said it only applies prospectively.
Right.
And so what is the motion saying? Is it saying that it's only prospective, or just saying that it would give the city attorney the power to do so for leaks current and future?
You need to answer.
The way I understand it, it didn't specify either way.
I thought I heard it was not about what had just happened from Councilmember Parra. Am I
Anybody
wrong?
can bring up anything at any time, right? So it doesn't.
Yeah, again, like what Lana just said, anybody can bring up anything at any time. Once we have this in place, I'm sure we all have a laundry list of things that we'll bring up. So go for it.
It's not preventing anyone.
It's not preventing anybody from doing anything, but what I'm saying is that this feels very arbitrary. Let's have procedures in place with clearly identified discipline or ahead of time. Like, this is the way you do things. Just like, with your employer, if you get in trouble for doing something wrong, there's clearly identified, discipline that would happen. But we have nothing. We have what the state says, but we don't have anything here in the city of Santa Monica that says, if you do this, this is what's going to happen to you.
I just don't understand that logic, because it is a crime already. It doesn't matter what level of government has made it a crime. It exists as a crime. I'd just like to do a substitute motion for the original motion to be voted on.
You have that right. Make the motion.
I'm making it.
And how does it differ?
Okay, go ahead.
He made the motion. I'll second it.
What was the motion?
It's the original.
I'm sorry.
So just to be clear, sorry, just so if I can
So
just be
Gleam's motion, which was never made, but you're making it now.
right.
Yeah.
Which has now become the substitute motion,
Is that
which
what
gets
you're
voted on first.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the original motion was never made, and I'm making it as a substitute because I'd like to see it voted on.
Got it.
It's
Okay.
the only difference between
Is there any
this-
discussion on
yes,
this?
I have a clarification. The difference between these two is what? Just that one is to include, also coming back with a quote on, right, a proposal on what it would cost to do the investigation, but it also includes, does it still include everything else we just discussed?
No. It has to do with whatever Gleam originally put in her motion. And Councilmember Zwick has now made that motion. Is there a second?
I seconded it. And I think the only real difference between the two, I don't think there's a chasm, maybe, of difference, is that this one specifically asks the city attorney to return with a proposal, not to investigate, but to return with a proposal to investigate the leaks we already know about. That's all. I think that's really the only substantive difference.
That's the only difference, and the only reason I'd like a vote on this is because I was told when I asked if that would be included, the answer was no.
I just.
Okay, so, all right, does anyone have any comments, or let's vote on this?
My comment
Because
is.
we're now going back and
My comment is
forth.
just that either motion, even if we went with the Councilmember Parra's motion, was to just, I just want to clarify, was to outline the procedure, and then that could still be the process that you're just now saying, please go investigate this, but you would be coming back, whatever. I guess one includes a proposal and one doesn't.
There is a difference in the motions.
One
So
includes a proposal.
No, there's more than
The
that.
reason why, just to state why I think it's important, is because it's my understanding that some people are saying we can't investigate crimes until we have local consequences that have been laid out that would then dissuade us from committing those crimes. But crime should not be committed, and I don't know why we would need to create additional penalties before we know that basic fact.
What's the thing you're saying?
Okay. So we have a substitute motion on the floor. Councilmember Parra, do you need to answer?
Well, I just need to for Vice Mayor Negrete, my motion had additional things to it too, because I was asking for a proposal for on the
On
Brown
council
Act
rules.
and then council rules.
And expanding that
The board's
our city attorney has said boards, commissions, et cetera, and added anti-discrimination rules, et cetera.
That's all friendly to to me, and I imagine the original maker.
That's not in that substitute motion.
Well, he's just saying he's putting it in the substitute motion, which is fine.
So now what are we voting on?
Okay, can we take a vote on this, please?
Councilmember Zwick?
So make it clear, you're voting on the last motion first.
We're voting on, yes, the substitute motion,
It sounds like he's also.
which is the original motion by, or original 16 item by Davis, plus the amendments that Councilmember Zwick has just added and had accepted by the seconder. Okay, can we take a roll call?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
No.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Brock?
No.
And now we vote on the,
And now we go back to the original motion. Or not the original, we go back to Councilmember Parra's motion has amended to add the provisions that the city attorney added.
Councilmember, are we ready?
It wasn't exactly that. I mean, it was worded slightly differently. Do we have the, yeah, okay. Sorry.
I thought someone was gonna, I thought you were gonna read it. You don't need to. I didn't need clarification.
No, we're good. I just.
No, I understood what we were doing.
Okay. Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes, that passes. And we have a in memoriam by Councilmember Terosas to read.
Totally. I'm so sorry. My computer turns on.
Cut her unawares.
Okay. So when in adjourning this meeting, I want to make sure that we adjourn in memory of Reverend James Lawson Jr., a Methodist minister who became the teacher of the civil rights movement, training hundreds of youthful protesters in nonviolent tactics that made the Nashville lunch counter sit-ins a model for fighting racial inequality in the 1960s, and who passed away in Los Angeles this past Sunday at the age of 95. Recruited by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Lawson organized and led weekly workshops on nonviolent action in Nashville and other hotspots of the civil rights movement. The workshops trained many future leaders of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, including Representative John Lewis. Called the leading nonviolent theorist by Dr. King, Lawson had studied Gandhi's principles in India before joining the struggle in the South. He led seminars throughout the region and became a roving troubleshooter for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. In 1968, he invited Dr. King to speak to striking sanitation workers in Memphis, where the charismatic preacher who had anticipated his own death was assassinated. Lawson was a pivotal figure in some of the most important campaigns of the movement, including the Nashville lunch counter sit-ins, the first Freedom Ride, and the social justice battles he led as a pastor of the Holman United Methodist Church in Los Angeles. Reverend Lawson moved to LA in 1974 to become the pastor of Holman United Methodist Church over the next 25 years until his retirement in 1999, and he remained a prominent activist. He was the co-chair of The Gathering, a group of 200 South Los Angeles clergymen who protested the Los Angeles police shooting of Eula Love in 1979, and headed the Los Angeles chapter of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. He was arrested several times at protests, including a rally against the U.S. military aid to El Salvador in the late 1980s, and in 2000, he risked a church trial for blessing a lesbian wedding. By the early 90s, Lawson had cemented himself as a fixture in the Los Angeles labor movement, and it was a natural next step that he joined the UCLA Labor Center's efforts to advance worker justice in Los Angeles County and beyond. The center, housed in the Institute for Research on Labor and Employment, launched the first labor studies program in the University of California system. He was involved with Cal State Northridge's Civil Discourse and Social Change Initiative and taught labor studies at UCLA. In fact, the UCLA Labor Center's historic MacArthur Park building was officially named the UCLA James Lawson Jr. Worker Justice Center in 2021. He was also awarded the UCLA Medal, the university's highest honor in 2018. For me, he's been kind of a light in the movement. He also he also coined the term plantation capitalism about our economic system, and his principles around racism, fighting racism, sexism, militarism, and plantation capitalism live on in the work of many folks in the labor movement. Reverend Lawson is survived by his wife, Dorothy Wood, his two sons, J. Morris Lawson III and John Lawson, and brother Philip, three grandchildren, and his son, Seth Lawson, died in 2013. May he rest in power.
And with that, we adjourn this meeting. We'll see you on June 25th. Thank you.